Chapter 1452. Let me ask you something. After Xiaochen tidied up everything, he looked at the heavenly profound holy lady and asked, "Where is your true body?" The heavenly profound holy lady was somewhat surprised that Xiaochen would ask such a question. She shook her head and replied, "I don't know. I am just a strand of remnant thought. After my true body became a ghost immortal, I left this abandoned land." "How did you leave?" "I'm not sure. I don't know anything after she left." When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help feeling suspicious. Since that was the case, who in the world could be sure that the heavenly profound holy lady had become a ghost immortal? It was just a legend. However, how could the people of the Penglai Sea spend so many years preparing for an imaginary legend? There were even two immortal sovereigns who came, sacrificing so many experts along the way. It was a bit strange. Someone must have provided concrete information that proved the existence of ghost immortals in the world. That was why these people from the Penglai Sea went crazy. Who could this person be? Could he have seen the true body of the heavenly profound holy lady after she became a ghost immortal and wanted to use the Penglai Sea's people to scout ahead? As for the ghost immortal cultivation method, after Xiaochen gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly profound holy lady, he knew that aside from her, there would not be a second person in the world who could cultivate to become a ghost immortal. No one was as beautiful as she was, and no one was as cruel to herself as she was, to the point where she didn't even want her heart. Even if they knew how she became a ghost immortal, no one would be able to do it. "Let's fulfill our promise. Give me the reincarnation arts." Xiaochen didn't think too much about it and stated the main purpose of this trip. The heavenly profound holy lady stretched out her hand, and a scene appeared in front of the two. The scene showed a group of people in Zodiac Hall doing their best to break the restrictions. On the stone platform in the center of the restriction, there was an ancient black book with the word reincarnation written in ancient characters. The Sun Palace's palace master, Chu Tian, looked at the cycle art on the stone platform with anticipation. He wanted to immediately charge over and take it away. However, he was still rational. No matter how close he was, he had to break through the restrictions first before he could take it. The restrictions of the Mirage Immortal Palace were no small matter. It looked like there was nothing there. But in reality, there were 3 formations in one step, and there were formations within formations. The heavenly profound holy lady gently tapped her temple with her finger and closed her eyes for a moment. Xiao! The reincarnation technique on the stone platform suddenly disappeared, right under Chu Tian's nose, mysteriously disappearing. What's going on? Why did the reincarnation arts disappear? Chu Tian cried out in shock. This was truly unimaginable. He had never heard of such a strange thing before. In the scene, he was both shocked and furious, extremely manic, and had completely lost his poise. However, this was also reasonable. Anyone who had experienced such a strange thing would be like this. When the image disappeared, the black reincarnation art appeared in front of Xiaochen. He stretched out his hand and grasped it tightly. Xiaochen felt like he was dreaming. This was a little too easy. Was it really the reincarnation arts? However, the item in his hand was incredibly heavy. Its ancient aura could not be faked. Flipping open the cover, Xiaochen's expression was solemn as he carefully examined it. The reincarnation art was of great importance, and he could not afford to be careless. He did not have the time to wait for the Mirage Immortal Palace to appear again. After a while, Xiaochen finally verified the item in his hand. It was indeed the genuine reincarnation arts. It could not be faked. The heavenly profound holy lady did not lie to him. In the end, she had fulfilled her promise. A heartless person would not lie. "Many thanks," Xiaochen said solemnly as he put away the reincarnation arts. Unexpectedly, he could obtain the reincarnation arts in such an easy manner. It would be great if he could avoid a fight with the Sun Palace's palace master. There's no need to be so polite. This is just a part of the promise. The universe origin Tao fruit that I promised you is the true reward. The heavenly profound holy lady did not show any joy or sorrow, appearing incredibly calm. Another scene appeared in front. That was a herb garden in the Mirage Immortal Palace. The garden was filled with spirit herbs and all sorts of strong profound beasts. There were venomous snakes, venomous bees, and strange birds hiding among them. An old man in hempen robes sneaked into the herb garden, heading for a spirit fruit in the depths of the herb garden. It was Mu Yong. Xiaochen recognized this person with one glance. Unexpectedly, Mu Yong managed to reach this place. This spirit fruit looked ordinary. Its color was not beautiful, and it did not give off a refreshing feeling that made one's eyes light up. With just one glance, one would ignore it, unable to look at it at all. However, such a spirit fruit looked exactly the same as the legendary universe origin fruit. Only when one focused and squinted would one discover a hard-to-look golden light concentrated in the uneven surface of the spirit fruit. If one stared at it for about 7 or 8 minutes, the image of this fruit in one's mind would suddenly turn golden, like an immortal lord sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The profoundness of this was indescribable. I found the seed of this spirit fruit in an immortal Tao remnant back then. It only matured after more than 1,000,000 years. Even I have not eaten it before. Only such an immortal fruit is worthy of all the help you have given me. In the heavenly profound holy lady's opinion, the reincarnation arts were useless. The universe origin fruit was more practical as a reward. The universe origin fruit was also known as the universe origin Tao fruit. Legend had it that eating it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, allowing one to comprehend the Tao instantly. Even if it was not as heaven-defying as the legend said, it was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, immortals would not fight over it. At this moment, the hemp-robed old man carefully approached the universe origin fruit. If one looked carefully, one would discover that his forehead was pitch black, and his complexion was very poor. Only a pair of eyes stared at the universe origin fruit, flickering with light. The old man was already severely poisoned. If he was not careful, he would die immediately. You know this person? The heavenly profound holy lady asked. Xiaochen nodded and replied, we came in together. He is dying. He is poisoned by at least 7 kinds of strange poisons. If he takes another 3 steps, he will definitely die. Is there any way to save him? Xiaochen asked. After all, they had met once before. He was not a cold-hearted person. You want to save him? There is no way to save him. One should know one's limits. Greed blinded one's eyes. Death is self-inflicted. Right after the heavenly profound holy lady spoke, the hemp-robed old man stumbled and stumbled, falling to the ground. No, I still have not obtained the universe origin fruit. I have not become a prime. I cannot die. As the hemp-robed old man roared in dissatisfaction, a huge snake flicked its tongue and slowly slithered over. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed him. The scene disappeared, and the universe origin fruit appeared out of nowhere. Like the reincarnation arts, it miraculously appeared on this blood lake. Even though Xiaochen had seen many deaths, he was still somewhat shocked. The hemp-robed old man was very capable, yet he died just like that. After waiting bitterly for several decades, the Mirage Immortal Palace finally arrived. However, the result was like this. Xiaochen withdrew the universe origin fruit into his hand. He found it somewhat heavy and somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this immortal fruit ended up in his hands. Before coming here, he had never thought that with the reincarnation arts, his trip to the Immortal Palace would be a success. You should quickly treat your injuries as well. If this drags on, it will not be something that can be done in a short time, the heavenly profound holy lady said. Xiaochen put away the universe origin fruit and looked at the heavenly profound holy lady. What about you? Me? The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head and said, I am just a strand of lingering thought. Now that my thoughts are clear, there is no need for me to exist or not. I just need to quietly accompany this immortal palace. This stunned Xiao Qin, and he felt somewhat bitter. In the end, this was a heartless person. That painting that made him, an outsider, sad was just a way for her to clear her thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Qin thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he stopped thinking about treating his injuries. There should be a group of scarlet-clad experts in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Can you help me take a look and see where this group of people is? Xiao Qin nearly forgot that there was still this group of strange factions worth paying attention to. The blood-clad sect was mysterious in the first place. After they entered the Immortal Palace, their movements became extremely strange. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that the restriction that Immortal Venerate Mingyu left in the palace did not block this group of people. Back then, Xiao Qin could not resist taking the risk to pass through the restriction because of this doubt. Although the heavenly profound holy lady could not attack in this immortal palace, she clearly still had some tricks up her sleeve. It would be too much of a pity not to use them. Chapter 1453. The heavenly profound holy lady did not reject Xiao Qin's request. She only said that she needed some time. It's fine. I'll wait. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, quietly waiting for the heavenly profound holy lady. After about 7 minutes, the heavenly profound holy lady said, I found it. Xiao Qin tapped the air, and a scene appeared. A group of scarlet-clad people broke the restrictions and snatched a resplendent pearl. The group revealed smiles on their faces, feeling wild joy. What is this? After all, the scene was not the real thing. When Xiao Qin opened his eyes, he did not recognize that resplendent pearl. This is a puppet pearl. It is not something from the martial epoch but a magic treasure from the immortal epoch. It is used to control huge puppets, ancient beasts, deep-sea berserk sharks, and other extraordinarily huge puppets. The heavenly profound holy lady explained to Xiao Qin in detail. Xiao Qin felt excited. It was specially used to control huge puppets. He seemed to think of something in an instant, but he could not figure it out. I can take it back. Xiao Qin kept feeling that the blood-clad sect was plotting something. If the other party really obtained this puppet pearl, it would lead to a huge problem in the future. No, he already placed it in his spatial ring. I can only send over the treasures with the restrictions that are not completely broken. There are still many good things in the ethereal immortal palace. If you need them, I can give them to you. There's no need. Xiao Qin rejected the heavenly profound holy lady without much consideration. He always followed the principle of going too far was as bad as not going far enough. If he took too many things that did not belong to him, he might trigger some bad karma. Furthermore, he already obtained the cycle arts that he wanted the most and the incredibly precious universe origin fruit. There was no need to be greedy. It was not a bad thing to give more opportunities to the later generations. The most important thing was to figure out what this group of blood-clad sect people were planning. You can't be thinking of snatching it, right? In your current state, you probably can't even protect yourself. You should recuperate from your injuries. That's right. The heavenly profound holy lady looked up at the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the air and entered deep thought. Where did you learn this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram? This is my first time seeing someone merge the yin and yang attributes so naturally. Xiao Qin pondered for a moment. Naturally, he couldn't expose what happened on Earth, so he answered, I learned it by myself. Not bad, you're much stronger than I was back then. However, you're still lacking a cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult for your yin-yang flame diagram to become truly strong. Since you created it yourself, you need to have a complete set of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. Xiao Qin was stunned when he heard this. He thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Xiao Chen's Taiji Dao indeed lacked a cultivation technique. However, creating a cultivation technique was too difficult for Xiao Chen. He couldn't do it for now. Since they are both yin-yang flames, you can actually use the energy of the void flower and the extreme yang true flame. If you absorb it into your yin-yang flame diagram, you can eliminate the threat of the extreme yang true fire and strengthen your yin-yang flame diagram. The heavenly profound holy lady continued after observing for a while. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Homologous, homologous. This was completely feasible. In order to maintain a balance, the void flower and the extreme yang true fire had to have the same amount of energy. After absorbing all of it, the yin-yang flame diagram would be able to maintain its balance. I'll teach you how to do it. The heavenly profound holy lady gave Xiao Chen pointers on how to use the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram to absorb the void flower and the extreme yang true fire. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was startling in the first place. With a few words, he understood the principle. After trying it out, he succeeded. The 10,000 flower petals melted into the ground like snowflakes, silently. The extreme yin true flame and the extreme yang true flame strengthened bit by bit. Xiao Chen could not help feeling joy in his heart. Flames were split into 9 grades. His primal chaos level heavenly snow divine flame was rank 3, while the extreme yin true flame and the extreme yang true flame were rank 6. If Xiao Chen continued to absorb the 10,000 void flowers and the extreme yang true flame, it should not be difficult for his flame to rise to rank 7. One should not underestimate just an increase of 1 grade. The extreme yang true flame and the extreme yin true flame were existences second only to primal chaos level flames in the first place. After raising them to rank 6, they would be extremely difficult to raise. Such an opportunity could be said to be a fortuitous encounter that could not be sought. I need you to help me keep an eye on this group of blood-clad sex people. After we go out, I want to teleport to the same place as them. As Xiao Chen looked at the scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes at the ecstatic blood-clad sex people. Once, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, a group of blood-clad sex people had come to cause trouble. Their auras were very similar to this. If Xiao Chen was right, it was the blood-clad sex doing. Now that he ran into this group of people, he naturally could not let them off. If possible, he had to obtain the puppet pearl by force as well. Sure, that is not a problem, the heavenly profound holy lady agreed straightforwardly. To her, this was an incredibly small request. A month's time was neither long nor short. To the people of the Mirage Immortal Palace, they had to cherish every moment, as they could remain here for only 1 month. They absolutely could not waste it. As for Xiao Chen, he no longer had any desires. He had obtained the cycle arts and an additional universe origin fruit, a bountiful harvest. Xiao Chen only hoped that 1 month would pass quickly so that he could find the blood-clad sex people. A total of 9 people from the blood-clad sect came on this trip, 1 vice sect master and 9 elders. The vice sect master was a 9th heaven martial emperor. His scarlet clothes gave off a strange light. Upon closer inspection, the blood on his clothes seemed to flow. At this moment, the 9 people gathered together. The vice sect master, Ken Minghua, held the puppet pearl in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Sect Master Can, now that we have the puppet pearl, the Sect Master's mission is complete. Can we go our separate ways and seek out fortuitous encounters? A few of the elders of the Sect Master's headquarters asked with a greedy look in their eyes. Can Minghua put away the puppet pearl and shook his head. We can't. We have to personally hand the puppet pearl to the Sect Master to complete the mission. Right now, we are only halfway done. We cannot be careless. This person was clearly extremely cautious. Caution was the parent of safety. They still had to maintain sufficient martial prowess to escort the puppet pearl back. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared above the 9 people. The expressions of Kan Minghua and the others changed slightly. When they heard the sound, they reacted extremely quickly. However, when Kan Minghua clearly saw who it was, he started laughing. The expressions of the other elders of the sect master's headquarters also relaxed significantly. How did the 2 immortal venerates end up in such sorry states? To think that their physical bodies were destroyed. The newcomers were Immortal Venerate Tian Yi and Immortal Venerate Mingyu, who had their physical bodies destroyed. At this moment, their nascent souls appeared before this group of people with their life magic treasures. When Immortal Venerate Tian Yi saw Kan Minghua's mockery, he said coldly, "Cut the crap. Quickly bring your people and follow me to the Immortal Palace's 9th floor to kill the Shadowless Saber Sovereign." The Shadowless Saber Sovereign. No wonder the 2 of you ended up in such sorry states. It turns out that you ran into such a demonic genius. However, why should I help you 2 to offend such a killing god? With the puppet pearl in hand, Kan Minghua only needed to wait here for 1 month before he could go out and report. There was no need for him to take the risk. He is already severely injured. Killing him will be as easy as killing a dog. You can have all the treasures on him, and the 2 of us will owe you a favor. Why not? Immortal Venerate Mingyu said, tempting Kan Minghua with benefits. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi said, "Don't forget, if we had not let you in, how could you have obtained the puppet pearl so easily? Furthermore, the blood-clad sect and my Penglai Si both respect the treasure master. So what if you help me once?" Kan Minghua showed a hesitant expression, somewhat persuaded. Is he really injured? Do you think he will have a good end after putting us in such a sorry state? Immortal Venerate Tian Yi countered. With a definite answer, Kan Minghua no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, "Very well, I'll help you this time. However, all the treasures on the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's body will belong to me." Xiao Qin, who was anxiously treating his injuries, could not imagine that the master behind the Penglai Si and the blood-clad sect was the same person. The blood-clad sect experts, who had been preparing to deal with Xiao Qin after leaving, were now rushing over. Chapter 1454. Above the blood lake, Xiao Qin closed his eyes and treated his injuries. At the same time, he circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to recover his magic energy. The magic energy source in Xiao Chen's Sea of Consciousness slowly recovered. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 9th layer, Xiao Chen's magic energy recovered very quickly. In merely 1 hour, Xiao Chen had already recovered to a 1/5 of his peak, much faster than before. As for the physical injuries, they were even easier to recover from. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was his heart. Xiao Chen had already injured his heart once before. Then, he used the heartbreaking saber. The injuries on top of the injuries were much more severe than the injuries to the other internal organs. Once Xiao Chen used too much force, his heart would ache endlessly, spreading throughout his entire body. In battle, this would directly affect his movements. Although this injury was not fatal, it was the most problematic. Hence, it was best not to use the heartbreaking saber technique's flawless saber technique unless he had no other choice. Just as Xiao Chen anxiously recovered from his injuries, the heavenly profound holy lady suddenly said, "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, the group of scarlet-clad people you told me to keep an eye on are rushing over here." Whoosh! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. How can it be like this? How did they know? After being stunned for a while, Xiao Chen reacted. It had to be those 2 immortal venerates. He had guessed long ago that the Penglai Si's people had a secret connection with the blood-clad sect. Now, it looked like it was true. If not for these 2 people informing on him, he would not have been exposed. Those 2 immortal venerates probably thought that the extreme young true flame would blast him to pieces. In the end, they did not hear the expected explosion. Only then did they startle to their senses and seek help from the blood-clad sect. In an instant, Xiaoqin figured out the truth of the matter. The heavenly profound holy lady pointed in the air, and a fruit appeared out of nowhere. This is the heart-nourishing fruit. It has a miraculous effect on healing injuries to the heart. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? What was the point of giving it to Xiaoqin now? No matter how good the holy herb was, it could not instantly heal his injuries. The heavenly profound holy lady said calmly, "You were the one who said that you did not need anything else. How can you blame me?" "Never mind, this is not the time to dwell on this." Xiaoqin quickly consumed the heart-nourishing fruit. As the medicinal liquid entered his body, it turned into a gentle energy that wrapped around his heart. The pain from the wound immediately lessened, allowing Xiaoqin to heave a sigh of relief. There were a total of 9 people in the blood cloth sect. Other than the vice sect leader, who was a level 9 Heavens Emperor Wu, the other 9 elders were at least at the greater celestial Emperor Wu. Even at his peak, Xiaoqin had to be careful when facing such a group of people. If he wanted to subdue them, he would have to use the God's Eye of Lightning. However, he had only recovered 1/5 of his magic power, so he couldn't use the God's Eye of Lightning at all. Should they retreat? Looking at the yin-yang flame diagram in midair, which was still absorbing the void flower and the extreme yang true flame, Xiaoqin had an idea. Dong dong dong. Footsteps resounded. The blood-clad sect's vice sect master, Ken Minghua, quickly arrived with a group of blood-clad sect elders. Blood cloth sect. Xiaoqin, who was seated on the throne, opened his eyes, feeling somewhat weak and bewildered. When Ken Minghua saw this scene, he guffawed. "It looks like the 2 immortal venerates did not lie to me. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are indeed here." There was one more thing that Ken Minghua did not say. Indeed, he was severely injured and extremely weak. "Kill him." Ken Minghua did not waste any time on nonsense. With a command, the 8 elders soared into the air and surrounded Xiaoqin, who was on the blood lake. "Ken Minghua, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although this shadowless saber sovereign is injured, your group of elders will not be able to restrain him in a short time. You have to personally make a move." Immortal Venerate Mingyu, who was following from behind, said to Ken Minghua when he saw that the coffin was still there. Ken Minghua smiled coldly in his heart. Of course, this old man knows that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The counterattack before death cannot be underestimated. The more this is the case, the more cautious I have to be. I absolutely cannot take risks easily. I just have to take advantage at the end. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's nascent soul was in the ancient copper lamp, looking at the yin-yang flame diagram in the air with a pensive look. No wonder he didn't die from the explosion. It turned out that this fellow still had such a method to hold back all the void flowers. When that shadowless saber sovereign was about to die, he would definitely make the 10,000 flowers fall and die together with this group of people. He had to think of a way to trick Ken Minghua in and make both sides suffer. Sitting on the throne above the blood lake, Xiaoqin was clearly no match for Xiaoqin. He could only hide and flee in all directions in a sorry state. Furthermore, it was getting slower and slower. It looked like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi had not thought of a plan yet. He could not help but feel slightly anxious. Given the other party's character, he would definitely take the divine coffin away in the end. Old man Tianyi, what exactly are you and the shadowless saber sovereign fighting over for you to fight so intensely? Seeing that victory was within sight, Ken Minghua's eyes swiveled as he asked with a smile. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi cursed in his heart. I just knew that you would burn the bridge after crossing it. However, it just so happened that he could make use of this opportunity to lure him over. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi feigned silence, not saying a word. Old man Tianyi, even if you don't say it, I can guess a thing or two. The coffin on the blood lake is the heavenly profound holy lady's coffin, right? Kan Minghua's eyes were very sharp. He had long discovered the sage coffin's existence. After probing it a little, he confirmed his guess. No, that sage coffin belongs to my Penglai Si. Kan Minghua, don't even think about snatching it away. Immortal Paragon Tian Yi said angrily. The ancient lamp shook continuously, showing his anger. Kan Minghua laughed loudly. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. I'll just take a look and leave. Although Kan Minghua said that he would take a look, he had no intention of entering the blood lake. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi could not help feeling anxious. Is that so? Then I'll give you a ride. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Kan Minghua's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around to defend. His aura instantly soared to its peak. The 7 sabers merged into one, and 10 spots of saber energy burst forth. The resplendent saber light was extremely piercing in the dark passageway. Although Kan Minghua reacted very quickly, the force of this saber strike was too strong, directly knocking him back. Kan Minghua vomited a mouthful of blood and landed in the blood lake, his complexion somewhat pale. The scarlet light on Kan Minghua's scarlet clothes flourished, looking extremely strange. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, so this is your true body. Kan Minghua wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. However, he did not show much surprise. He smiled coldly and said, Do you think that I did not guard against you? It would have been fine if you had not shown yourself. Since you showed yourself, you can forget about leaving. Xiaochen could not be bothered with Kan Minghua. With a thought, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram above the blood lake instantly crumbled. Thousands of flowers fell. Before Kan Minghua could understand what was going on, the extreme Yang True flame exploded in an instant. The extreme Yang True fire exploded in an instant. Fiery light soared into the sky, covering the entire blood lake in an instant. The instant the flame exploded, Xiao Chen's true body grabbed the ancient lamp that Immortal Venerate Tian Yi's Yuaning was in and quickly retreated. The shock wave from the explosion spread out. Everywhere it passed, all the stone pillars instantly shattered, silently turning into nothing. Rumble. The 9th floor of the ethereal Immortal Palace directly crumbled. Closely following that, the 8th floor, the 7th floor, and all the way up were affected. If not for the protection of the restrictions, this intense explosion would have been sufficient to destroy the entire ethereal Immortal Palace. Xiaochen knew that the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had already absorbed half of the energy of the Void Flower and the extreme Yang True flame. The might of the explosion was not enough to kill Kan Minghua. Perhaps a few of the blood-clad sect elders would still be alive. Xiaochen was not in a good state either. This was not the time to seek trouble with this group of people. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, quickly let go of me. Otherwise, this old man's Yuaning will explode and die with you. The ancient lamp that Xiaochen firmly grabbed shook continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiaochen already knew that this Immortal Venerate Tian Yi was a person who appeared tough on the outside but was cowardly on the inside. He appeared tough on the surface but was afraid of death in his heart. Xiaochen simply ignored Kan Minghua. No matter how Kan Minghua called out, he did not let go. It was rare for Xiaochen to capture an Immortal Venerate's Yuaning. This was a good opportunity to search his soul and uncover all the secrets of the Penglai Si. Xiaochen's only regret was that he could not take advantage of this opportunity to capture the blood-clad sect's vice-sect master as well. Chapter 1455. Many thanks. After addressing Xiaochen as fellow Daoist, Immortal Venerate Tian Yi's Yuaning slowly faded away until it completely vanished. Xiaochen could not help feeling shocked. To think that the low-key and mysterious treasure master had such incredible means. This was simply too shocking. Alright, I'm not willing to use the second method either. As Xiaochen dodged the falling rocks and restrictions, his spiritual sense picked up countless figures rushing over. Immortal Venerate Tian said slowly, when a person is about to die, his words are kind. What is he drawing for? This is truly incomprehensible. After trying many times, Immortal Venerate Tian finally gave up. A small, illusory figure appeared in the ancient lamp. That was an immortal cultivator's yuanying. Immortal Venerate Tian smiled in rage. Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I let you off easy? Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are too naive. A yuanying was a very weak existence. The longer it existed, the weaker it became. The commotion must have been too great, startling all the treasure seekers in the entire ethereal immortal palace. Furthermore, Xiaochen learned that the master of the blood-clad sect was also the heavenly starry ocean's treasure master. The 9th floor of the ethereal immortal palace was destroyed, turning the entire ethereal immortal palace into chaos. However, the heavenly profound holy lady remained calm, her expression not changing at all. As for the eternal heavenly sword school's Xia Chongtian, Immortal Venerate Yun Chen had been watching over him. Hence, Immortal Venerate Tian did not know much. He only knew that there was indeed such a person living in the Pinglai Sea. As Xiaochen ran, he still had to control the ancient lamp, multitasking. He had no time to chat at all. Is there a safer, more remote place in the ethereal immortal palace that others cannot easily find? Yuanying. Furthermore, it's a blue dragon yuanying. That's impossible. How can you dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation? Even the heavenly profound holy lady can only cultivate immortal cultivation after scattering her cultivation. There are many things that you do not know. Don't worry about how I can cultivate immortal cultivation. All you need to know is that if I want to, I can swallow your yuanying right now. If I know everything about you, your death will be even more miserable. Time is of the essence. I need to comprehend the cycle arts quickly and cultivate the state of cycle. Only by comprehending the complete Saber Tao would he be able to contend against supremes and even surpass them. Xiaochen casually looked around. Aside from the cleanliness of the bedroom, it was very different from a regular girl's room. Lying down in the air, the throne appeared. Xiaochen had a feeling that before long, this person would no longer be able to endure. When Xiaochen truly became high profile, the entire oceanic world would experience a huge change. It might even affect the entire Kunlun realm. Immortal Exalt Tian said furiously as he looked at Xiaochen. There was a trace of deep fear in his tone. It's too late. I've already given you many chances. Now, it's time for you to make another choice. Immortal Venerate Tian remained silent for a long time before saying helplessly, I choose the first option. With Immortal Venerate Tian taking the initiative to cooperate, Xiaochen did not encounter any difficulties in searching the soul for the first time. 1 hour later, Xiaochen understood everything about the Pinglai Sea and the karma of this trip. The demonic calamity, Emperor Forsaken, and now there was a treasure lord. Despite Xiaochen's strength, he still felt tremendous pressure. Xiaochen casually tossed the ancient lamp aside and leaned back. The cycle throne attached to his clothes descended and caught Xiaochen. The heavenly profound holy lady thought for a while before saying, Come with me. This scene was simply too shocking, completely surpassing Immortal Venerate Tian's imagination and understanding. The blood-clad sect and the Pinglai Sea were the treasure lord's pawns. He wanted the blood-clad sect to obtain the puppet pearl. In that case, what did the immortal cultivators want to obtain by opening the coffin? Xiaochen interrupted, not willing to listen to Immortal Venerate Tian's nonsense. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and played with it for a while. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. Immortal Venerate Tian's life magic treasure must be extraordinary. Furthermore, this was only what Immortal Venerate Tian knew. It was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Aside from that painting, there was nothing else in the coffin. The answer was obvious. If not for Immortal Venerate Tian having already cultivated the immortal cultivation Tao to the peak, reaching the void refinement realm, it would have been impossible for the coffin to exist for so long. Why could Shao Chen dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation? The answer lay in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was either left behind by the Qing Emperor or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Treasure Lord. Shao Chen said calmly, "Don't worry. I have never been a bloodthirsty person. I will not implicate others in my personal grudges. This was my previous bedroom. Beside it is my meditation room. You can rest there." After obtaining everything that he wanted, Shao Chen did not humiliate or make things difficult for Immortal Venerate Tian. Instead, he let Tian choose to commit suicide, a method of suicide. Only after a long time did Immortal Venerate Tian wake up from the fact that Shao Chen could cultivate immortal cultivation. Shao Chen said calmly, "Immortal Venerate Tian, do you still not have the resolution to die? Don't harbor any delusions about me. You have already forced our relationship to the point where only one of us can live." After pushing open a door, Shao Chen entered. Now, he finally had time to deal with Immortal Venerate Tian. Clang! The ancient lamp fell to the ground, giving off a loud sound. You can commit suicide. If it were during the immortal epoch, one could become a loose immortal after committing suicide. Now, one was nothing. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. The heavenly profound holy lady appeared unpredictably, appearing beside Shao Chen once again. Upon seeing Shao Chen's blue dragon Yuanying, Immortal Venerate Tian felt incredibly horrified. The ancient lamp shook intensely, revealing his extreme horror. The latter was more likely. However, it did not matter. The ancient lamp flew out the door with a whoosh. Then, it landed on the ground with a clang. Now, I'll give you two choices. Cooperate a little and let me search your soul. Then, I'll give you a quick death. The second choice is that you do not cooperate, but I can still find out what I want to know. You will die even more miserably. After a while, Shao Chen followed the heavenly profound holy lady to a quiet bedroom. When he opened the window, he could actually see the ghost mountain. This was a pretty good location. In the martial epoch, the martial path reigned supreme. Even when one cultivated the immortal Tao to its peak, one would only be as strong as Immortal Venerate Tian. To Shao Chen, aside from a supreme magic skill like the Divine Lightning Eye, the immortal Tao did not hold much attraction. What a good plan. Unexpectedly, you are so decisive, easily resolving this calamity. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, what exactly do you want? Everything was linked to this person. It turned out that the treasure master had been controlling the Pinglai Sea for more than 1,000 years. Shao Chen did not get angry. With a thought, the blue dragon Yuanying hidden in the depths of the heart of an emperor slowly appeared above his head. When a regular immortal cultivator's physical body was destroyed, they needed to quickly possess another body. Otherwise, they would turn to dust. The ancient lamp felt extremely dissatisfied. It gave off a bright light and crashed around randomly. In the end, it returned to nothing and fell to the ground. However, Shao Chen did not have time to investigate now. The treasure master's matter was still troubling him. On this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace, aside from getting what he wanted, he had unexpectedly dug out such a big secret. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, if possible, do not make a move on the Pinglai Sea. They are all innocent and also a group of pitiful people. Shao Chen sat on the throne and said indifferently, "Don't waste your efforts." This was once the heavenly profound holy lady's place of meditation. Unless I am willing to open the door, you can forget about leaving in your lifetime. Shao Chen narrowed his eyes, and his spiritual sense turned into a thread that flew towards Immortal Venerate Tian's Yuanying. Indeed, there is hope. Shao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With the heavenly profound holy lady, the master of the Mirage Immortal Palace, helping him, the crisis-ridden Mirage Immortal Palace was like entering his own home. He could always turn calamities into blessings. Indeed, there was hope. Shao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The three immortal venerates all lost to the treasure master. Right now, the Penglai Sea was a pawn of the treasure master. Is that so? Shao Chen muttered to himself, no wonder I felt a familiar aura from your saber formation. It turns out that they are clones created by immortal arts. Had I known earlier. The second way to die was too painful for immortal cultivators. It was equivalent to someone swallowing them alive. No immortal cultivator would be willing to accept such a death. It was too tragic. They might even get swallowed by other immortal cultivators. That was the cruelest and most immoral ending, equivalent to cannibalism. Bang! Chapter 1456. Just as Shao Chen was recuperating, the entire Penglai Immortal Palace descended into chaos, a commotion breaking out everywhere. In the 10,000 fetus blood spring, the blood-clad sect's vice-sect master, Ken Minghua, paled. His scarlet clothes were in tatters from the explosion. His hair was disheveled, looking very miserable. The tattered scarlet clothes squirmed like blood, continuously merging together. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the scarlet clothes Ken Minghua wore were very different from the scarlet clothes that Shao Chen had seen in the past. The original scarlet clothes gave off demonic qi, making one feel very uncomfortable just by looking at them. However, the demonic qi in Ken Minghua's scarlet clothes was even more withdrawn, not leaking out. If one did not purposely draw it out, one would not notice the demonic qi at all. Clearly, the quality of these scarlet clothes had improved significantly. According to rumor, the blood-clad sect would have different scarlet clothes depending on the rank. Of course, this was just the guess of others. The outside world knew too little about this faction that suddenly rose up in the past few years. Suddenly, Ken Minghua started coughing a few times. Only when he vomited a mouthful of blood did he feel much better. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Unexpectedly, someone set him up so ruthlessly. In the past few years, the blood-clad sect had been showing off its sharpness and rarely suffered losses. Ken Minghua was very experienced and shrewd. He had never been one to suffer losses. Unexpectedly, he suffered such a huge setback today. Had he known, he would not have believed the words of those two immortal venerates. Fortunately, he didn't lose the puppet pearl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost it. Just thinking about the consequences made Ken Minghua tremble in fear. That was a treasure that the treasure master wanted. Once he lost it, even the sect master would not be able to protect him. He would suffer a fate worse than death. Footsteps resounded, and Ken Minghua's expression changed slightly. Enduring the pain, he quickly left this place. Soon, the Zodiac Hall's Sun Palace's palace master and the major characters of the other holy lands rushed over. However, they only saw rubble. They could not understand what was going on. There was no aura of a supreme treasure or any natural treasure. The people who caused the chaos had already left long ago. This storm was destined to end without attracting much attention. The people present would not have expected that this storm would be the cause. This gave Shao Chen the foundation to surpass Prime. In the future, he would be able to turn the tide and save the Kunlun realm. The month was about to pass. Most of the people who had come here had already left. As long as they didn't die in the restriction, they would have gained something, so the trip was not in vain. They might have obtained the secret treasures of the Tianxian sect, the Taoist fate left behind by their predecessors, or other treasures of heaven and earth. There were many people who were disappointed. Sun Palace's palace master Chu Tian was one of them. There was still one more day before Shao Chen would have to leave the Mirage Immortal Palace. Since he still had not found the cycle arts, he could already declare his failure. After dismissing the people beside him, Chu Tian summoned out a talisman. After the talisman burned up, the image of the cyclic astral lord appeared before him. Star Lord, this subordinate is useless and lost the reincarnation art. The cyclic astral lord seemed to have expected this long ago and was not in a rush. The shadowless saber sovereign snatched it away. No. Chu Tian shook his head and told him about the strange situation that had happened. The reincarnation art suddenly disappeared in front of him. Chu Tian was nervous, worried that the Star Lord would not believe this reason. Who could have imagined that the cyclic astral lord would say after thinking for a while, "I understand. After you leave, just return to the palace quickly. There is no need to care about this matter anymore." Hearing the cyclic astral lord's answer, Chu Tian was in disbelief. Only when the cyclic astral lord's image vanished did he startle to his senses. Xiaochen felt relieved of a heavy burden, feeling very relaxed. On the other side, Kan Minghua also contacted the blood-clad sect master at this moment. The identity of the blood-clad sect master had always been mysterious. If someone were present and saw the image of the sect master, they would be greatly startled. No one would have imagined that the true identity of the blood-clad sect master was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master. "Sect master, we already obtained the puppet pearl," Kan Minghua reported respectfully. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master revealed a smile and nodded. "Very good. Pay attention to safety. Return the puppet pearl perfectly. The treasure master will reward you greatly. He can even give you a longevity extending pill." At the mention of the longevity extending pill, wild joy flashed in Kan Minghua's eyes. However, it soon dimmed. He said, "However, something unexpected happened at the Penglai Sea. The shadowless saber sovereign captured Immortal Venerate Tian Yi, and Immortal Venerate Mingyu's physical body was also destroyed." After hearing about the encounters of the two Immortal Venerates, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master said calmly, "It's not a problem. As long as we obtain the puppet pearl, the treasure master's goal is complete. As for the Immortal Venerates, it was just a matter of convenience." The treasure master did not hold much hope. Kan Minghua was completely at ease when he heard this. In this way, he wouldn't be blamed for this. Inside the cultivation room, Xiaochen had already recovered from his injuries, returning to his peak state. Just as he was about to leave the ethereal immortal palace, he formally read through the cycle arts. After closing the cycle arts, Xiaochen could already confirm that this was the true copy. However, it was as the heavenly profound holy lady said, it was indeed just an incomplete copy and not very valuable. Without a doubt, if one cultivated the cycle arts together with the states of the seven thrones, one could definitely cultivate the state of cycle. However, what would happen after he cultivated the reincarnation state? There was no mention of how to cultivate it or how to use it. In Xiao Chen's opinion, merging the state of cycle was just the beginning. How to use it after that was the most important thing. Xiao Chen could only rely on himself to slowly explore it in the future. Or perhaps, after leaving the abandoned land and entering the true martial great world, he might be able to meet an expert who cultivated the state of cycle. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen was already very satisfied with being able to cultivate the state of cycle. After putting away the cycle arts, Xiao Chen took out the second great harvest of this trip, the Universe Origin Dao fruit. Speaking of which, this Universe Origin Dao fruit looked very ordinary. Its surface was bumpy and even somewhat prickly. It was hard to imagine that the legendary immortal fruit would have such an appearance. If one was deceived by its appearance and missed out on this fruit, one would regret it for life. As long as one focused and did not move their gaze, one would discover the profoundness of this fruit after 7 or 8 minutes. A scene of a golden divine venerate sitting cross-legged would appear in one's mind. When this scene appeared, one would be bathed in a profound feeling of ascending to the Tao. The universe origin Tao fruit is truly indescribably wondrous. Xiaochen looked away in admiration. However, he did not dare to take the risk of eating it. Rumor had it that after consuming this fruit, it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years. However, Xiaochen did not really believe it. That would have been during the Immortal epoch. The martial epoch and the Immortal epoch were completely different cultivation methods. No one could be sure what the consequences would be. Based on his personal feelings, Xiaochen was more willing to believe that this fruit had a miraculous effect on the Tao. This was because when that golden divine venerate appeared in Xiaochen's mind, he clearly felt his saber energy stir. After consuming it, while his cultivation might not increase, his comprehension of the saber Tao would definitely improve. Perhaps if he was not careful, he might even comprehend the complete saber Tao. The universe origin Tao fruit might very well contain a complete Tao. Anyone who consumed it would be able to obtain the Tao. Immortal lords lived forever. To them, 1,000 years of cultivation was just 1,000 years. In eternal life, 1,000 years was just a flick of a finger. 1,000 years of cultivation was not worth fighting for. What they valued was definitely the desire for the Tao. What's wrong? You want to eat it now? The heavenly profound holy lady suddenly asked when she saw Xiaochen holding the universe origin Tao fruit and staring at it. Xiaochen smiled and put away the universe origin Tao fruit. He said, "It is too risky. If I fall unconscious after consuming it, I will have to wait several decades before I can leave." That's true. You are still young and in your best years. It is not good to waste it here. I came to inform you that the ethereal immortal palace is about to send you out. The heavenly profound holy lady said, "If you want to go and take it, I can send you anywhere within 5,000 kilometers of the ethereal immortal palace. As you wish. Now that I have recovered to my peak, it does not matter where I appear." Xiaochen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Thank you for taking care of me on this trip to the ethereal immortal palace. Before I leave, I would like to thank you again. There's no need. We are just taking what we need." The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head and rejected Xiaochen. "Let's go. I'll send you off." Chapter 1457. After the heavenly profound holy lady finished speaking, Xiaochen felt an irresistible force toss his body out of the immortal palace. The world spun around. When Xiaochen felt his feet touch the ground again, he discovered that he had already landed on an island. Xiaochen casually looked around and discovered that this nameless island was the island where the hemp-robed old man was before he entered the immortal palace. He did not know if the heavenly profound holy lady did this on purpose or if it was a coincidence. Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was the Western Sea Berserk Saber, Feng Xiao. "Brother Shadowless, I did not expect to see you again after coming out." Feng Xiao's complexion was very good. There was a reserved sharpness on his face. He must have gained a lot in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Xiaochen nodded firmly in response to the other party's greeting. Then, he casually chatted with Feng Xiao for a while. Indeed, it was as Xiaochen had expected. In the Mirage Immortal Palace, Feng Xiao had obtained a Tao comprehension painting left by an ancient bladesman. After comprehending it a little, he had gained a lot. Now, he was preparing to enter closed-door cultivation and absorb all the Tao in it. Xiaochen smiled and congratulated Feng Xiao, offering his blessings. Hee. My gains are nothing. A huge explosion happened in the 9th floor of the Immortal Palace. I heard that a supreme treasure was born. Unfortunately, I missed out on the excitement. Feng Xiao was in a good mood, so he could not stop talking. Missing out might not be a bad thing. There are many fortuitous encounters that one has to evaluate one's strength first. Xiaochen recalled his experience in the Immortal Palace's 9th floor, feeling deeply moved. Naturally, Feng Xiao did not understand the deeper meaning in Xiao Chen's words. He nodded and said, Brother Shadowless is right. I have to enter closed-door cultivation quickly, so I won't chat any longer. We will meet again in the future if fate allows it. See you again. Xiao Chen performed a cup-fist salute to send Feng Xiao off. Soon, that middle-aged couple was sent out as well. After casually saying goodbye to Xiao Chen, they left in a hurry. They looked like they were worried that Xiao Chen would attack them and snatch away their treasures. Xiao Chen found this funny, but he did not say anything. It looked like the heavenly profound holy lady had indeed done this on purpose, sending them back to the same place. The hemp-robed old man was already dead. He definitely would not be sent back. Furthermore, the Geomaster Jiang Tian had not arrived yet. Although Xiao Chen believed that the other party would be fine, deep in his heart, he was still a little uncertain. Did something really happen to the old man? Just as Xiao Chen was muttering to himself, another beam of light appeared beside Xiao Chen. Jiang Tian, who exuded a sinister aura, appeared beside Xiao Chen. Don't worry. Even if all of you die, this old man will not die. Although Jiang Tian's body was filled with yin qi, he was full of vigor and spirit. He did not look like he was trapped in the ghost mountain at all. What a pity. It would be great if I could stay here. He was in such a good mood that he almost forgot everything. He even forgot about the immortal cultivators. After a long time, Xiao Chen realized that he had lost his composure. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sorry, I was too engrossed in researching the techniques of the ancient geomasters in the Ghost Mountain. How is it on your side? Did the Penglai Sea's people obtain the Ghost Immortal cultivation method? Xiao Chen felt that there was nothing to hide from Jiang Tian, so he honestly told the other party about the ethereal Immortal Palace. After hearing that, Jiang Tian felt emotional for a long time, sighing endlessly. Unexpectedly, the immortal cultivation method of the Ghost Immortal Dao is so difficult. The heavenly profound holy daughter is really pitiful, a heartless person. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I feel that it's still all right. At the very least, she really helped me obtain the cycle arts, unlike some people. Jiang Tian smiled embarrassedly and said, Aren't I trapped in the Ghost Mountain? If not, helping you obtain the cycle arts would be easy. I can tell that after you came out, you seem to be quite at ease. You even have some inner energy. Xiao Chen did not give up. No matter what, he was the one who dealt with the Penglai Sea's people. He had to knock this old fogey down. Jiang Tian knew that he was in the wrong. He said, Very well, I owe you a favor. How do you want me to repay you? Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction and said, You are indeed an old senior. You are really straightforward. In that case, I'll be direct. I want you to help me investigate the treasure master's identity and the matter of the ghost hoe. How is it connected to him? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Jiang Tian's expression immediately sank. Little brat, are you trying to push me into a pit of fire? The treasure master is low-key and mysterious. Even primes do not dare to make a move against him. You want me to investigate him? This is not justifiable, right? Jiang Tian pushed the matter away, clearly unwilling to accept. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Ha! I can't be bothered with that. This is my voice transmission talisman. Notify me if there is any news. However, Xiao Chen did not care. After tossing out a voice transmission talisman, he laughed heartily and left the nameless island. He left Jiang Tian alone, holding the voice transmission talisman in a daze. After a while, he said with a grave expression, Indeed, I should not lie to myself about the treasure master's matter. Never mind, I'll use this opportunity to probe him with my other old friends. The treasure master had long suspected that Xiao Chen had something to do with the deep abyss demonic world. However, the treasure master was too strong and kept a low profile. Furthermore, he did not oppose the various holy lands. Many people turned a blind eye to his existence. This was especially so after Emperor Forsaken made a move and failed to take down the Treasure Master. This made everyone feel even more reverence for the Treasure Master's strength. However, if this continued, watching the Treasure Master slowly grow stronger, that would be too much of a lie. After leaving the island, Xiaochen searched for a suitable place for closed-door cultivation on the boundless sea. Compared to Feng Xiao, Xiaochen needed to enter closed-door cultivation even more. Furthermore, he already made up his mind to not come out of closed-door cultivation until he comprehended the state of cycle. Xiaochen always wore a mask. No matter where he went, he gave Xiaochen a feeling of hiding. If this continued for a long time, the heart tribulation would be even harder to resolve. He might never be able to overcome it. Thinking this, Xiaochen found a pretty good place for closed-door cultivation, a lone island. Within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, there was only a boundless ocean. It was neither a trade route nor a blessed land. No one would purposely pass by this place even after 10 years or 100 years. Following the principle of caution, after Xiaochen landed on the lone island, he laid a defensive formation. Then, he tossed out the formation plate and tapped the air with his right hand. Then, Xiaochen laid a simple defensive formation. After setting up the formation, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and cleared his thoughts, entering a state of forgetting himself and the outside world. After Xiaochen entered this state, he shouted, and 7 beams of light of different colors came out of his body. Each light represented a different intent: slaughter, destruction, annihilation, pain, grief, despair, and death. Massacre produced destruction. When the destruction expanded, it was annihilation, bringing pain and grief. When grief expanded infinitely, it was despair, and finally, death. Death represented the extinction of all things. However, after extinction came new life, which happened to be a cycle. Everything in the world could not escape the cycle of reincarnation. From the small ants, birds, and beasts, to the large worlds, even epics. The immortal epic was like this. Many immortals fell, the sky collapsed, and all things died. However, after death, a new epic was born. The Kunlun realm was already so prosperous. The great world outside would definitely be even more prosperous. The cycle Tao had never stopped. Xiaochen flipped to the first page of the cycle arts. There were 8 ancient words on it: as long as the cycle continues, life never ends. Grasping the cycle, one's flame of life would be eternal and inextinguishable, burning fiercely, living as long as the heavens. This was the highest level of expectation the creator of the reincarnation arts had for the reincarnation Tao. As for whether it had such an effect or not, no one knew. The cycle arts in Xiaochen's hand was only an incomplete copy. The later contents were clearly missing. It was only enough for Xiaochen to comprehend the state of cycle. Whether there was more was a mystery. Xiaochen read through the cycle arts again. Then, he closed his eyes and started to follow the circulation path described in the cycle arts. Xiaochen started to cultivate according to the prescribed order. As his primordial energy flowed through his body, the 7 flames around him spun continuously. A 7-colored light soared into the sky, looking like a rainbow, illuminating the entire horizon. Chapter 1458. Time flew like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this past half a year, Xiaochen had always been in closed-door cultivation on the lone island, and he never left it at all as he cultivated the rebirth technique. He'd long since forgotten the passage of time, and the disturbances in the outside world were unrelated to him. The situation in the Kunlun continent changed. Ever since the battle between the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the elites of the demonic world in the savage battlefield, the situation in the Kunlun continent had changed. The conflict between the demonic world and the Kunlun realm intensified to the point where even the demon monarch would occasionally make a move. The shadow of the demonic calamity shrouded the entire continent. Under the pressure of the demonic world, the deity Tao Union and the martial god Palace, the two great alliances, were forced to retreat. They reached a temporary truce, no more infighting, and united against the outside world. They had even organized several large-scale battles aimed at the battlefield of the stars. The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world fought an intense battle. Both sides exchanged blows, each had their own victories and defeats, and both sides were wary of each other. They did not use all of their trump cards, all of them waiting for the final decisive battle to decide the victor. However, no matter how one looked at it, the factions of the Kunlun realm were at a disadvantage. This was clear from the fact that the decisive battle would take place in the Kunlun realm and not the deep abyss demonic world. Ever since the 100 Race War in ancient times, the pinnacle of martial arts had never returned. The suppressed deep abyss demonic world took this opportunity to rise up. The Kunlun realm could only defend passively. The demonic calamity was forever a sword hanging over the heads of the Kunlun realm cultivators. In the Demon King's palace in the succubus realm of the 18 demon realms of the abyss, Chu Chaoyun and the demon monarch Leng Yu stood side by side, looking at the scenery in the distance. The demon world had no color, no sunlight, and the sky was always dark. In the west, there was a blood-like ball of light hanging on the horizon. Taking a closer look, there was a huge illusory figure within the ball of light. It gave off a boundless might that enveloped every layer of the demon world. No demon could escape the gaze of that illusory figure. That was the demonic god, the faith of all the people in the demonic world. The Nether Sect's headquarters was also in that huge blood-red ball of light. Chu Chaoyun asked, "How's the refinement of the demon sword going?" "To be able to do as I please, to be able to release and withdraw as I please. It has already become a part of my body," Leng Yu said softly. Her voice contained an enchanting enticement. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Since ancient times, no demon monarch has been able to refine the evil shadow sword so quickly. It looks like the mandate of heaven has chosen you as the master of the demon monarchs." Leng Yu was expressionless. She did not look happy at all. Before the demonic god, even the lord of the demon monarchs is the most lowly servant. Soon. Our chance will come soon. After I leave today, I will make a trip to the Sky Dome realm. The Kunlun realm will undergo a huge change soon. Chu Chaoyun stared at the demon god and said such treasonous words. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He knew very well what kind of thing the devil god was. It was not worthy of respect at all. However, Leng Yu's fear of the demonic god prevented her from saying anything, remaining silent. The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. How are you going to get there? Don't forget, I am someone with the Sky Dome heart. As long as I am willing, I can become the master of the Sky Dome realm at any time, Chu Chaoyun said softly with a smile. Leng Yu still felt somewhat worried. Has the Dark Church's church master really never doubted or suspected you? Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are overthinking. He knew about me from the very start. However, he is very confident in himself. He always thinks that everything is under his control. Aside from him, everyone else in the Sky Dome realm is an ant. I'm going. Be very careful. Don't give yourself away. You still need to wait for an opportunity. Now is not the time to make a comeback." Chu Chaoyun gently drifted away and vanished from where he was, not leaving any trace behind. It was like he had never been there. Leng Yu sighed to herself. She only admired two men in her life. One was Shao Qin, and the other was naturally Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun's courage and intelligence were unrivaled among all the people she had met. She had never seen an outsider infiltrate the upper echelon of the Dark Church and deal with the Dark Church's church master until now. When Shao Qin betrayed Ting Shao, he did not hesitate to kill decisively. Originally, Xiao Chen was just a pawn for Ting Xiao. Unexpectedly, he turned the tables and killed Ting Xiao, the pawn in charge. Just like that, the evil thoughts of the Qing emperor were killed. When Xiao Chen revealed his true plan to her, even the demon monarch Lang Yu was startled. That plan was so bold that she did not even dare to think about it. However, not only did Xiao Chen think about it, he even carried it out step by step to where he was today. However, when Lang Yu thought about the battle between Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen at the end of the plan, she frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Xiao Chen. Can Xiao Chen defeat Chu Chaoyun? At the same time, the heavenly starry ocean was not very calm either. The blood-clad sect, which took advantage of the Golden Age to rise up, had already expanded to the point where it could rival the veteran Immortal Holy Lands. The conflicts between the various Holy Lands and the blood-clad sect turned from hidden to overt. Finally, an intense conflict erupted. The Five Poison sect and the blood-clad sect started a huge battle in the Eastern Sea. Both sides fought for a king's spirit vein, the shockwaves spreading for more than 500,000 kilometers. The result of that battle was the Five Poison sect's defeat, and the blood-clad sect snatched away the king's spirit vein. After this battle, the blood-clad sect became the new holy land of the heavenly starry ocean. Immediately, the blood-clad sect's fame spread far and wide, shaking the surroundings. The number of cultivators who wanted to join the blood-clad sect was as high as the clouds. The blood-clad sect's momentum flourished, showing signs of overtaking the veteran overlords, the Lunar Palace and the Zodiac Hall. Just at this moment, the identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master was purposely exposed. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Ao Lang, officially stood on the stage and acknowledged his identity as the blood-clad sect master. The fact that he chose to stand out at this moment made others feel a trace of something else. Although there were already some clues that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had a close relationship with the blood-clad sect, no one expected that the master behind it was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang. The peace of the heavenly starry ocean was immediately shattered. After acknowledging his identity as the blood-clad sect master, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang went with the flow. He forcefully subdued all the factions left behind by the Sea King. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas came under his control. It was obvious that his plan was meticulous and he had been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have quickly unified the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas after acknowledging the blood-clad sect master. When the identity of the West Ocean Dragon Palace's palace master was exposed, the neighboring Dragon Gate immediately became embarrassed. Compared to the shock of the other forces, the Dragon sect could be said to be panicking. They had not expected this at all. The West Ocean Dragon Palace, which had declined a long time ago, experienced a shocking reversal. Suddenly, the Dragon's Gate turned into a colossus like an immortal holy land. The nearby Dragon's Gate instantly became dangerous. City Lord Mo Chen decisively chose to seal the city. Aside from Dragon's Gate disciples, no one was allowed to enter Heaven Dragon City. At the same time, Mo Chen started to investigate the spies and all sorts of suspicious people in the city. On the other hand, she sent a message to the Bushan Palace, hoping to get reinforcements. At this delicate moment, the 13 great bandits of the Black Dragon City announced that they would station themselves in Heaven Dragon City. The Dragon's Gate was no longer what it was in the past. However, compared to an evil faction like the blood-clad sect, there was still a significant gap. Although the blood-clad sect did not show any signs of attacking the Dragon's Gate, Mo Chen did not have any hopes of getting lucky. However, Mo Chen did not have any hopes of getting lucky at all. From the moment the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang stepped out, she started to make all sorts of preparations. Indeed, half a month later, the cultivators of the various branches of the blood-clad sect headed for the Western Sea and gathered at the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. After another half a month, the divine dragon palaces of the four seas gathered, and the seven-colored dragon marquises finished organizing themselves. In the Western Sea, the various factions that originally belonged to the Dragon's Gate were attacked. Apart from a few shrewd sects that had already moved their sects away, the rest of the sects had suffered a calamity. Immediately, the news of the blood-clad sect making a move against the Dragon's Gate spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean, becoming a major event that everyone paid attention to. Many people took this as the first time the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master Ao Lang made a sacrifice. Ao Lang wanted to establish his prestige in the blood-clad sect, trample on the might of the Blue Dragon King and make the blood-clad sect a true overlord. Chapter 1459. In a side hall of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the blood-clad sect master Ao Lang received the palace masters of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, and the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Since the four of them had gathered together, they naturally had something to discuss. It was impossible for them to gather together for no reason. Originally, the East Sea Dragon King was the leader of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The West Sea Dragon King was ranked last. Who knew, 1 month ago, Ao Lang visited the palace masters of the three divine dragon palaces. Without exception, the palace masters of the three dragon palaces were all defeated by him. Even the strongest person, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master Ping Yang, a seventh heaven sovereign martial emperor, only lasted 100 moves against Ao Lang. It could be said to be extremely miserable, and he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Ping Yang and the other two looked at Ao Lang with uncertain expressions. They felt some fear and some anticipation at the same time. This was because Ao Lang had already promised them that as long as they joined the blood-clad sect, he would tell them the method to suddenly become stronger. Ao Lang, since the three of us are already here, there is no need for you to keep us in suspense, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Ping Yang, said. Ao Lang smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There's no rush. The blood-clad battle armor that I rushed out for you will be delivered soon." Blood cloak battle armor. Ping Yang and the other two entered deep thought. This should be the scarlet clothes worn by the blood-clad sect cultivators. Could it be that there were different grades of blood robes, and that their blood robes needed to be specially refined? While Zhang Xian was perplexed, three pretty maids walked in from the side hall, each carrying a stack of battle armor. Sect Master, I have finished refining the 3 Heaven Series blood-clad battle armors. Please take a look. Ao Lang smiled as he walked over. Then, he introduced, "This is the blood-clad battle armor that I prepared for you. Its defense is comparable to that of an Emperor-grade secret treasure, indestructible. After wearing it, your body's potential will be stimulated, and your strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time." Ping Yang frowned and said, "Although similar battle armors are rare, they are not non-existent. But the side effects are frighteningly strong. If it's light, you'll become a cripple. If it's heavy, your lifespan will be greatly reduced." Ao Lang nodded and said, "That's right. In this world, there are gains and losses. There had to be a balance. After wearing the Heavenly Series battle armor, one's lifespan would be drained faster. After wearing it, 1 day is equivalent to 4 days for an ordinary person." Ping Yang and the other two paled upon hearing this. This was equivalent to forcefully having one's lifespan, completely exchanging one's life force for combat power. "Ao Lang, you still have something to say, right?" Ping Yang said sullenly. Ao Lang laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, Big Brother understands me. That's right. However, as long as you have the longevity-extending pill that I concoct, your lifespan will be almost the same as an ordinary person's. Of course, I can't give you the refining method of the prolonging longevity pill. As long as they are loyal to the blood-clad sect, I can guarantee that I will give priority to the 3 Big Brothers life-extending pills. The expressions of Peng Yang and the other two changed slightly. This meant that their lives were now in Ao Lang's hands. Ao Lang said indifferently, "The blood-clad battle armor is divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heaven series battle armor is very difficult to refine. There are only 10 of them in the entire blood-clad sect. It can increase one's potential by 4 times. Not only will one's cultivation speed increase, but one's comprehension will also increase by 4 times. You can decide for yourselves." "I agree." After hesitating for a while, Peng Yang could no longer resist the temptation of having 4 times his potential. He was the first to agree to wear the battle armor. Furthermore, if Peng Yang did not agree, Ao Lang might turn against him. When the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters saw the situation, they stopped hesitating and put on the battle armor. Whoosh! The instant the 3 put on the blood-clad battle armor, they immediately felt their strength increase by at least 20%. The joy of having their strength increase was indescribable. Peng Yang and the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters immediately rejoiced. "Here. These are your longevity extending pills. 1 bottle for each of you. Don't say that I did not take care of you, old brothers." The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's means were very incredible. He knew that he had to win over this group of people in order to continuously expand the blood-clad sect's influence. After the 3 received the bottles, they felt very satisfied. "Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward." Peng Yang knew that his life was in Ao Lang's hands in the future. Since the situation was against him, he had no choice but to lower his head. "Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward." When Ao Lang heard this, he laughed loudly. A sense of satisfaction flowed in his chest. Waving his hand, he said, "We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Properly use the potential of the Heaven series battle armor. Half a month later, we will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate." "Are we really going to attack the Dragon's Gate?" "He has the Bushan Palace supporting him. Although the Blue Dragon King is not a threat, the Heaven Dragon City is impregnable. The City Lord, Mo Chen, is not someone easy to deal with either." Rumor had it that the blood-clad sect was preparing to surround and attack the Dragon's Gate. It looked like this was true. Ao Lang said coldly, "Don't worry. At that time, the Bushan Palace will be overwhelmed. They will not have the time to interfere in this matter. Back then, I swore an oath to thoroughly humiliate Xiaoqin. Otherwise, all my years of forbearance would have been wasted." When Ao Lang thought of Xiaoqin, the rage in his heart flared up involuntarily. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. All of them were scenes of humiliation. The most embarrassing one was leading the people of the many holy lands to cause trouble at the Dragon's Gate's establishment. In the end, Xiaoqin managed to break the plan. Finally, Ing Zongtian knocked him out with a palm strike. This was an unforgettable humiliation. However, the reputation of the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin, has fallen long ago. "He is just a cripple now," the Southern Sea Dragon King said softly. "A cripple? I don't care if he is crippled or not. Unless he kneels and begs for mercy, I will wash the Dragon's Gate in blood." A cold murderous intent flashed in Ao Lang's words, inspiring fear. The other 3 Dragon Kings did not say anything more, taking their leave. "Father, how did the discussion go? Did they agree?" After the 3 left, a youth immediately rushed into a side hall. It was the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng. "It's settled. We will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate half a month from now," Ao Lang said indifferently. "The disciples of the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 seas will all wear the blood-clad clothes. Tonight, send news to Heaven Dragon City and get them to hand over the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin. Otherwise, the blood-clad sect will come out in full force and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. When Ao Feng heard this, he rejoiced. Back then, the Blue Dragon King, Shao Qin, had forced Ao Feng to his knees with one palm strike. Shao Qin had already become a heart demon for Ao Feng. After Ao Feng heard that Shao Qin failed his tribulation, he had wanted to bring people to capture Shao Qin alive several times. However, Ao Lang had stopped him. Now, he was finally going to get what he wanted. How could he not be excited? After Ao Feng made his promise, Ao Feng immediately left, disappearing without a trace. After Ao Feng left, Ao Lang waved his hand to dismiss the maidservants. Then, he took out a messaging token. Whoosh! A small, black figure appeared in the messaging token. This figure was shrouded in fog, looking unfathomable. Greetings, Treasure Master. I have already given the order. We will start attacking the Dragon's Gate half a month from now, the aloof Ao Lang said respectfully to the black figure. That's fine. You helped me obtain the puppet pearl. I already agreed to help you attack the Dragon's Gate. There is no need to report to me. The Treasure Master's voice sounded somewhat sinister, making one feel uncomfortable. Many thanks, Treasure Master. After obtaining the Treasure Master's approval, Ao Lang finally relaxed. He had waited for this day for far too long. Far away, in the underground room where the Treasure Master was in closed-door cultivation, he watched coldly as Ao Lang's figure slowly disappeared. The Treasure Master's lips curled up in a strange smile as he toyed with a pearl in his hand. Good timing. I can use you to test out the Dragon's Gate's strength and stir up the factions of the heavenly starry ocean. That night, the blood-clad sect demanded that the Dragon's Gate hand over Shao Qin. Otherwise, news of the blood-clad sect's gate would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean after half a month. Everyone knew that the Dragon's Gate had the support of the Bushan Palace, which Ing Zongtian managed. However, the blood-clad sect really dared to make an example out of the Dragon's Gate. What was even more eye-catching was that the blood-clad sect's excuse was to hand over the Blue Dragon King Shao Qin. Many people had already forgotten this name. In fact, many of the newly risen outstanding talents had not even heard of it before. 5 years ago, the Blue Dragon King Shao Qin jumped off at the final step of his Emperor's Road. After Shao Qin returned to Heavenly Star Island, there was no more news of him, vanishing without a trace. If not for Ao Lang purposely mentioning him, no one would have thought of him. This immediately piqued the curiosity of many cultivators. They wanted to know whether the Dragon's Gate would hand over the Blue Dragon King or not. Chapter 1460. Heaven Dragon City, City Lord Hole. The upper echelon of the Dragon's Gate gathered together. Mo Chen, Yu Chenxi, Kim Tae-ho, Lord Jiu, Lan Tianji, Yu, Jin Lin, Gong Yangyu, Xianyuan Zhantian, and the others all arrived. Many of them were outstanding geniuses who spent most of their time wandering outside, cultivating alone and searching for their own fortuitous encounters in the Golden Age. After receiving Mo Chen's message and learning that the Dragon's Gate was in trouble, he did not hesitate to rush back. None of these people had low cultivation bases. In this Golden Age, they were like fish in water, all of them able to stand on their own. The weakest among them was a greater heavenly emperor Wu. The ones with the most horrifying cultivations were Xianyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi, and Gong Yangyu, who no one expected. Like Shao Qin, these three came from the Sky Dome realm. Now, they were as strong as sovereign martial emperors. Among them, Xianyuan Zhantian was the strongest. Even Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu did not know what his true limits were. Back then, Shao Qin had said that Xianyuan Zhantian walked an extremely difficult path. He only cultivated the state of kingship. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a body cultivation technique left behind from the peak of ancient martial arts. By combining his king's will with his physical body, he had formed the king battle body with limitless potential. Of all the people present, he was the last to advance to martial emperor. The path to martial emperor was fraught with death, and he had nearly died at the last step. But in the end, he had managed to pull through. Right now, his sharpness was restrained. Even though he was already standing at the furthest corner of the palace, that terrifying king's intent still made everyone feel pressured. Jean Lin, who was also from the Haotian sect like Xiao Qin, asked, "Miss Mo, why did you suddenly gather everyone here? Did something happen?" Mo Chen and Lan Tianji each took a seat in the middle. Lan Tianji answered, "Let me say it. Last night, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng, personally sent word, asking us to hand over Xiao Qin. Otherwise, the blood-clad sect will come out in full force half a month later and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood." Humph. Your tone is really arrogant. Not to mention that Big Brother Xiao Qin is not in the Dragon's Gate. The Dragon's Gate is not the Dragon's Gate. Even if they are, we will not hand them over to them. We, the people of the Dragon's Gate, are not people that anyone can bully. Jean Lin heavily slammed the table, causing a loud bang to ring out. He was extremely angry. That little bastard. Back then, Xiao Qin was soft-hearted and took his life. Now that you've made a comeback, you've immediately climbed all over me. You're really arrogant. Kim Tae-ho cursed angrily. He hated himself for not destroying the West Sea Divine Dragon Palace when the Dragon's Gate was at its peak, leaving behind such a threat. Mo Chen said, "Saying all this is already useless. I called everyone here just to discuss it with everyone. Now that the blood-clad sect is very powerful, I have thought about it. Everyone here is Big Brother Zhao's good friend. There is no need for everyone to risk their lives to defend the city. We can hide for now and head to the Kunlun continent. When Big Brother Xiao Qin returns, we can think of countermeasures. Only with the green hills can the green water flow." Mo Chen's words were very sincere. She believed that Xiao Qin was here. She did not want to see this group of brothers put themselves in danger. After all, the blood-clad sect was too strong. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang, the current blood-clad sect master, was unreasonably strong. There's no need. Miss Mo, since we chose to return, we already made our decision. As people of the Dragon's Gate, how can we just sit and watch the Dragon's Gate get bullied? Xianyuan Zhantian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He said calmly, "Even if we cannot defeat them, we have to do our best." That's right. Brother Zhantian is right. This Heaven Dragon City is the culmination of Big Brother Xiao Chen's efforts. Similarly, it is also the culmination of Miss Mo Chen's efforts. If we leave, Miss Mo Chen will definitely not leave, right? Gong Yangyu smiled faintly, expressing his opinion in a cool and elegant manner. It was not easy to establish the Dragon's Gate. Think about how much pressure Big Brother Xiao Qin endured on the day the Dragon's Gate was established. How can people like us shrink back because of some pressure? Miss Mo Chen, please allow us to work with you to resist the blood-clad sect. As Yu Chenzi spoke, he looked like the morning sun, his face radiating a determined light. Let's go together. No one should leave first. If we are leaving, we should all leave together. Miss Mo Chen, don't harbor any thoughts of living and dying with the Dragon's Gate. If you die in battle, Big Brother Xiao Qin will definitely be very sad. Lan Yu opened her eyes wide, looking somewhat pitifully at Mo Chen. As Mo Chen looked at the people in the hall who had stood up, she saw the sincere smiles on their faces. Mo Chen's eyes turned somewhat moist. She felt indescribably moved in her heart. Earlier, she had been somewhat selfish. Gong Yangyu was right. Mo Chen had indeed intended to let everyone leave and defend the city alone. However, when she heard the words of the people here, she suddenly felt that she had been somewhat selfish. The Dragon's Gate belonged to Big Brother Shao Qin, Mo Qin, and everyone else here. Sorry, Mo Qin was somewhat selfish earlier. Everyone, do not leave. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. All of us have to live well. None of us are allowed to die. Mo Chen's voice sounded somewhat choked. As she smiled, tears fell down her face involuntarily. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. At this moment, Lan Tianji also stood up and stretched his hand to the center. Immediately, everyone placed their hands on his. All the Dragon's Gate elders showed smiles on their faces as they promised to go through thick and thin together, advance and retreat together. Their smiles contained carefreeness, determination, courage, and faith in the Dragon's Gate. This is the Dragon's Gate treasure armor that I personally refined, a replica of the Blue Dragon Holy Armor. It is a complete set of Emperor-grade secret treasures. Although it cannot compare to the Ascension armor that the Qing Emperor wore back then, it is at least half as effective. Since everyone had decided to stay, Mo Qin did not say anything else. She took out the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor that she refined using the power of the Dragon's Gate. Xianyuan Zhantian's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately dripped his blood on it and bound it to him, refining one set. With a thought, the various parts gave off an azure light and automatically attached themselves to every part of his body. Caw! Caw! After a while, the extraordinarily handsome Xianyuan Zhantian wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor changed drastically. The azure battle armor had true dragon patterns carved on it. The air of kingship merged with the tyrannical aura of a true dragon. It was like the king of tens of thousands of true dragons, unique and unparalleled. It really fits. Miss Mo Qin, you are really nimble. Many thanks. Xianyuan Zhantian revealed a satisfied smile as he performed a cupped fist salute with the heavenly war halberd in his hand. When everyone saw the extraordinarily mighty Xianyuan Zhantian, they all eagerly put on the Dragon's Gate treasure armor. As of now, no one in the entire Kunlun realm could surpass Mo Qin in terms of refining Dao. She already stood at the peak. Furthermore, she had surpassed the second-ranked person by several mountains. Everyone was extremely satisfied with their battle armor, feeling exceptionally happy. Wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor, you spun around in front of Lan Xiaobai. Her heroic air immediately turned lively and cute. Elder brother Xiaobai, hee. I look good in this treasure armor, right? Lan Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Then, he praised you, making her unable to contain her joy. A blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. Of the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor, there was a set of snow-white treasure armor with a red cloak. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "This set of treasure armor is unique. It looks very handsome and white like winter snow. It suits this fat lord's pure and handsome air very well. However, it seems to be a little skinnier. It does not match this fat lord's figure." Mo Chen's smile faded slightly. She sighed softly, "This is for Big Brother Shao Qin." The moment Mo Qin said that, everyone felt somewhat disappointed. If only Shao Qin were here. He would be like you and share the same hatred. I believe that Shao Qin will rush back and put on this battle armor. Then, he will lead us to kill our way out of the blood-clad sect. Xianyuan Zhantian stood proudly. His handsome face exuded a sense of fortitude. Imperceptibly, it infected everyone present. I also believe that Big Brother Shao Qin will definitely return. He has never disappointed us before. Even if we unfortunately die in battle, he will put on this white-clad battle armor and take revenge for all of us. Half a month from now, as the elders of the Dragon's Gate, we absolutely cannot let down the Dragon's Gate's might and let the people of the heavenly starry ocean laugh at us. We absolutely cannot let the Dragon's Gate that Big Brother Shao Qin established under the pressure of everyone in the world be destroyed. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. Chapter 1461. With one glance, it looked like a thick scarlet cloud had landed on the sea. Wu Yun vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and blood spurted out. How arrogant! Let's go as well. Footsteps resounded as a Dragon's Gate disciple rushed in and said, City Lord, the blood-clad sex people are here. They have already surrounded the entire Heaven Dragon City. The 3 Dragon Kings, the 7-colored Dragon Marquises, and the blood-clad sex Vice-Sect Master are all gathered at the Eastern City gates. An insignificant junior dares to fight with me. Right after Gong Yongyu spoke, blood leaked out of Wu Yun's mouth due to his carelessness. Then, he got knocked down by the staff strike. Ha! What a good excuse. Who does not know? Xiaoqin jumped off his emperor's road and suffered the rebound of his great tribulation of wind and fire. Now, he is a cripple and is hiding in Heaven Dragon City. Wu Yun's arm went numb, and the force of the staff spread out. Half his body turned somewhat stiff. When the metal staff stopped spinning, Gong Yongyu swung it down. 10,000 bolts of lightning shot out from the thunderclouds. Gong Yongyu's figure quickly vanished. When he reappeared, Gong Yongyu had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he arrived at the Eastern City gates. Right after Mo Chen spoke, she soared into the air, standing on the Book of Heavenly Works. Then, she tore through the sky like a burning meteor. Several people were stunned when they saw this, feeling envious of Xiaoqin. Dong! 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 Fight! Young master, there is no need to waste words with them. I will go and capture this woman personally and interrogate her. Then, we will know the result. City Lord Imo, you finally came out. I thought that you were like Xiaoqin, a coward, Ao Feng said with a smile, his words arrogant and confident of victory. Unexpectedly, it would be so difficult. I'll go and meet him. Go to the Eastern City gates. Miss Mo, are the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the Bushan Palace not coming? Jean Lin asked somewhat worriedly. Ao Feng revealed a cold smile as he turned his head to look at his father, who was seated on the throne. Father, this Dragon's Gate does not know how to appreciate favors. There is no need for us to be polite to them. Above the city gate, the guards' expressions were solemn. Looking at the red clouds in the sky, their expressions were calm. Ao Lang wore the scarlet battle armor, and his eyes flickered with a strange red light. He gave off a frightening aura, appearing dignified and mysterious. Among the densely packed warships, there were 11 main warships. The 7 colored Marquises each took one, the 4 great Dragon Kings each took one, and the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's warship was the flagship. Roger. The previously solemn Dragon's Gate elders in the hall all stood up without hesitation. Since they had agreed to rush back, these people had no intention of deserting, no matter who the enemy was. She remembered that big brother Xiaoqin had left with a smile. If he left with a smile, he should return with a smile. Without any hesitation, Mo Chen suddenly stood up. She only had one thought in her heart. They absolutely could not let the Dragon's Gate that Xiaoqin had established be destroyed in the hands of this group of people. Of course, these people were not here to help. They only wanted to use this battle to figure out the blood-clad sect's strength. They only had their current accomplishments thanks to Xiaoqin and Mo Chen's help. They had gone through many trials and tribulations with the Dragon's Gate. They were loyal to the Dragon's Gate, willing to go through fire and water at any time. Then, the hundreds of Dragon's Gate's warships hovering above the city lord's residence soared into the air. They flew quickly towards the city gates like arrows, appearing incredibly decisive. As for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, no, it should be the blood-clad sect's young master Ao Feng, who had been waiting for this day for a long time. He felt impatient. Several of these people had vicious thoughts. They hoped for an internecine outcome. Bang! Gong Yangyu decided to beat them up when they were down. He brandished his staff with one hand, and the black metal staff spun like a hurricane. They can't come. We can only rely on ourselves, Mo Chen replied softly with a grave expression. A person beside Mo Chen soared into the air. Then, he flew towards the eastern part of the city at lightning speed, heading for Mo Chen. Immediately, the messenger on the flagship took out a messaging talisman and passed on Ao Lang's orders. Seeing that Mo Chen really stood up on the tall wall, Ao Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a deep smile. City Lord, the blood-clad sect's young master, Ao Feng, wants to see you. The Dragon's Gate cultivators had already gathered on the Dragon's Gate's warship in the courtyard outside the residence. The Dragon's Gate's warships were filled with disciples willing to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon's Gate at any time. These were all natives of Heavenly Star Island. It was truly airtight and impenetrable. Although the city gates were not broken, there was a formation protecting it, and these people could not break in. However, a large patch of blood clouds gave people a lot of psychological pressure. Wu Yun laughed maniacally. Instead of dodging, he threw out a punch. He was already a cripple, but there was still such a peerless beauty who was willing to stay by his side and guard the Dragon's Gate. Half a month was but the blink of an eye for a martial artist. According to the plan, the battleship soared into the sky and floated like a blood cloud. The battleships quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. Every battleship was filled with red-clad cultivators. Commander Dong Qing walked over quickly and performed a cup-fist salute. Even further away, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang did not ascend the island. He stood guard far behind, appearing very confident. When this punch landed on the metal staff, it gave off a loud, dull sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Behind, the 3 Dragon Kings and the 7-colored Dragon Marquises each led a team. Killing chi filled their faces as they looked coldly at the people on the city walls. Rumble. As the metal staff spun, it gave off the sound of boundless wind and thunder, causing thunderclouds to cover the sky. In the city lord's residence, Mo Chen, Lan Tianqi, and the other Dragon's Gate doyens readied themselves for battle. Young master, the Dragon's Gate's people have not replied yet. They are not willing to hand over Xiao Qin, an envoy on the flagship reported as he knelt on the deck. Right now, the Blue Dragon King was no longer the Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago, who was like the sun in the sky. The people of the various holy lands all chose to watch from the sidelines. In the distant sky, many cultivators and the people of the Holy Lands paid close attention to the blood-clad sect's every move. After advancing to Martial Emperor, Mo Chen had already removed her veil. She was once the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Now, she looked very graceful and noble, even more so than before. So, it turns out that your peak 6th Heaven Martial Emperor cultivation relied on external items to advance. You are merely a so-so. As for the Bushin Palace's side, the demons suddenly attacked. The Bushin Palace and the deity Dao Union worked together to fight the other party in the starry heavens. This person wore the earth-ranked scarlet battle armor. His name was Wu Yun, one of the blood-clad sect's core elders. He was a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. Pass down my orders. The 3 Dragon Kings and the 7-colored Dragon Marquises are to ascend the island and surround the city. Wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. Originally, the blood-clad sect hoped that these 2 factions could help at the crucial moment. Who could have imagined that the Black Sea would suddenly turn chaotic? The 13 great bandits stationed in the city had no choice but to return to defend. Otherwise, their home might be destroyed. Mo Chen stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the city walls. Then, she looked down. She happened to see Ao Feng, who was riding on a handsome horse and being escorted by a group of people. When Xiao Qin came out of the palace hall and looked up at the sky, he saw a red cloud surrounding Heaven Dragon City, forming a ring. The others used various means to move much faster than the Dragon's Gate's warship. It was hard to believe that this was just a simple coincidence. After integrating the factions that the Sea Monarch left behind, the blood-clad sect's strength reached an unprecedented level, reaching its peak. Aside from the slightly weaker accumulations, the blood-clad sect could already rival the Immortal Holy Lands, perhaps even surpassing them. The blood-clad sect's might was vast, and its aura flourished. Imochen replied calmly in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Young Master Ao, I already said that Big Brother Xiao is not in Heaven Dragon City. Even if he is, the Dragon's Gate's people will not let Big Brother Xiao Qin fall into danger." Ao Feng's expression changed slightly. He said softly, "It's him, Gong Yangyu, the strongest person of the heavenly starry ocean with the staff." Ao Feng smiled coldly as he spoke in a sinister tone. Whoosh! Many scarlet warships anchored outside Heavenly Star Island Sea region. All of these warships had the blood-clad sect's war banner. On the city wall, Gong Yangyu pushed off with his feet and swung his heavy black metal staff down at this person. She did not want to see a tattered Dragon's Gate when Xiao Qin returned. Chapter 1462. Gong Yangyu's victory in the first battle was beautiful and inspiring. However, in reality, the Dragon's Gate situation had not changed at all. Wu Yun was merely one of the core elders of the blood-clad sect. Above the core elders were the 8 enforcers and the vice sect master, Ken Minghua. Furthermore, there were the 3 dragon kings, the 7-colored dragon marquises, and the unfathomable Western Sea Dragon King. The strength of the blood-clad sect far surpassed that of the Dragon's Gate. 1 or 2 one-on-one battles would not be enough to salvage the situation. At the same time, on the isolated island overseas, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the cycle arts had reached its most critical juncture. 7 different states of light appeared around Xiao Qin. They looked like colorful diamonds floating around him. The various states spun continuously. As the states spun, all sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized on the isolated island. Mountains and rivers shattered, and the flames of war burned. Many wounded soldiers lay on the battlefield, their bodies riddled with arrows. The 2 armies faced each other, and the killing continued. Everyone's eyes turned red from the killing. The so-called history was continuously evolving amid the killing. This was the mysterious phenomenon materialized by the state of massacre. After a while, the scene changed. Many cities were destroyed amid the killing. Civilization was trampled, and mountains and rivers were flattened. This was the illusion materialized by the state of destruction. This was the destruction brought by the killing. The scene changed again. Someone cried in pain in the rubble. Flocks of vultures flew in the scarlet sky. The withered flowers in the sky were filled with grief. Countless people looked up to the sky and let out silent wails. Those were faces of despair. After the despair, countless people died. The entire world fell silent. The scene was only black and white. The silence that death brought swept through the mountains and rivers. When one looked around, everything withered. There were no signs of human habitation. The world turned back into a piece of white paper. After many years, a trace of color suddenly appeared in the dark world. It was a small, green blade of grass struggling out of a crack in the rubble. The instant it appeared, the entire world changed color. One needed to kill to live. Killing would eventually bring destruction until the entire world died. Then, one would gain new life. Reincarnation did not end. Life did not end. The illusion disappeared, and the 7 colorful diamonds turned into a rainbow light that entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. In Xiao Chen's vast sea of consciousness, aside from the innate thunder crystal and the will of ice, there was also a reincarnation heart that merged 7 states. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the seven-colored light that had filled the sky for more than half a year disappeared. As he looked at the world, he felt a sense of enlightenment. The originally desolate island was no longer lonely in front of his eyes. The ant nests buried deep in the ground, the grass in the cracks of the rocks. Everything was full of vitality. He could even see further into the future, 10 years, 100 years. The desolate island became verdant and lush with dense forests. Samsara has finally reached this step. Xiaochen fell into deep thought. Before he fused the state of cycle, he would never be able to experience the wonders of the state of cycle. With a flick of his finger, a saber light shot out from Xiaochen's fingertip and landed on a mountain rock a kilometer away. The saber light contained the state of cycle that Xiaochen just comprehended. The mountain rock struck by the saber light suffered the attacks of the 7 states. Finally, it turned into yellow dirt and merged into the ground. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor were there any dazzling and colorful anomalies. There was only simplicity and simplicity. Xiaochen felt very satisfied. Although he still did not know how to use the state of cycle, the effect before him already explained it. The state of cycle simplified Xiaochen's primordial energy, bringing it to a whole new level. Xiaochen's primordial energy had always been much weaker than Emperor Wu's primordial energy. The reason was simple: he had not undergone his tribulation yet. However, this state of cycle made up for this. As long as the state of cycle fused with primordial energy, Xiaochen would be able to use it. As long as he merged the state of cycle with his primordial energy would not be weaker than a sovereign martial emperor's. Xiaochen thought about his 1,000 strands of primordial energy. This was 100 more strands than the 9th heaven's Emperor Wu. With the state of cycle, Xiaochen's cultivation was already no weaker than that of a 9th heaven martial emperor. More accurately, he was even stronger than that. Only peak 9th heaven martial emperors, the Holy Land's masters who were only a step away from prime, could contend with him. Interesting. However, the state of cycle should not be so simple. If the reincarnation concept only had this effect, then it would be a little disappointing. Xiaochen might as well try to see what would happen after exhausting the state of cycle with all his might. The cycle arts were incomplete. After teaching one to cultivate the state of cycle, there was no more content. Xiaochen could only rely on himself to figure it out. Otherwise, there would be no need to put in so much effort. Whoosh! The cycle heart spun quickly in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. Beams of multicolored light instantly filled the sea of consciousness. Following that, the energy from the state of cycle charged out of the sea of consciousness's limits and flowed throughout Xiaochen's body. His limbs, bones, and internal organs were all filled with explosive energy at this moment. However, he could not move. His body was clearly filled with energy. However, the instant Xiaochen raised his leg, he felt like he was fighting against the entire world. There was a boundless resistance. How can it be like this? Questions filled Xiaochen's mind. He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that he could not use the state of cycle in this abandoned land? If that was the case, then all his efforts over the past half a year would have been for naught. Xiaochen's eyes turned scarlet. He had placed such a huge bet on the state of cycle. His 10-odd years in the Kunlun realm could be said to have been for the sake of this goal. In the end, this result was a little too great of a blow. Xiaochen could not accept this. I will never give up. Xiaochen roared ferociously. At this moment, 1,000 strands of primordial energy poured into his body. Whoosh! His body seemed to have broken through a thick layer of invisible barrier. The moment he broke through the barrier, he felt a chill run down his spine. The instant he broke through the barrier, that resistance no longer existed, and he charged forward. Holding pride, Xiaochen stabbed it into the ground and unleashed all the energy in his body. With a loud bang, the entire island exploded in an instant and turned into nothingness. Rocks filled the sky and turned into countless specks of dust that shot out in all directions. A huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea, forming a huge whirlpool that sucked in the seawater for 5,000 kilometers around like a deep abyss. Whoosh! Something strange happened. Xiao Chen, who had just seen the island crumble and the deep abyss form, suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered that the scene in front of him had changed. He held his saber and stood on a lone island. Xiao Chen felt indescribably fatigued. He wished that he could immediately fall to the ground and sleep. He was simply too tired. How can it be like this? I clearly remember what happened earlier. I clearly shattered the island under me with one saber strike. Why is the island I see still intact? Could it be that I saw wrong? Was what I experienced just an illusion? However, Xiao Chen's primordial energy was drained, and his cycle heart was dim. His body and mind were fatigued. How could this be fake? Boom! Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the scene before him changed again. The island under him was no longer there. Xiao Chen was not careful, and he fell into the huge whirlpool of the sea. The whirlpool was like a bottomless abyss. Clearly, it was caused by his earlier saber strike. Fish Dragon Art, Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen shouted. Then, he moved like a berserk dragon, moving in a huge arc. He struggled free from the strong suction of the whirlpool and somersaulted into the air, landing on the sea. As Xiao Chen looked at the pitch-black whirlpool, his thoughts slowly calmed down. Then, he calmly pondered. That earlier scene was too strange. Reversing space-time. After Xiao Chen calmed down, he carefully considered the various possibilities. Finally, these words appeared in his mind. Reversing space-time, going back and forth between the present and the future. The state of cycle temporarily broke the restraints of time. Chapter 1463. As Xiao Chen lay on the throne in exhaustion, he still thought about the scene from earlier. He finally understood why it felt like he was facing the entire world when he circulated the state of cycle. It was very difficult to take a step forward. This was because Xiao Chen reversed time and space. With one step, he arrived in the future. When he stabbed the saber into the ground, the sea exploded, and a whirlpool appeared. Then, he returned to the moment he drew his saber. If that was the case, it would explain why the island didn't explode when he looked back. Because of the reversal of time and space, Xiao Chen saw the future. The energy of his saber also appeared in the future. When the future was set, the result could not be changed. After that, Xiao Chen did not do anything, and the island still exploded, exactly the same as what he saw in the future. This seems somewhat complicated to explain. Simply put, after Xiao Chen unleashed the full power of the state of cycle, he could travel to the future to attack the enemy. From start to finish, there was a total of 3 seconds. Excluding the time he returned to the present and the moment he drew his saber. The time he truly attacked in the future was only 1 second, perhaps even less than 1 second. However, this 1 second was sufficient to determine the outcome of the battle. Unless the opponent was like Xiao Chen, who had scratched the surface of the state of time, no one would be able to block this saber strike. Just think about it. How would one block a saber strike from the future? The state of cycle is indeed indescribably wondrous. It truly lives up to being above the great Tao. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, the cycle Tao was stronger than the ice Tao, the thunder Tao, and even the saber Tao that Xiao Chen was most proficient in. However, this cycle Tao had obvious flaws to Xiao Chen. Firstly, this was just the beginning. Xiao Chen did not know how to cultivate it in the future. Secondly, he did not have the feeling that the saber Tao and the thunder Tao felt like they were his own arms. It was too difficult to execute them, and it was not natural enough to do so. Finally, the exhaustion was too great. It was like facing the obstruction of the entire world. Traveling back and forth between the future and the present, aside from the huge exhaustion, Xiaochen felt like his physical body was finding it hard to endure. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. On the bright side, this was just the beginning, and Xiaochen was already so strong. If he reached small perfection, how strong would he be? This was simply unimaginable. Just then, Xiaochen suddenly felt the message token in his universe ring ring ring. The message token was very expensive to make. It was something that only sovereign martial emperors could afford to use. Xiaochen had only given his message token to Jiang Tian. Over the past few days, he had felt that Jiang Tian wanted to contact him. Unfortunately, he was at a crucial point in his cultivation of the reincarnation arts. Xiaochen didn't want to interrupt. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would have to spend another half a year to comprehend it. Now that he had finished cultivating the reincarnation art, Xiaochen did not hesitate to take out the communication token. Xiao. A miniature image of Jiang Tian appeared on the token. Xiaochen was in a good mood. He smiled and asked, "Is there news of the treasure master?" "Hee, you can still laugh. This old man truly admires you." Jiang Tian had a strange expression as he sneered. Xiaochen sensed that something was amiss. His face darkened as he said, "Speak your mind. I wanted to look for you half a month ago. The blood-clad sect wants to attack the Heaven Dragon City and capture the Blue Dragon King alive. 3 days ago, I wanted to tell you that the Dragon's Gate is in danger. Your group of good friends will not be able to stop them. If you rush over, you can still make it in time." Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming killing intent surged out of his body uncontrollably. After the Dragon's Gate was established, it kept a low profile and did not compete with others. It was just a gathering point for his group of good friends to fulfill his wish of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. He didn't have the ambition to dominate, nor did he think of invading any faction. To him, Mo Chen, and the others, he didn't have any ambitions. To Xiaochen, Mo Chen, and the others, the Dragon's Gate was like a big family that connected all his friends. What about now? Jiang Tian remained silent for a while before saying, "Half a day ago, the city gates were broken. The Dragon's Gate's doyens moved out and even killed a few blood-clad sect elders. However, the blood-clad sect master personally made a move, Ka Xie." Before the Geomaster Jiang Tian finished speaking, the message token floating in front of him directly shattered, turning into powder. This little fellow. Why is he still unable to calm down at such a mental state? Jiang Tian sighed softly as he shook his head on the other end of the message token. Xiaochen's mental state was pretty good, even better than that of most sovereign martial emperors. He could control his greed and murderous heart very well. However, a dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it would enrage him. The Dragon's Gate, his brothers, and his close friends were Xiaochen's reverse scale. No one was allowed to touch it. A good mental state did not mean that Xiaochen had no temper or lost his sharpness. Rage blazed in Xiaochen's heart. He simply could not control it, nor did he want to. Before such a matter, he could not remain calm, unable to remain as immovable as a mountain. Originally, Xiaochen planned to consume the universe origin Dao fruit after he comprehended the state of cycle. Now, it looked like he could only set this aside for now. Xiaochen took out the primordial pills that he rarely used. Without hesitation, he took out 10 and consumed them. Now, he directly used the primordial pills that he used to cultivate primordial energy to recover his primordial energy. These were treasures that others would find hard to obtain, but Xiaochen casually used them without even blinking. 1 hour later, with the help of the 10 precious primordial pills, Xiaochen completely recovered his primordial energy. His mental and physical strength had all recovered to their peak. Whoosh! Xiaochen raised his foot and heavily pushed off the water. Then, he soared into the air like a berserk dragon, roaring ferociously. Rumble. The water that Xiaochen stepped on shattered like glass, creating a huge pit. Just like that, Xiaochen used his full power to rush over this boundless sea in the direction of Heavenly Star Island. Xiaochen moved like a berserk dragon, moving 10 kilometers with each step. After he left a huge pit in the deep sea, displaying the rage in Xiaochen's heart. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen traveled more than 50 kilometers. However, this place was too far from Heavenly Star Island. Even if Xiaochen's speed reached the limits of the Kunlun realm, he would not be able to reach Heavenly Star Island within a short time. 2 days later, a strange piece of news started spreading in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Some people said that they saw a true dragon appear and flash before their eyes. When these people recovered their wits, they discovered that the true dragon had already vanished. The berserk aura inspired fear in everyone who saw it. Naturally, the main character of the legend was Xiaochen. He had no distractions, only one belief. Faster. 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 Get to Heavenly Star Island. With the support of this belief, Xiaochen raised his speed to its limits. When everyone who saw it, they all thought that it was a dragon image flashing by. By relying on this extreme speed, Xiaochen miraculously arrived at the sea region where Heavenly Star Island was 3 days later. When Xiaochen passed the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he felt that the atmosphere of the island was somewhat strange. However, Xiaochen, who only had one thought, did not stop. After he overtook the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he anxiously rushed to Heavenly Star Island. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was not close to Heavenly Star Island. However, compared to Xiaochen's starting point, it was much closer. After another half a day, Xiaochen finally set foot on Heavenly Star Island. The silhouette of Heaven Dragon City appeared in Xiaochen's vision. After he landed, he finally stopped frantically. Feeling somewhat nervous, Xiaochen slowly walked to Heaven Dragon City. From a distance, he saw smoke rising from the city. The largest city gate, the East Gate, was already completely destroyed. Only a pile of bricks and tiles remained, there was no sign of the past. When Xiaochen stepped on the rubble of the city gate and looked around, the entire dragon city no longer existed. After all the buildings were destroyed, they were set ablaze. Heaven Dragon City, which could rival Bright Moon City in the past, was now a pile of dilapidated rubble, filled with holes and thick smoke. In some places, the flames had not even extinguished yet, continuing to burn. Xiaochen could see some natives in the rubble, looking for the corpses of their friends and relatives in sorrow. These were the disciples who died for the Dragon's Gate. The corpses were buried, and no one cared about them. How could it be like this? Xiaochen muttered to himself, feeling grief in his heart as he stood there in a daze. Chapter 1464. Not a single place in the vast Heaven Dragon City remained unscathed. The entire Dragon's Gate was destroyed. Xiaochen blamed himself. Why was he not here at the Dragon's Gate's most crucial moment? The stench of blood in the air had yet to scatter. One could smell it with a gentle sniff. Xiaochen did not want to smell it because he did not know how much of the Dragon's Gate's disciples' blood was in there. When he looked around, he saw the family members of several Dragon's Gate disciples in the rubble, doing their best to stay alive. Some of the disciples were still breathing, while others had been dead for a long time. Xiaochen hated himself for not being able to reverse the situation, for not having the ability to reverse life and death. He hated himself for not being there, for not being able to prevent the tragedy from happening. He hated the blood-clad sect for attacking the innocent Dragon's Gate's disciples. Suddenly, Xiaochen somewhat understood what it meant to be in extreme pain, to not have the heart to feel pain. Then, Xiaochen formed hand seals with both hands and spread out his Taiji saber domain. Within 1 kilometer, the collapsed walls, stone pillars, and roofs all floated up within the saber domain. With a thought, all the huge rocks instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind. The Dragon's Gate disciples buried in the huge rocks revealed themselves. Shaochen tapped his forehead with a finger, and the life essence that merged with the heart of an emperor turned into motes of stars drifting out of his body. The motes of light containing Shaochen's life essence looked incredibly beautiful. As long as the Dragon's Gate disciples still had a breath left on the ground, their injuries healed at a visible pace. As long as they did not die, Shaochen pulled them out of the gates of hell. As long as they did not die, Shaochen pulled them out of the gates of hell. Just like that, he closed his eyes and slowly walked through the huge city. Everywhere he passed, the collapsed rocks floated in the air and instantly turned into powder, scattering with the wind. Everywhere he passed, Shaochen cleared out large patches of rubble. The life essence that he scattered was even more effective than the best holy medicine for treating injuries. The many Dragon's Gate disciples miraculously came back to life. Elder Brother White Robes, what are you doing? This is life essence. Little 3, the item spirit in the 3-life mirror, was startled silly by Shaochen's scene. In just a short while, the life essence that Shaochen scattered had already used up 100 years of his lifespan. Of the 1,000 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands had already vanished from the life essence that contained his cultivation. Don't be afraid. I have a lifespan of 2,000 years. Dissipating 1,000 years won't be fatal. Even if my cultivation base regresses, I can still cultivate it back. Saving people is more important. Shaochen's face was slightly pale. He responded calmly and continued walking. With such an understatement, he had managed to explain his shocking actions. Little 3 was speechless for a long time after hearing this, not knowing how to continue. Life essence, cultivation base, those were the foundation of a martial artist's life. No one would be willing to part with this. This was a martial artist's most precious asset. On the ruins, the people who were still alive were all stunned by this scene. After a while, Shaochen walked around the entire city and cleaned up all the ruins. In the vast Heaven Dragon City, apart from some of the main buildings, there were no more ruins. The people on the ground stood up one after another. When they saw their recovered wounds, they felt somewhat confused. However, when they saw the masked, black-clad, and cold Shaochen, no one dared to go up and ask him anything. Nothing. The corpses of Mo Qin, Lan Tianji, Xianyuan Zhantian, and the other Dragon's Gate elders were nowhere to be seen. Shaochen had already used up 1,000 years of his lifespan, leaving him with only 700 strands of primordial energy. Now, his tense heart relaxed slightly. Whoosh! 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 Sonic booms rang out behind him. Someone rushed over. When Shaochen turned around, he recognized this person. This person was the vice commander of Heaven Dragon City, Yuan Bing. He was a third Heaven Emperor Wu. Normally, he was responsible for maintaining order in the city and guarding the city lord's residence. May I ask who you are? Why are you willing to use your life essence to save us Dragon's Gate disciples? Yuan Bing looked at Shaochen and drummed up his courage before speaking boldly. For some reason, when facing this mysterious masked person, there seemed to be an invisible force field. Even though the other party had not done anything, Yuan Bing felt like he was much weaker than the other party. There was an inexplicable pressure that made him feel nervous. It's City Lord Mo's good friend. I received her request for help and came too late. Since he could not expose his identity now, Shaochen decided to ask about what happened in Heaven Dragon City. So, it is City Lord Mo's good friend. Sorry for the disrespect. Mo Chen's prestige in Heavenly Dragon City was very high, and she was able to become her friend. For someone to be her friend, Mo Chen was at least on the same level as her. However, it was still hard to explain why the other party was willing to use his life essence to save them. There were many suspicious points, some of which Xiao Qin could not figure out. "Where is the city lord?" Xiao Qin asked. When Yuan Bing heard Xiao Chen's question, his expression turned somewhat grave. He replied in a low voice, "He was captured." The blood-clad sect came out in full force. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders fought to the death, but they still could not block the other party's attack. The blood-clad sect master personally made a move and injured the city lord. After the city gates were broken, the blood-clad sect's army charged in. The other party had too many people. We were simply not a match for them. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders related to the Blue Dragon King were all captured. Xiao Qin felt a pang in his heart. He endured his grief and continued asking, where were they taken? It should be the Western Dragon City where the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is. I'm not sure where exactly. I fainted and just woke up. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. How did you get involved with them? Yuan Bing explained for a while, telling Xiao Chen the reason. Then, he said that the Western Sea Dragon King was the blood-clad sect's mysterious sect master. It's him. Xiao Chen's killing chi surged uncontrollably. Yuan Bing felt extreme pressure, feeling like he had fallen into an ice cave. No wonder. I was wondering why the blood-clad sect would attack the Dragon's Gate for no reason. If the blood-clad sect master was the Western Sea Dragon King, then everything could be explained. Sir, don't be rash. The Western Sea Dragon King's strength is now unfathomable. If a supreme being doesn't come out, I'm afraid there are very few who can defeat him. More importantly, the blood-clad sect has many experts in the first place. Furthermore, it has consolidated the faction that the Sea's sovereign left behind. Now, it is already as strong as an immortal holy land. If you charge in rashly, it will be no different from sending yourself to death. Yuan Bing resisted the pressure and advised with some difficulty. He did not want the city lord's mysterious friend to be in danger. Without personally experiencing that great battle, one would not know how horrifying the blood-clad sect was. Without seeing the Western Sea Dragon King make a move, one would not know how strong he was. Xiao Qin calmed down. Indeed, even if he still had 1,000 strands of primordial energy, he would not be able to kill his way into a holy land. Even if he grasped the state of cycle and the divine lightning eye, he would not be able to charge into a holy land. Not only would he not be able to save his friend, but he might even lose his life. It was not that Xiao Qin underestimated himself. It was just that his individual strength was indeed insignificant when facing a faction that rivaled a holy land. Xiao Qin was confident that he could charge in and out, escaping unscathed. However, that would be pointless. If he could not save Mo Chen's group, it would be pointless. Instead, he might even harm them. After asking around, Xiao Qin understood why the Bushan Palace and the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea did not come to provide reinforcements. Ying Zongtian led the Bushan Palace's people and the deity Dao Union to fight the demons in the starry heavens. He could not afford to be distracted. Suddenly, there was internal strife in the Dark Sea. The 13 great bandits could not even take care of themselves. Goodbye. Xiao Qin glanced at the Dragon's Gate and instructed Yuan Bing to take care of these Dragon's Gate disciples. Then, he left alone. The urgent matter at hand was to obtain the latest news about Mo Qin and the others before making a response. Xiao Qin, who was raging, had already calmed down. His rage had not been extinguished, only slowly accumulating and accumulating. Chapter 1465. With some anticipation, Xiao Qin opened his palm and refined the universe origin Dao fruit into a golden liquid filled with spiritual energy. Then, he swallowed it in one gulp. However, this Xiao Qin is really something. Why did he not appear? If he had appeared, the dragon's gate would not have been destroyed so miserably. Xiaochen opened his eyes and muttered, and the great Tao energy behind him turned into a faint halo of light. Under a towering tree in the courtyard, Xiaochen sat on a stone platform. Then, he took out the universe origin Tao fruit that he had not had a chance to consume. Xiaochen was here to scout out news of Mo Chen and the Dragon's Gate elders. The factions that the blood-clad sect destroyed and the cultivators that came to the Western Sea all chose this place as their final resting place. The blood-clad sect is so powerful that even the Bright Moon Empress has to assess the situation. However, logically speaking, the Lunar Palace should not fear the blood-clad sect. There might be some hidden reasons. As Xiaochen muttered the words, Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he silently left Heavenly Star Island. Then, he casually arrived at an island in the Western Sea. Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. After entering the largest tavern in the city, Xiaochen found a desolate corner and called out a waiter. Then, he ordered a flask of wine and casually drank. This was Xiaochen letting him choose which Tao to seek, the Thunder Tao, the Ice Tao, or the Saber Tao. Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the towering tree behind Xiaochen looked like a fairy, drifting and dancing. After sending a message to Jiang Tian, Xiaochen rented a courtyard in the city. There was even a rumor that after consuming and refining this fruit, one could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, directly becoming a prime. Cassier. All sorts of wondrous thoughts filled Xiaochen's mind, making his eyes light up and clear. This was indescribably wondrous. All the Blades men felt horrified and flustered. With a thought, the saber energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness shone brightly, overwhelming the light of the will of ice and the innate thunder crystal in his sea of consciousness. However, now, Xiaochen hoped that the legend was true. As long as Xiaochen consumed the universe origin fruit, he would be able to become a prime. In that case, he would not have to fear the blood-clad sect. Xiaochen held the cup and drained it in one gulp, not saying a word. There was no need to pay attention to the celestial music. It was like the music of the Great Tao resounding in one's ears, as if one was listening to the Supreme Great Tao. However, this was unprecedented. Due to a fortuitous encounter, Xiaochen managed to comprehend a complete Saber Tao before the age of 100. How did he get out? From the moment he jumped off the Emperor's Road, the Blue Dragon King no longer existed. If you come out, won't you be humiliated to death? Do you think you're still Xiaochen or the Xiaochen of the past? Xiaochen didn't quite believe it. The island did not attach itself to the Dragon's Gate or the blood-clad sect. As its location was not good and there were not many resources on the island, the blood-clad sect did not make a move on this island. Taverns were Xiaochen's targets. Taverns in any city. All sorts of people would gather there, good and bad people mingling together. The people drinking and chatting there would definitely talk about the recent storm at the Dragon's Gate. Xiaochen was clearly no longer Emperor Wu, but he was still within the realm of Emperor Wu. Prime was a realm filled with contradictions and pain. Yu Bingyun truly lives up to the title of Holy Daughter. She is indeed loyal and loyal. Back then, for the sake of asking the Lunar Palace to help, I heard that she knelt before the Bright Moon Empress for 7 days and 7 nights. However, for some reason, the Bright Moon Empress did not agree. The Tao. The reason was not hard to explain. It was none other than neutrality. I heard that the Holy Daughter sent out a hero invitation today, inviting all the heroes of the heavenly starry ocean to head to Western Dragon City to save her. Hence, Xiaochen could only settle for the next best thing, finding another place. Half a month. Xiaochen only had half a month. From now on, he could not stop for even a moment. Such a change caught Xiaochen off guard. He had consumed many natural treasures before. However, none of them could trigger such a mysterious phenomenon. I heard that the blood-clad sect already said that if the Blue Dragon King does not come out within half a month, they will start killing people openly in Western Dragon City. Then, they will start killing people openly in Western Dragon City. They will kill one person every other day until Shao Qin appears. Who knows? In any case, the Lunar Palace did not make a move. Yu Bingyun has no choice but to use her influence to send out a hero invitation alone. I wonder what the effect will be. The originally slightly messy celestial music changed its tune and became a simple piece of music. Shao Chen's body became like a musical instrument, giving off immortal music that could not be heard in the mundane world. This music contained the sound of the great Tao. The saber energy in his sea of consciousness increased continuously. Compared to when Shao Chen cultivated on his own, this speed was more than 100 times faster. 100 spots of saber energy gathered in his sea of consciousness and formed a complete great Tao. Recently, the number of people coming and going to Starry Universe City on the island had increased significantly. As Shao Chen expected, most of the topics in the tavern were related to the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. After paying for the wine, Shao Chen turned to leave. Just at this moment, another piece of news entered his ears. When Shao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. After pausing for a while, he shook his head and left. The Tao. This was a Tao fruit that even immortals chased during the Immortal epoch. It was a priceless treasure. Shao Chen's mind was clear. It was like a wide door had opened to his understanding of the Saber Tao. What's going on? TSK. What kind of person is he? He still doesn't know that this is just an excuse. One mountain cannot hold two tigers. Even without Shao Qin, the blood-clad sect would have made a move against the Dragon's Gate. If you want to blame someone, blame the Dragon's Gate for being too magnanimous back then, not eliminating the root of the problem earlier. The entire courtyard instantly came to life. Amid this ethereal immortal music, spiritual energy filled the air, dancing to the music. Aside from the cycle heart, the will of ice, the innate thunder crystal, and the saber energy in his sea of consciousness stirred, feeling incredibly excited amid this immortal music. This island was called Starry Sky Island. It was not very famous in the Western Sea. However, it was one of the few islands that chose to remain neutral. Unfortunately, the cycle Tao seemed to be too strong. Even the universe origin Tao fruit could not shake it. 3 days. After 3 days, Shao Chen finally finished absorbing the universe origin Tao fruit. All sorts of discussions could be heard in the hall. Amidst the lively atmosphere, there was an additional layer of noise. This was how taverns worked. If one preferred peace and quiet, they could only choose a tea house. After a while, the spiritual liquid from the Tao fruit permeated Shao Chen's internal organs, limbs, and bones. Shao Chen already knew how the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. He perked up his ears and listened carefully. He only heard news about Imo Chen and the others. Now that the blood-clad sect was very powerful, there were many factions that relied on it. Most of the entire Western Sea was under the blood-clad sect's control. It was very difficult to find a peaceful place. It was as the cultivator in the tavern said, the blood-clad sect was openly plotting to force Shao Qin to show himself. This method was shameless. However, it had to be said that it was very effective. How ruthless. The blood-clad sect is really willing to use any means necessary to force Shao Qin to show himself. To think that they could even do such a shameless thing. Shao Chen suddenly startled awake. As he guessed, the universe origin Tao fruit was the fruit of Tao verification. In a situation where he could not verify the cycle Tao, of the 3 great Tao, Shao Chen naturally chose the saber Tao without hesitation. Naturally, the best place to obtain information was a specialized intelligence organization. As long as one had money, one could obtain any information. However, there was also the risk of exposing one's identity. When the universe origin Tao fruit turned into spiritual liquid and entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, it was like clear water. The spiritual liquid from the universe origin Tao fruit in his body turned into musical notes and entered his sea of consciousness. The will of the saber Tao greedily absorbed these great Tao musical notes, slowly strengthening itself. A strange feeling appeared in Xiao Chen's body before he could react. Suddenly, a multicolored light shot out of Xiao Chen's body, and immortal qi spread out. Just like that, Xiao Chen comprehended the saber great Tao that the item spirit of the saber's sovereign token, Qing Yun, spoke of. Pan Huang comprehended the saber great Tao when he was 100 years old. Xiao Chen was only 35 this year. Based on the lifespan of the Kunlun realm, he was a bona fide junior. Being a prime was not a simple increase in cultivation. It was a kind of breakthrough. They had already broken through the limits of the ninth heaven Emperor Wu. However, due to the heavenly Tao laws of this abandoned land, they could not find a way to advance further. Chapter 1466. Tao. In the courtyard, Xiao Chen muttered, and the great Tao halo behind him disappeared. The ring of light of the great Tao behind him suddenly shrank and condensed into a point before rising continuously. When it reached 10 meters, it stopped. Pu Ci. An even stronger aura of the saber Tao swept through the entire city, including all the bladesmen. They felt their qi and blood surge. Unable to endure it, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The other cultivators all felt a strange pressure as well. They all circulated their energies and did their best to resist. It was just a casual action. However, when the great Tao appeared, the vast pressure firmly suppressed the entire starry universe city. Even Emperor Wu could not avoid it. Xiao Chen finally understood what kind of existence the great Tao energy that the item spirit Qin Yun mentioned was. One had to obtain the Tao before they could comprehend it. The cultivation of great Tao energy had just begun. With a thought, the light formed by the great Tao energy returned to Xiao Chen's body. The pressure on the entire starry universe city immediately lessened significantly. Whoosh! 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 Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to enter the Saber's sovereign medallion and ask Qin Yun for advice on how to cultivate great Tao energy, 3 figures landed on the courtyard wall. The 3 figures landed on the wall of the courtyard. They looked around and fixed their gazes on Xiao Chen. They revealed suspicious expressions in their eyes. Of the 3 old men, the one in the middle had the highest cultivation, an 8th heaven Emperor Wu. The 2 on the left had slightly lower cultivations, but they were also 6th heaven Emperor Wu. However, the auras of these 2 were somewhat ferocious. This was especially so for the one on the left. He was tall and stout, showing a ferocious expression. This old man is Xiao Hang, Starry Universe City's city lord. Might I ask if the earlier fluctuation was caused by you? Xiao Hang was somewhat suspicious. The earlier fluctuation was startlingly large. However, this person before him was only a 6th heaven martial emperor, which did not seem to be the case. Big brother, who cares about him? This fellow is very strange. Let's kill him first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the tall old man on the left. Seeing that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, he harbored evil intentions. He wanted to kill Xiao Chen and snatch the treasures on him. Right after the tall old man spoke, he leaped down and threw a palm strike. He stretched out his hand and struck out with his palm. Flames revolved around his palm, and a strong wind howled behind him. He cultivated 2 wills, the will of wind and fire. The combination of wind and fire was extremely violent. The main building, trees, and other buildings in the courtyard were all burned to ashes under the pressure of the wind and fire. Looking at the silent Xiao Chen in the courtyard, Xiao Hang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He shouted, "Third brother, stop." Too late. With a thought, the energy of the saber Tao spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. Then, he sent a palm strike at the tall old man. The strong aura of wind and fire ceased before the might of the saber Tao. The old man felt an unbearable pressure on his entire body. Before Xiao Qin could react, the two palms already clashed. The saber Tao energy in his body that contained primordial energy surged out. The force was too strong. Xiao Qin did not control it well. The power of the saber Tao flowed out along with this palm strike. Countless holes appeared on the tall old man's body. Each hole had a sharp saber light, looking as piercing as the sun. In the next moment, the old man's body shattered into pieces, and his heart of an emperor shattered. You! The old city lord and the other person were frightened silly. Xiao Qin killed their third brother with one palm strike. What kind of strength was this? Even the ninth heaven emperor Wu was not that strong. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. His control of great Tao energy is still too weak. Such a sixth heaven emperor Wu would only need a tenth of his great Tao energy to deal with him easily. However, Xiao Qin unleashed all his great Tao energy with one palm strike. I have to quickly ask Qing Yun for advice on how to control and cultivate great Tao energy. After glancing at the old city lord and the other person, Xiao Qin left without saying a word. The two old men felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. A chill ran down their backs, and they broke out in a cold sweat. What terrifying strength! Big brother, his cultivation is clearly not high. How could he kill third brother with a single palm strike? Xiao Heng replied with lingering fear, there is only one explanation. His comprehension of the saber Tao is already close to a legendary realm. Legend. The second city lord was stunned when he heard the words, obviously he could not understand it. Did he see the legend with his own eyes? After leaving Starry University, Xiao Qin arrived at the edge of the island. After he took out the cycle war chariot, he directly entered the Saber's sovereign medallion. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully grasped a complete Tao. Qing Yun knew everything that happened outside like the back of her hand. When she saw Xiao Qin enter, she smiled softly. At the same time, she felt incredibly shocked. Back then, Pan Huang only comprehended a great Tao at the age of 100. The Xiao Qin before him was only 35 years old, yet he had comprehended a complete saber Tao. Could it be that this youth's future accomplishments would be greater than Pan Huang's? Even though he had grasped a complete great Tao because of the primordial Tao fruit, he was still able to do so. However, fortuitous encounters were a part of one's strength in the first place. Back then, Pan Huang's fortuitous encounters were no less than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Qin did not know what the other party was thinking. After he saw Qing Yun, he said directly, tell me how to cultivate and use great Tao energy. Qing Yun recovered her wits. When she saw that Xiao Chen's mood was not quite right, she consoled him, the cultivation of great Tao energy requires patience. Don't be too hasty. Be careful, the Tao will scatter, and you will have to cultivate again. I'll teach you how to use great Tao energy first. When Xiao Qin heard that, he was startled. He had indeed been too hasty and could easily cause trouble. Qing Yun's reminder was very timely. Alright, go on. The cultivation of the Tao is divided into 5 stages. From lowest to highest, they are, first glimpse of the Tao, small perfection, heart of the great Tao, Tao domain, and boundless Tao. Qing Yun continued, first glimpse of the Tao and small perfection are these 2 stages. To you, the Tao is just a skill. You will feel that with the support of the great Tao, the might of your martial techniques will multiply. However, without comprehending the heart of the great Tao, you will always feel that the Tao is like a mudfish. It is clearly in your hands, but you just cannot firmly grasp it. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then, he asked, in that case, how should one cultivate the Tao? The Tao cannot be cultivated. Don't interpret the Tao as cultivation. It is a kind of comprehension. You have to comprehend it. As your horizons, cultivation, and comprehension ability increase, your comprehension of the Tao will naturally increase as well. Qin Yun smiled and explained, go to the comprehension platform. Pan Huang's comprehensions are there. Go and carefully look at them. You should be able to gain some comprehension on how he used great Tao energy in battle. Many thanks. Xiaochen felt that his understanding of the Tao had become much clearer. After thanking Qin Yun, he climbed up to the comprehension platform. 3 days from now, regardless of whether I gain anything or not, you must wake me up, Xiaochen instructed Qin Yun as he closed his eyes and cultivated. Qin Yun nodded and said, all right. I will forcefully wake you up 7 days from now. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he climbed up to the comprehension platform and sat down cross-legged. Immediately, an illusion appeared. The Bodhi tree, the Buddhist sect's holy tree, was above Xiaochen, and white Bodhi flowers floated around him. The instant Xiaochen closed his eyes, he instantly forgot about the troubles of the world, entering a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Great Tao energy did not need to be moved, silently unfolding behind him. As the Bodhi flowers floated in the air, that Tao disc flickered with a faint spiritual light, looking like it was breathing. Brat, watch carefully. This is the situation of me fighting with various experts when I am at the initial stage of comprehending the Tao. Watch carefully. How much you can comprehend will depend on your ability. Various scenes appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The owner of these scenes was the first-generation saber sovereign, Pan Huang. Pan Huang was fighting with others. During that peak era of the martial Tao, he held up a saber and fought against various outstanding talents. Xiaochen watched carefully, not daring to relax for even a moment. Every time he finished watching a battle, he felt like he gained a lot, completely immersed in it. After 7 days, Xiaochen, who was in the cycle war chariot, suddenly startled awake. Qin Yun had forcefully woken him up and kicked out the saber's sovereign medallion. How fast! Xiaochen felt that 7 days passed too quickly. There were still many things that he had yet to comprehend in detail. However, he had to come out of closed-door cultivation. Today was the day he and Jiang Tian agreed to meet. Whoosh! The war chariot turned into a throne. Then, Xiaochen looked up and saw a figure quickly drifting over from the distance. After a while, Jiang Tian appeared in front of the cycle throne. As he looked at Xiaochen, the smile on his face froze. Unexpectedly, he felt some pressure before Xiaochen. Xiaochen, why did you call me here? Jiang Tian asked after calming himself. You should have made some progress in your investigation of the treasure master in the past half a year. I only have one request. Help me delay the treasure master 5 days from now. Don't let him rush to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's aid, Xiaochen said seriously. Others did not know that the blood-clad sect had the treasure master supporting them. However, Xiaochen was very clear on this. With the treasure master making a move, unless Xiaochen was a prime, he would not be able to save the blood-clad sect even if he used all his means. Instead, he would end up getting himself killed. Jiang Tian smiled bitterly and said, your request, can it be done? Xiaochen believed that Jiang Tian had the ability and means to do so. The key was whether Jiang Tian was willing or not. Very well, I agree. However, you have to agree to this old man's request. After this, you owe me a request as well, Jiang Tian said with a grave expression as light flickered in his eyes. Deal. Chapter 1467. There were only 5 days left until the half-month deadline that the blood-clad sect announced. However, the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, still had not appeared. Immediately, all sorts of rumors about Xiaochen spread. Some said that Xiaochen was already dead, so naturally, he could not appear. Some said that Xiaochen was already crippled and was now just an ordinary person. If he went, he would just be seeking death. For the past 5 years, everyone had already forgotten about Xiao Chen's existence. In this golden age, outstanding talents appeared every day. Who would remember an outstanding talent that was already past his prime? However, due to the Dragon's Gate's commotion half a month ago and the blood-clad sect's announcement, the public opinion of the entire heavenly starry ocean immediately pushed Xiao Chen to the heart of the storm. This outstanding talent that no one paid attention to became the focus of every cultivator's discussion. There were even some nosy people who started betting on whether Xiao Chen would appear or not. The number of people betting surpassed everyone's expectations. On that day, the largest casino in the heavenly starry ocean, the Rosy Cloud Mountain Manor, officially took over. They set up professional bets on whether Xiao Chen would appear, whether he would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate senior elder, and whether he would be able to retreat unscathed. There were only 5 days left, but there was still no news of Xiao Chen. There were no traces of Xiao Chen at all. The news that he would not appear spread like wildfire. The odds of betting on Xiao Chen's appearance immediately soared, reaching a shocking 1 to 100. However, even with such horrifying odds, few people placed their bets. They did not believe that Xiao Chen would appear. As for those who bet that Xiao Chen would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate's senior elder, they were even rarer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. No one expected that the Blue Dragon King, who was already past his prime, could cause such a commotion after 5 years. There was no news of Xiao Chen at all. However, there was another gathering that was related to him that caught everyone's attention. The former Lunar Palace's holy daughters sent out invitations, calling all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean to gather and rescue the Dragon's Gate's senior elder. Over the past half a month, many outstanding talents showed up with invitations. The Zodiac Hall's holy son Chu Yang, the Myriad Fiend Islands Di Xinhan, the Yinyang Paradise's Yin Susu, and the Northern Sea Alliance's young master Yi Qin. Even Dugue O, who was far away in the Human Demon Sea, rushed over in the last few days. Every name on this long list was a well-known outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean. This clearly showed the influence of the Holy Daughter. Even though she was no longer at the Lunar Palace, she still commanded respect. When talking about the Holy Daughter Yu Bingyun, her character and emotions were widely praised. Being affectionate and righteous was the best evaluation of her. Some sharp-witted people noticed that many of the people on this long list had immortal holy lands behind them, or a power second only to a holy land. This triggered some deeper guesses. Could it be that these holy lands did not dare to officially fall out with the blood-clad sect and could only use this method to silently express their stance? Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking things. 5 days later, in the Western Sea, the blood-clad sect's headquarters, Western Dragon City, everyone's attention was focused on the place. The streets and alleys of the city were packed with people. All of them were cultivators from all over the heavenly starry ocean. There were famous outstanding talents and cultivators who were just here to watch the excitement. Of course, there was only one reason for so many cultivators rushing to Western Dragon City. This was because today was the day the blood-clad sect decided to kill the Dragon's Gate's elders. All the Dragon's Gate's elders were locked up in Fresh Blood Plaza. Rumor had it that at that time, the blood-clad sect's young master, Ao Feng, would draw lots to decide who to start with. After that, they would publicly kill a Dragon's Gate's elder every day until Xiao Chen appeared. If he did not appear, they would kill him until there was no one left. The cruelty of the blood-clad sect's methods was rarely seen since ancient times. The arrogance of the blood-clad sect's actions was also rarely seen in recent years. After this matter was over, a newly risen faction dared to be so ostentatious. Aside from forcing Xiao Chen to appear, the blood-clad sect also had the intention of establishing its might. After this matter was over, even if Xiao Chen did not appear, the blood-clad sect's position in the heavenly starry ocean would be stable. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone, killing two birds with one stone. The sinister plan was extraordinary. In the tallest pagoda in Western Dragon City, the blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang, looked down on everyone. The aura of an ambitious and ruthless person on him was becoming more and more obvious. Ken Minghua, who was standing behind him, felt a great deal of pressure. With his back facing Ken Minghua, Ao Lang stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "Is there still no news of Xiao Qin?" "No, this guy seems to have really disappeared. There's no trace of him at all. It can't be that he's really dead, right? If that's the case, it seems a bit unnecessary for us to make such a big fuss," Ken Minghua said carefully. Ao Lang's lips curled up in an unfathomable smile. Unnecessary. It was no longer important whether he appeared or not. His appearance was a pleasant surprise. If he doesn't appear, then I've more or less achieved my goal. After today, the blood-clad sect will truly be established in the heavenly starry ocean. Only then will I have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the many holy lord. Ken Minghua performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Congratulations, sect master. You have fulfilled your wish. The day you unify the heavenly starry ocean is just around the corner." When Ao Lang heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. He could not help smiling and saying, "Who said that this is a golden age only for the outstanding talents? Everyone has the opportunity to carve out their own empire in this age of geniuses." "Sect master, there's one more thing. After Yu Bingyun's group entered the city, they split up." Ao Lang smiled in disdain and said, "They are just a bunch of dancing clowns. What age are we in? To think that they are still thinking of heroism and letting their emotions affect their decisions. They think that no one will notice them. How can there be a chance for them to hide in my blood-clad sect? Sect master is wise. We have been monitoring these people closely. It would be fine if they did not show themselves. However, once they do, we will definitely teach them a lesson," Ken Minghua said softly with a smile. Ao Lang nodded in satisfaction. "There's no need for you to personally monitor this matter. You are overestimating them. Go and manage Fresh Blood Plaza. I have a feeling that Xiao Qin will still appear." "Yes." As Ao Lang stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back and looked down at the entire city, he felt a heroic spirit that made everyone else seem like ants. "Xiao Qin, I said before that one day, I will make you kneel and beg me. I absolutely meant it." Thinking back to the humiliation of the past, Ao Lang clenched his right fist. A strong murderous intent flared in his eyes, and a strange red light appeared in them. Due to this terrifying killing chi, strong winds blew in the sky above, adding a hint of desolation and coldness to the atmosphere. Fresh Blood Square used to be the West Dragon Square. However, after the West Ocean Dragon Palace changed its name, the West Ocean Dragon Palace became the West Ocean Dragon Palace. However, after the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace changed its name, the decorations in the plaza changed to a piercing scarlet color. Naturally, the name of the plaza changed as well. The Dragon's Gate's doyens had their cultivations restricted at the tall platform in the center. Chains bound their bodies as they knelt on the platform. Mo Chen, Xianyuan Zhantian, Lan Tianji, and the other people of the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon who had a deep relationship with Xiao Qin were all present. Everyone's clothes were still intact, but their complexions were somewhat pale. As they knelt on the ground, they appeared to be in sorry states. How miserable! Half a month ago, they were all the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon. Unexpectedly, half a month later, they are all prisoners. Why is Xiao Qin not showing himself yet? Seeing so many of his companions suffer, does he not blame himself at all? So what if he comes out? Now, he is just a cripple. Is he here to send himself to death? That's true. I believe that this group of fellow sect members do not want him to show himself. Seeing the Dragon's Gate's doyens on the tall platform, the people below the platform discussed. Mo Chen looked for something in the crowd. When she did not discover Xiao Chen's figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. While the defenses around the plaza looked lax, the blood-clad sex experts were actually all hidden. If Xiao Chen really came, he would have fallen for the blood-clad sex trap. The young master Ao Feng sat on a chair in the back, playing with a die in his hand. This die would decide who would be the first Dragon's Gate's doyens to be killed today. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, listen up. I have not touched a single one of these Dragon's Gate's doyens. As long as you immediately appear before me, I can immediately release all the Dragon's Gate's doyens. Ao Feng lazily reclined on the chair and drove his primordial energy, spreading his voice to every corner of the city. His arrogant voice contained a trace of frivolity as it reverberated throughout the entire city. Clearly, Ao Feng did not hold out much hope that Xiao Qin would really appear. If Xiao Qin really appeared, he would have come long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Ao Feng's behavior was truly asking for a beating. Unfortunately, this was the blood-clad sect's territory, so he could only endure his anger. Ao Feng yawned in boredom. Then, he toyed with the die. When the drifting sound grew softer and softer, he prepared to continue speaking. As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the blood-clad plaza. Compared to Ao Feng's arrogant voice, this voice was much weaker in aura. However, it was these four simple and clean words that caused the clamor in the city to come to an abrupt halt. Everyone held their breath, feeling their hearts thumping loudly. For some reason, they felt nervous. An entire city had stopped breathing for him. Clang! Ao Feng showed a startled expression. The lazy smile on his face vanished, and he stood up abruptly. Then, he threw his chair down heavily and looked around, searching for the owner of that voice. Paw! The instant Ao Feng stood up, the sky above him suddenly darkened. Before Ao Feng could react, a huge foot trampled on him. His bones shattered, and he turned into a pile of mush. Chapter 1468. Naturally, the owner of the gargantuan foot was Xiao Qin. Before the sun rose that day, he had been hiding above Fresh Blood Plaza. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he withdrew his aura, even a prime would not be able to see through him. There was no need to use Dermic World to deal with a minor character like Ao Feng. However, Xiao Chen felt angry in his heart. He had been suppressing his rage for a long time already. When it finally erupted, he could no longer hold it in. The tall platform in the plaza instantly shattered, and all the Dragon's Gate elders soared into the air. Xiao Chen, who stomped Ao Feng into meat paste, quickly recovered his figure. Wearing a mask, he sat on the throne hovering in the air. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Many people present were very familiar with this image. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who had risen to fame in recent years. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who suppressed the deity Dao Union and the 18 demon royal halls. He was the most mysterious and unfathomable character of the Golden Age. He had risen too quickly, and there were too many mysteries and too many legends about him. Be it the newly advanced Saber Sovereign, suppressing the righteous and evil factions in the savage battlefield, or the widely known phrase of not touching a saber or leaving a shadow behind, there were many mysteries about the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's identity. He had long since become one of the greatest mysteries of the Kunlun realm. Such a character was destined to be a legend in this golden age of the Kunlun realm. However, today, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign suddenly appeared in Fresh Blood Plaza and even executed the signature martial technique of the Blue Dragon King. Could it be? There was an answer in everyone's heart. Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and returned the throne to his battle robes. A saber light flashed in his hand, and the chains on the Dragon's Gate's people in the air broke. The Dragon's Gate's people regained their freedom. Then, they moved and landed firmly on the rubble of the plaza. Xiao Qin landed and stood in front of the crowd. Then, he swept his gaze across the Dragon's Gate's gate elders before fixing it on Mo Qin. Fortunately, they were all here, not a single one missing. Casually removing his mask, Xiao Qin said, "Sorry for making you all suffer. I could not protect everyone. Xiao Qin let you all down." Delicate appearance, handsome facial features, and fluttering long hair. Who else could it be but Xiao Qin? Outside the square, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The famous shadowless saber sovereign, whose identity was a mystery, was actually the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, who was deemed to be a cripple. How is this possible? Chu Yang, the holy son of Zodiac Hall, who was hiding in the crowd and was prepared to rescue the people from the dragon sect, was dumbfounded by this scene. He had personally seen the shadowless saber sovereign's strength in the savage battlefield and knew how horrifying the other party was. He looked at Xiao Qin and casually took off his mask, revealing his true face. An indescribable bitterness appeared in his heart. Originally, he thought that he was already the leader of this sea region. He never expected that he would still be firmly suppressed by that person. After 5 years, not only did the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin not disappear, but he also changed his identity and made a name for himself. At this moment, Xiao Qin was not the only one feeling disappointed. The outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean that Yu Bingyun gathered all felt a heavy pressure. Cripple. Who still dared to say that the Blue Dragon King was already crippled, that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was Xiao Qin, and that the Blue Dragon King was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? The mystery was solved. However, the identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was somewhat hard to accept. Many people felt conflicted in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign is actually Xiao Qin. In less than a day, this news will spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The Blue Dragon King is indeed the Blue Dragon King. In the end, the Golden Age still belongs to him. There was no need to say too much. In any case, the cultivators who came here definitely would not regret coming today. Not only did they see Xiao Qin, but they also saw the Shadowless Saber Sovereign taking off his mask. The blood-clad sex people were also completely stunned. This was not the result they wanted. They had been waiting for Xiao Qin to show up. However, when Xiao Qin truly appeared, they were all stunned. Even when their young master was trampled into meat paste, he did not stand up for the injustice and make a move against Xiao Qin. The reason was none other than Xiao Qin being the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, a legendary character that even the Holy Lord could not do anything to. Big brother Xiao Qin. Mo Qin cried tears of joy, not knowing what to say. She sobbed softly, "Sorry, the Dragon's Gate is destroyed." Xianyuan Zhantian said calmly, "Xiao Qin, leave quickly. The strength of this blood-clad sect master is unfathomable. By coming here, you really fell for their trap." "Indeed. Big brother Xiao Qin, leave quickly. They lured you out on purpose." The Dragon's Gate's people startled awake from their joy and tried to persuade Xiao Qin to leave. "Leave? Where do you think you are going? Today, regardless of whether you are the Shadowless Saber Sovereign or the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, you will die here." At the crucial moment, Kaminghua led the 8 law enforcers of the blood-clad sect, the 3 Dragon Kings, and many blood-clad sect experts to surround Xiao Qin and the Dragon's Gate's people. Clang! The blood-clad sect drew their weapons, and a cold killing chi pointed at Xiao Qin. "Everyone, scatter. The blood-clad sect is handling matters. Anyone in the way will die." Suddenly, countless scarlet-clad cultivators appeared in the surroundings, chasing away all the cultivators watching the excitement in the plaza. Instantly, Fresh Blood Plaza became densely packed with the blood-clad sect's elite cultivators. Several warships even flew over in the sky, sealing off all the routes. Up in the tower, after the initial shock, Ao Lang revealed a cold smile. You are seeking your own death. Even if you are the shadowless saber sovereign, this fresh blood plaza will be your burial ground today. Dong! 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 The tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites walked in orderly steps, pressing in step by step and closing in on the encirclement. His footsteps were like thunder, mixed with his killing intent, rumbling continuously, shaking people's hearts. Immediately, the cultivators chased to the periphery were all frightened by this scarlet sea. The ear-splitting footsteps caused several cultivators to bleed from their 7 facial orifices. Oh no! Even if the Holy Lord arrives, he will not be able to do anything. The strength of the blood-clad sect is really terrifying. How can the Blue Dragon King block them alone? He won't die just like that, right? Seeing this scene, everyone started to worry for Xiao Qin. There was no way out, no way out. Furthermore, there were the blood-clad sect experts eyeing Xiao Qin like tigers watching their prey. How was the Blue Dragon King going to break out of this situation? No matter how one thought about it, they could not think of a way out of this situation. At best, they could only force their way out. However, what was the point of Xiao Qin coming here after abandoning the Dragon's Gate elders? Big brother Xiao Qin, just leave by yourself. There is no need to care about us, Mo Qin and the others said worriedly with grave expressions. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said indifferently, don't worry. After turning around and facing Kan Minghua and the blood-clad sect's upper echelon, Xiao Qin did not show any fear on his face. Xiao Qin, I can't help but admire you. Even at this point, you are still so bold. What's wrong? You want to attack us? I will not give you that chance. Ha ha ha. I will drag you down to death. Kan Minghua laughed loudly, and the tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites soared into the air, charging at Xiao Qin. Despite facing such an advantage, this Kan Minghua actually wanted to use numbers to overwhelm Xiao Qin to death. Everyone cursed in their hearts at how despicable Kan Minghua was. However, there was nothing they could do. Dao! Just at this moment, Xiao Qin suddenly shouted, and a faint Dao disc appeared behind him. At this moment, the complete Saber Great Dao unleashed its full might. At this moment, the world seemed to merge with Xiao Qin, and he executed the Dao with his words. No one could block the might of the Great Dao. Pu Ci. The tens of thousands of elite cultivators in the air bore the brunt of this Dao might, causing them to vomit blood. This was the might of the Great Dao. Only a small number of geniuses during the peak of the ancient era could comprehend it. This was a distant legend, an ancient myth. Today, it reappeared in the world. Dao! Xiao Qin shouted again, and the Dao disc gathered into a spot. It was resplendent and dazzling, like a powerful saber light. Then, it suddenly extended. The blood-clad sect cultivators vomiting blood in the air suffered another heavy blow. This second Dao was like a club to the head, knocking them all into the air. This scene thoroughly shocked Kan Minghua and the other blood-clad sect upper echelon. The vast Dao might force the experts of this group of experts into a sorry state, forcing them to take a few steps back. When the tens of thousands of elites fell on their own, they all paled. Chapter 1469. Two shouts of the great Dao's might pushed back tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites. Such an incredible scene made everyone feel incredulous. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. How can this be? Kan Minghua and the other blood-clad sect upper echelon retreated far away. When they saw this scene, they paled and trembled. As Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered, he gave off a might of the great Dao from his body. There was no magnificent halo or resplendent light around him. However, as he stood there, no one dared to look at him directly. This is too horrifying. How did he do it? When the other cultivators chased away by the blood-clad sects saw this scene, they were all shocked, feeling somewhat stupefied. Why was it like this? Earlier, Xiao Chen's imposing aura and the killing chi of the tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites made everyone's heart palpitate. How did it crumble with just 2 shouts from Xiao Chen, vomiting blood and getting defeated? Emperor Wu's aura could suppress the weak and achieve the same effect. However, everyone knew that Xiao Chen's 2 shouts were different from his so-called aura. Firstly, aura needed to be stored up. Furthermore, it needed to be against a much weaker opponent. Secondly, Xiao Chen's aura was clearly only that of a 7th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. How strong could his aura be? It's the Tao. It's great Tao energy. Chu Yang of the Zodiac Hall suddenly exclaimed in the crowd. This startled Chu Yang to his senses. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes were filled with extreme incredulity. The Tao was a legendary realm. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, only a few outstanding talents grasped it. After the decline of the martial epoch, great Tao energy never appeared again. It had already become a myth. However, now, not only did the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen appear as the shadowless saber sovereign, but he also displayed a godlike great Tao energy. The many outstanding talents felt like they had just woken up from a dream. There were only a few mentions of the Tao in the ancient records. Many people even doubted whether it existed or not. Is it really the Tao? If the answer was yes, then everything would be easy to understand. The might of the great Tao was not something that ordinary people could block. Compared to them, they were no longer on the same level. Let's attack together. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. Tens of thousands of the blood-clad sect elites retreated in defeat. The blood-clad sect's prestige was damaged. The blood-clad sect master would definitely be enraged. At that time, none of them would have a good ending. After all, only A.O. Lang grasped the life-extending pill. That was their lifeblood. A ferocious aura flashed in Kan Minghua's eyes. He composed himself and rushed over first. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Chen had really comprehended the power of the Great Path, he did not believe that he, a level 9 existence, could not deal with Xiao Chen, who was only a level 7 cultivator. Furthermore, the 3 dragon kings of the 3 seas and the 8 law enforcers of the blood-clad sect were all sovereign martial emperors. Let's go together. A strong wind blew. Kan Minghua and the 11 sovereign martial emperors forcefully resisted the great Tao might. With a murderous aura that filled the sky, they pounced towards Xiao Chen. Even in this golden age, sovereign martial emperors were still peak experts. A sovereign martial emperor could hold his own and establish a rank 8 sect. Under the lead of Kan Minghua, the 9th heaven emperor Wu, the 11 sovereign martial emperors soared into the air at the same time. Their auras merged and stirred up the winds and clouds. It was like the sky pressing down on Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light dimmed. One could not even see their fingers when stretched out. The dilapidated plaza turned pitch black. Those were 12 sovereign martial emperors. When they pressed over, they even covered the sky. Retreat! 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 When the cultivators watching from behind saw such a lineup, they paled in fright and quickly retreated. This was the first time a battle involving so many sovereign martial emperors had appeared in the heavenly starry ocean during this golden age. When 12 sovereign martial emperors attacked together, their destructive power was clear without even needing to think. Xiao Chen's face sank. He shielded the Dragon's Gate's people behind him, encasing them in his Tao might. A huge battle could break out at any moment. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was the first to arrive. When he punched, it was like a huge dragon claw tearing bloody marks in space. Blood Dragon Claw. This was the Eastern Sea Dragon King's famous martial technique. He was very confident in his attack. Even if the Eastern Sea Dragon King could not defeat Xiao Qin, he would definitely be able to knock him back. As long as Xiao Qin took a step back, he would be able to regain control of the Dragon's Gate's elders. At that time, he would be able to obtain victory without a fight. Xiao Qian's expression did not change. He swung his palm in the air, and saber lights shot out from his palm. Then, he clenched his fist and grabbed all the saber lights. He infused the great Tao energy from the saber Tao with his primordial energy. Then, he executed a distant legend. The light of the distant legend illuminated this pitch-black space. When the palm and fist clashed, the Eastern Sea Dragon King's palm broke. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked back like a sandbag. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was like an insignificant hunting dog crashing into the tough body of an elephant, bouncing back. As for Xiao Qin, he was like a mountain, firmly protecting the Dragon's Gate's people behind him. The internal organs in Xiao Qian's body churned endlessly. However, he forcefully suppressed them. Only 700 strands of primordial energy remained. If he had 1,000, with the support of great Tao energy, Xiao Qin would not have been injured at all. At this moment, there was no time to recover. The 12 sovereign martial emperors took turns attacking, showing no intention of stopping. Taking turns to wear Xiao Qin down. To think that 12 sovereign martial emperors are taking turns to wear Xiao Qin down. This scene truly stunned everyone. To think that they even used such a method to deal with a mere blue dragon king. They completely tossed aside their dignity as sovereign martial emperors. This is bad. If this continues, Xiao Qin will die sooner or later. Indeed. He received the peak strikes of a sovereign martial emperor and did not even take a step back. He must be protecting the Dragon's Gate's elders behind him. This Xiao Qin is really foolish. If they clashed head-on like this, they would definitely suffer 800 casualties. After all, the peak strikes of a sovereign martial emperor were something that even a prime would have to consider carefully. Xiao Qin used great Tao energy to support himself and executed the myriad heaven divine fist, clashing head-on with the peak strikes of 12 sovereign martial emperors. Loud rumbles rang out endlessly. Every time they exchanged moves, a crack would appear in the city below them, causing it to tremble. After 7 loud sounds, the cultivators who had already retreated 50 kilometers away were horrified to discover that the crack had extended to their feet. They quickly withdrew and retreated all the way to the city wall before stopping. As Xiao Qin stood before the Dragon's Gate's elders, he was like an impregnable wall. Be it lightning, wind, or fire, he did not retreat even half a step. When everyone saw Xiao Qian's trembling figure after receiving the peak strikes of 11 sovereign martial emperors, they were deeply shocked. For some reason, they felt that they were too insignificant before this figure. You truly deserve to be the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin. You are loyal and loyal. Even at this point, you still have not retreated. However, you can die now. Ken Minghua, who was the last to make a move, smiled coldly when he saw the pale Xiao Qin leaking blood from a corner of his lips. Then, he swung his sword. Ken Minghua had stored up power with the cultivation of the Ninth Heaven's Emperor Wu, waiting for this moment. The tip of Ken Minghua's sword lit up, looking like a spark in the darkness. Following that, the spark burned the starry heavens with the momentum of a prairie fire. Prairie fire spark. When Ken Minghua swung his sword, it felt like the entire universe was burning. Everyone was captivated by this stunning sword strike. The Ninth Heaven's Emperor Wu, Ken Minghua, was someone much stronger than the previous 11 sovereign martial emperors. Oh no! Xiao Qin is going to lose. When the many cultivators saw that Xiao Qian's Tao might had already fallen significantly, they could not help exclaiming. The extremely fast sword strike arrived before Xiao Qin the moment the prairie fire burned. It was incredibly fast. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and a berserk flaming shockwave radiated out. The shock wave formed horrifying fire tornadoes surging out. No one could see what was happening in the center. Only the Dragon's Gate's people in the center of the flames could clearly see that it was the lunar shadow saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the disheveled Shao Chen held his saber in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him, using the scabbard to block this sword strike. Shao Chen's internal injuries worsened, and he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood onto the scabbard. "Ao Jiao, if you are not going to draw the scabbard, when are you going to do so?" Shao Chen's hair fluttered wildly as he grabbed the saber's hilt with his right hand. Then, he shouted and pulled forcefully. Chapter 1470. The lunar shadow saber, which had been dormant for 5 years, finally came out of its scabbard when Shao Chen did his best to draw it. A resplendent saber light came from the lunar shadow saber's streamlined blade, releasing resplendent saber light magnificently. There was no startling aura. The resplendent saber light flickered for a moment before withdrawing, looking like a 1,000-year-old ancient pool. It was tranquil and distant, containing the vicissitudes of time and the glory of the past. The withdrawn saber light was now like a pool of autumn water, flickering with moonlight. It was that simple. Shao Chen drew the saber and brandished it. It was like the shadow of the bright moon, silent and traceless. Shattering sounds resounded. The divine weapon, which was blocked by the scabbard, shattered under this saber strike. Then, it shot out with a sharp force. What saber is this? How can it even break my divine weapon? The divine weapon was connected to the heart. When the life-divine weapon shattered, Ken Minghua felt intense pain in his heart, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Receive a saber strike from me as well. When Shao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber again, he felt a surge of energy from the transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber. This energy continuously flowed through all the meridians in his body, replenishing all the primordial energy that he exhausted. At this moment, he became one with the saber. Shao Chen soared into the air and executed the most tyrannical move of the flawless saber technique, the dragon subduing stance. The lunar shadow saber subdued the 1,000 true dragon might of the lunar shadow saber, using it for its own use. The instant the saber chopped down, the strong true dragon might pressured Ken Minghua into trembling. The divine weapon in Ken Minghua's hand already shattered. He was at a loss when facing this tyrannical saber strike, not knowing how to defend. In the end, Ken Minghua had no choice but to use his bare hands to block the saber. He infused all his cultivation into his hands. The instant the saber chopped down, Ken Minghua pressed his hands together, trying to catch the lunar shadow saber. Unexpectedly, Ken Minghua's hands found nothing. His heart suddenly sank, and horror filled his entire body. He failed to catch it. A berserk aura turned into a strong wind sweeping out. It blew away all the flaming tornadoes in the surroundings. The scene of the ruins of the plaza appeared before everyone's eyes once more. The instant the flames scattered, they happened to see Shao Chen chopping Ken Minghua in half with his saber. Boom! Cracks spread everywhere on the ground. The aftershocks of this saber strike finally swept through the entire city. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out as the entire city started to collapse. The people on the city walls hurriedly flew into the air in fright. Dead, as the Emperor Wu of the Ninth Heaven, Ken Minghua actually died just like that. How exactly did Shao Chen block that sword? What exactly happened within the flames that caused the entire situation to be reversed in an instant? It was completely unfathomable. Holding the saber in his hand, Shao Chen stood proudly. The reborn lunar shadow saber was much stronger than he had expected. Transcendent divine weapon, this was a true transcendent divine weapon. It surpassed divine weapons and was unparalleled. There was a faint glow on the blade, but it was neither intense nor dazzling. However, when the crowd's gazes came into contact with this light, tears of blood fell from the eyes of many of them as they felt intense pain. Saber. Everyone was incomparably alarmed. What kind of blade was this? It was flickering with luster. Even from 500 kilometers away, the saber chi contained in the saber chi could pierce and injure people's eyes. There is no such saber on the divine weapon ranking. Someone asked, feeling confused. Of the 10 transcendent divine weapons, there was only one saber, the coiling monarch time saber. After today, there will be one more. The moment Xiaoqun said that, no one dared to question him anymore. Without a doubt, this was a treasure saber that surpassed divine weapons. Kan Minghua's defeat was understandable. If he had known that Xiaoqun had a transcendent divine weapon, he would not have died so carelessly. Good move. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Even though he has been silent for 5 years, he still cannot touch the reverse scale of a dragon. The Western Sea Dragon King slowly walked out of a cloud of dust, wearing his scarlet battle armor. The Western Sea Dragon King's expression remained calm, appearing as calm as still water as he looked at the ruined Western Dragon City. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw the tens of thousands of Dragon's Gate elites lying on the ground and the blood-clad sect upper echelon frightened by Xiaoqun, his expression did not change, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It was like everything before him had nothing to do with him. Actually, it did not matter. As long as the Western Sea Dragon King killed Xiaoqun and snatched away the transcendent divine weapon in his hand. With the support of the Treasure Master, it would not be difficult to build an even stronger blood-clad sect. Xiaoqun sheathed his saber and sized up the Western Sea Dragon King. After not seeing him for 5 years, the other party's strength had improved somewhat horribly. The scarlet battle armor on the Western Sea Dragon King looked even more strange. It was like a sea of blood splashed on the Western Sea Dragon King's clothes. Xiaoqun said indifferently, "Make your move. There is nothing to say between us. I will give you 3 chances to make your move. After 3 times, I will take your head." When the Western Sea Dragon King heard that, he was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly, "Arrogant. I thought that I was already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, you are even more arrogant than me. If not for your transcendent divine weapon, Kan Minghua's sword strike would have taken your life. Now, I already know all your trump cards. What are you going to use to fight me?" Xiaoqun smiled coldly in his heart. He had no intention of arguing with the other party. Before coming, he was still somewhat worried about the Western Sea Dragon King's strength. After he saw it clearly, he no longer worried. He was like the other blood-clad sect disciples. It seemed like he relied on external items, the scarlet clothes on his body, to obtain his current strength. However, the scarlet clothes on his body were of a higher grade. That was all. The Western Sea Dragon King was still a distance away from a true Holy Lord. The other Holy Lands did not make a move on the blood-clad sect because they feared the mysterious person behind the blood-clad sect. This was the saying, when beating a dog, look at its master. It looks like you have already given up on this opportunity. In that case, I have no choice but to use the move that I saved for you in advance. The cycle heart spun silently in Xiaoqun's sea of consciousness, storing up power and waiting to be unleashed. The Western Sea Dragon King revealed a cold, disdainful smile. In his eyes, Xiaoqun was already a dead man. Wanting to do whatever he wanted by relying on a transcendent divine weapon was simply a fool's dream. Blue Dragon King, I will stand right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me. Ao Lang reared his head back and laughed maniacally. Then, he unleashed his aura without hiding it. His body released a boundless scarlet light. His aura soared continuously until it approached the level of the Holy Lord before stopping. Thick scarlet clouds covered the sky and the sun. As the clouds churned, they looked like a surging sea of blood. Waves splashed up endlessly, materializing many mysterious phenomena. How strong! The crowd, who had retreated 500 kilometers, all felt a strong pressure. This pressure was already close to the level of the Holy Lord. This is the aura of the ninth heaven's Emperor Wu at his peak. No wonder the blood-clad sect master could break the Dragon's Gate's protective formation with one strike. Isn't Xiaoqin being too careless? After fighting so many battles, could he still have a trump card to kill this Western Sea Dragon King? The crowd did not believe what Xiaoqin said about taking off Ao Lang's head with one strike. It was not that they did not believe it. Rather, they felt that it was simply impossible. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and looked at the Western Sea Dragon King, who was 1 kilometer away. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To Xiaoqin, he would not even need the time to blink to cross 1 kilometer. Cycle in full, reversing time and space. Xiaoqin ignored the other party's arrogant laughter, wanting to erupt with the state of cycle in his sea of consciousness at full force. The resistance of the entire world appeared again. That's not right. This time, it is much stronger. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. He felt the resistance he faced this time. Compared to when he unleashed the state of cycle at full force on the desolate island, the resistance he faced was at least 50% stronger. It looked like experts had an aura around them. Reversing time and space in front of an expert was much more difficult than reversing time and space in front of an ordinary person. Damn it! Could it be that this saber strike that I specially prepared for the other party is going to end here? Up until now, even when facing 12 sovereign martial emperors, Xiaoqin had not used the state of cycle. Xiaoqin had been waiting for this moment. After suppressing it for a long time, he had not expected such a change. The sudden change caught Xiaoqin somewhat off guard. He brought out the state of cycle and held the saber scabbard with his right hand, but he could not draw it. Idiot master, quickly draw your saber. I'll help you break his aura. Ao Jiao suddenly said at the crucial moment. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw that Xiaoqin did not move, he thought that Xiaoqin did not dare to make a move. He smiled coldly and said, "You are scared silly, right? This king's strength is no longer what it was 5 years ago. Even if I stand there without moving, you will not be able to find any openings." However, the moment the Western Sea Dragon King said that, he felt that something was wrong. However, he could not figure it out. "You are already dead." Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and soared into the air. The Western Sea Dragon King laughed maniacally. "What a joke, Pussy Eye." A saber light appeared on the Western Sea Dragon King's neck. Blood spurted out, and the head of the maniacally laughing Western Sea Dragon King suddenly flew off. Xiaoqin, who soared into the air, seemed to have expected this. He stretched out his hand and caught the Western Sea Dragon King's head. Chapter 1471. Holding the Western Sea Dragon King's head, Xiaoqin descended from the sky and stomped on Ao Lang's headless body. Bang! The strong impact immediately crushed this headless body, shattering its bones. The heart of an emperor immediately shattered and gave off a boundless scarlet spiritual light, spreading around Xiaoqin like stars. Holding the blood-clad sect master's head, Xiaoqin appeared stern and stern amid this boundless scarlet light, looking like a deity. Dead? What's going on? Did anyone see clearly how Xiaoqin attacked? Damn! How did this Ao Lang die after laughing? Who in the world did it? That scared me to death. His head suddenly flew off. Did I see wrongly? Damn! What exactly happened? Who saw it clearly? Tell us. The many cultivators who had already retreated far away from the city nearly went crazy. Many of them even wondered if they saw wrongly. However, the scene before them had really happened. The strong blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang, had his head in Xiaoqin's hand. Like Ao Feng, Xiaoqin stomped on Ao Lang's body, turning it into a pile of mud. He was deader than dead. However, everyone only saw Xiaoqin sheath his saber. They did not see Xiao Qin make a move. Even the outstanding talents and the experts with good eyesight did not see it. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that even the blood-clad sect master did not know how he died. The moment before his death, he clearly did not know anything at all. He even shouted at Xiao Qin. It was like someone had chosen that moment with the judgment pen. When the time was up, Ao Lang would die. Strange. This simple battle was so strange that it made one's hair stand on end. No one could figure it out or understand it. However, no matter what, the result was already set in stone. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant death. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin, had remained silent for 5 years. Once again, he used his actions to prove this point. Xiao Qin looked at the ruins of the city and the miserable state of the blood-clad sect's tens of thousands of elite disciples. After this battle, even if Xiao Qin remained silent for 100 years or even 1,000 years, he would not be able to do anything. No one would dare to recklessly attack the Dragon's Gate. The blood-clad sect's miserable state used the bloody facts to show everyone the consequences of offending the Dragon's Gate. After tossing the Western Sea Dragon King's head into the universe ring, Xiao Qin felt his entire body go weak. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. Blood flowed out incessantly, and it was surrounded by black demon qi. This was what the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang left for Xiao Qin before he died. From the outside, it seemed as if nothing had happened, but in fact, the moment he traveled to the future. Xiao Qin exchanged moves with the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang in the time it took for a spark to fly, deciding life and death in one move. Even if Xiao Qin traveled to the future, the Western Sea Dragon King would not just stand there and let Xiao Qin kill him. That was not realistic. That is impossible. In the future, the Western Sea Dragon King will be a fool. His greatest advantage was the element of surprise. These 4 words should not be underestimated. When Xiao Qin traveled to the future, his saber strike came without any warning. It appeared right before the Western Sea Dragon King. How could it be easy to receive the peak strike of a person who had stored up power in an unexpected situation? How difficult was it? It was like an ordinary person walking on the street normally and suddenly having a flower vase fall on their head. The second advantage was that it would be very difficult to counterattack, as Xiao Qin would return to the past in the next second. There was one final advantage. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to block it by luck, Xiao Qin would be able to figure out how to block it. After returning to the past, Xiao Qin would predict what the Western Sea Dragon King would do in advance. Then, when the Western Sea Dragon King suddenly changed his plans, he would still be flustered. This was the first time Xiao Qin used the state of cycle in actual combat. While the battle appeared easy to others, Xiao Qin won by luck. If not for the help of the lunar shadow saber, the state of cycle would not have been able to break free from the time and space where the Western Sea Dragon King was. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to break free, the time left for him to make a move would be much shorter. Even so, there was still a wound on Xiao Qin's chest. He had indeed won by luck. The state of cycle was boundlessly mysterious. However, Xiao Qin had only scratched the surface of it. Perhaps it could not even be considered scratching the surface. It was too unfortunate that the cycle arts had only the first chapter. Big Brother Xiao Qin. The Dragon's Gate elders, who had been protected by Xiao Qin, rushed over and surrounded Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin barely managed to stop his wound. Then, he smiled, and a Dragon's Gate's warship flew out of the universe ring. He said, "I said that I would bring you away. Come back with me." After saying that, Xiao Qin's body swayed slightly. He was too tired. Mo Chen stepped forward and quickly supported Xiao Qin. Then, the group leaped onto the Dragon's Gate's warship. There was no time to explain. They had to leave this troublesome place first. The remnant forces of the blood-clad sect had already scattered the instant the Western Sea Dragon King died. The injured upper echelons of the blood-clad sect fled even faster. The huge blood-clad sect collapsed in an instant. This made everyone sigh. Compared to the Holy Lands, these upstart sects still lacked accumulations. They could not withstand great winds and waves. After the Dragon's Gate suffered this calamity, it would definitely undergo a nirvanic rebirth. After unifying the Western Sea, the Dragon's Gate's prestige would soar, and it would become the center of the region. As for Shao Qin, he would continue the legend of the Blue Dragon King. The identity of the shadowless saber sovereign would make his experiences even more legendary. Without a doubt, the Kunlun realm's luck belonged to him. As the crowd watched the Dragon's Gate's warship leave, they felt complicated emotions welling up in their hearts. In the short span of half a day, their emotions as outsiders had experienced many ups and downs. Several times, their hearts felt like they could not take it anymore, about to jump out. The shock that the Blue Dragon King, Shao Qin, brought them was simply too incredible. They probably would not be able to digest this within half a month. Chu Yang and the other outstanding talents around the holy daughter Yu Bingyun felt indescribably bitter. Originally, they were invited by the holy daughter to rescue the people of the Dragon's Gate. Now that they thought about it, they were too naive. The blood-clad sect was much stronger than they thought. If they had really attacked, their fates would have been very unsightly. However, these outstanding talents were rather open-minded. Many of them were even on good terms with Shao Qin. When they saw that Shao Qin was not only fine but even stronger than before, they rejoiced. For example, the Northern Sea Alliance's young alliance chief, Yi Qin, the human demon seas Dugu Ao, and the myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan. What a fellow! This fellow really hid it from us. After this, we will all go to the Dragon's Gate together. We have to harass Shao Qin. Ha ha ha. Yi Qin laughed very happily without a care in the world. The bitterness in the others' hearts had yet to fade, they simply could not bring themselves to laugh. When Yi Qin saw that no one replied, he laughed dryly in embarrassment and did not say anything more. This was how Chu Yang felt. From the moment Shao Qin took off his mask, his heart was in a mess. Bingyun, I did not manage to help much this time. Sorry for the ridicule. If you have any instructions in the future, this Chu will definitely be the first to rush over. Yu Bingyun quickly said, young Master Chu is too polite. No matter what, everyone coming is a show of your concern for this little girl. Bingyun will definitely remember this. Chu Yang smiled and said, unfortunately, Miss Bingyun already has someone in your heart. I'll take my leave first. Like I said, although this Chu is weak, if you need help in the future, just say the word and I will definitely be the first to rush over. Although Chu Yang felt bitter in his heart, he did not lose his grace. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. The group of outstanding talents left one after another. Yu Bingyun thanked them one by one. Although her efforts did not work, there might be a perfect result. The smile on Yu Bingyun's face already expressed her current mood. Speaking of which, why did Shao Qin change his identity? Hiding himself is not his style, Yi Qin said with some conflict after thinking hard. The demon mixed blood Dugu Ao said indifferently, even if you use your toes to think, if he exposed his identity, how could the primes give him the chance to grow to such a level? That's right. Why did I not think of that? Yi Qin smacked his forehead, startled awake. That's not right. You are indirectly calling me stupid. However, Dugu Ao ignored Yi Qin. After saying goodbye to Yu Bingyun, he left. At the same time, in the center of the heavenly starry ocean, in the largest sea market controlled by the Treasure Master, the mysterious Treasure Master was currently playing Go with the Geomaster Jiang Tianxia in a pavilion above the gigantic Immortal statue. The black and white Go stones competed with each other on the crisscrossing Go board. Treasure Master, after not playing for so many years, your ghost skills have deteriorated. Or are you purposely letting me win? If you let me win again, you will really lose. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and placed down a white ghost stone, chopping down a large dragon. Then, he stretched out his hand and picked up the black ghost stones one by one. The white ghost stones instantly held the advantage. The treasure master smiled faintly and said, "Old Jiang, I never let you win. It is just that my go board is larger than the one in your heart." Dang! Right after the treasure master spoke, he tapped the table with his finger. The wooden go board instantly turned to dust, and the ghost stones fell to the table. When the dust settled, Jiang Tian was shocked to discover that the table, which was several times larger than the go board, had crisscrossed and formed a new go board. The black and white ghost stones did not change. However, now that the white ghost stones fell into this larger go board, the white ghost stones, which originally held the advantage, immediately became dangerous. Chapter 1472. He did not seem to be as unfathomable as he appeared before Jiang Tian and the others. Many years ago, there was such a person as well. Xiaochen suddenly rose up and ruined the myriad law fiend master's plans, leaving an eternal scar. The myriad law fiend master took a deep breath, his expression changing involuntarily. I always suspected that the ancient people made this up. How could it possibly exist? The Bright Moon Empress spoke again, stating that Xiaochen had already attained the Tao. The more the heaven-punishing corpse god spoke, the more horrified he felt. Attack, then. If we still do not attack, we will not have any more chances. Seeing that the myriad law fiend master was about to leave, the Bright Moon Empress cautiously led Jiang Tian away. After saying that, the myriad law fiend master immediately left, not lingering. The treasure master toyed with the puppet pearl in his hand as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The treasure master smiled and said, "Even if we do not give up, we will not be able to hold on for long. After another 2 or 3 years, the side effects of the blood-clad battle armor will erupt. At that time, we will all be crippled. Everything in the world has its own rules. Those that succeed in one go are not good. This little fellow's growth is really startling. Perhaps he managed to grow to such a level in a moment of carelessness," the myriad law fiend master sighed. This was an unprecedented major matter. Never before had the 3 primes of the deity Tao Union felt that the matter was serious and wanted to discuss it together. He even grasped the legendary Tao. Given some time, he will definitely surpass us. However, the treasure master did not give him that chance. He did not want to drag himself into unnecessary danger, so he left after saying so. This old thief is really smart. He was already very careful, but he still discovered him. He left after saying so without hesitation, the Bright Moon Empress muttered with a slight frown. After being stunned for a while, Jiang Tian laughed loudly. No matter how big the Go puzzle is, so what? When the so-called chess pieces go beyond one's control, everything is nonsense. In the Cactus Palm City, the treasure master, who was in a secret room, just learned of the blood-clad sex destruction from the young treasure master. Yiling, Qitian, you make the decision, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said as he looked at the strongest of the 3, Emperor Forsaken. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Are you trying to incite me to defect? I don't think it's true either. However, according to the news I received, he seems to have really attained the Tao, the great Tao of the saber." In Xiao Chen's heart, he had already decided that the blood-clad sect was a sacrificial pawn. He did not care about the gains or losses. No one below the Supreme Being level could defeat him. The moment these words came out, Jiang Tian and the myriad law fiend master were both shocked, clearly surprised. Those that could not be seen through were always the ones that people feared the most. The treasure master seemed to be playing this game. However, after verifying it from many places, the news was confirmed. Xiao Chen was the shadowless saber's sovereign. Not only was he not crippled, but he was also promoted to become a new giant of this world. So. The treasure master stood up and waved his hand. Then, he quickly left the pavilion as if he wanted to avoid something, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The treasure master smiled but did not reply. Then, he said softly, "Senior Jiang, you have reached great heights in the geomancy lineage. You traversed the yin and yang realms with ease, but you also met your limits. Xiao. Do you want to make a move?" The heaven-punishing corpse god was the most direct. He went straight to the point, unable to restrain his killing intent. Jiang Tian asked sullenly, "What exactly do you want to do?" Jiang Tian sighed, "If it were possible, I really would not want to see him make a move. He gives me a feeling that it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he makes a move, the entire heavenly starry ocean will fall into a calamity." Compared to Shaoqin destroying the blood-clad sect, the news of him grasping the saber Great Tao was what truly moved the myriad law fiend master. Fortunately, we already obtained the puppet pearl. Even if the blood-clad sect is destroyed now, it will not affect the overall situation. The treasure master probably did not expect the blood-clad sect to suffer such a heavy blow. It doesn't matter. Whatever you think, goodbye. It was even rumored that even if a prime appeared, they might not be able to do anything to Shaoqin. When the Bright Moon Empress received a letter, her expression changed slightly, appearing incredibly shocked. Her eyes filled with shock. "Let's go as well. We cannot remain in this place for long." However, if it was destroyed now, the Bright Moon Empress would probably be so frustrated that she would vomit blood. The Go game had not changed. It was just that the Go board had grown larger, and the situation had flipped. Even the treasure master, Emperor Forsaken, did not view him as a true enemy. This is unexpected. It looks like the plan has to be brought forward. After Ng Zongtian, who was like a teacher and a friend to Shaoqin, came to know, he revealed a gratified expression. The treasure master probably guessed that someone would cause trouble in the blood-clad sect during their conversation earlier. However, he absolutely did not expect that someone would destroy the entire blood-clad sect. The Bright Moon Empress showed a complicated expression. However, she still told the treasure master everything that she knew. Many years later, there was another person who had escaped his control. The treasure master was not angry at the losses from the destruction of the blood-clad sect. Instead, this matter surpassed his plans and control. Go out, I understand. However, some people just cannot resist the temptation. Even though they know the consequences, they still believe that they will be an exception. The treasure master controlled his rage and waved his hand to let Yiling out. The treasure master did not give Yiling a chance to show the world his true strength and trump cards. The treasure master said indifferently, "I know your purpose in calling me out. I am just a sacrificial pawn. I've already achieved my goal. If there are any more gains, that would be a pleasant surprise." At first, the cyclic astral lord was stunned for a moment. Then, he rejoiced. With the existence that comprehended a Tao, his strength will improve further. It should not be difficult for him to complete the Kunlun road. After a long silence, the treasure master sighed and muttered to himself. Between the giant statue's fingers, the three of them were as small as ants. The statue lowered its eyes, as if it could see everything in front of it clearly. "I just received news that Shaoqin already killed the blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang. He also destroyed the entire blood-clad sect's headquarters. The upper echelons of the blood-clad sect all fled with severe injuries." When Jiang Tian heard this, his expression changed slightly. "You gave up on the blood-clad sect. Even if the Holy Lord came personally, he would not be able to destroy the blood-clad sect. However, Shaoqin managed to do it." Yiling felt somewhat dissatisfied, unwilling to believe that this news was true. He seems to have grasped the Tao. Finally, he could truly stand on his own. This was the best news he had heard before the arrival of the devil tribulation. The strength that Xiaoqin displayed in Western Dragon City was simply too startling. After 5 years of silence, Xiaoqin shocked the entire Kunlun realm with one brilliant feat. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor shook his head and said, "No." Back then, before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he was already hard to kill. Now that he has grown to such a level, it will be even harder to kill him. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said softly, he has been cautious all his life. How could he let himself fall into danger so easily? This fellow is too mysterious. Although they did not really care about the blood-clad sect, they still understood the blood-clad sect's strength. When the Treasure Master heard this, he was startled. The usually calm and unfathomable Treasure Master showed anger for the first time. "No, I have to make a trip to Heavenly Star Island. I have to figure this out." Two figures appeared out of nowhere behind Jiang Tian. The Bright Moon Empress and the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the two primes, appeared silently. "We kept getting the wrong information. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is Xiaoqin. Not only did Xiaoqin appear in Western Dragon City, but he is also much stronger than he was 5 years ago." As for the three primes on the Deity Dao Union side, they were all shocked. Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor gathered together to discuss this matter. "I want to tell you that this world is very big. You still have a lot of room for improvement. As long as you are willing, I can satisfy you." Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Based on the two primes' words, it seemed like they intended to work together to test the Treasure Master. At the same time, the other primes of the Kunlun realm received the news. Jiang Tian asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 1473. Emperor Forsaken showed an uncertain expression. The other two did not know what he was thinking. The two did not want to disturb Qitian, so they could only wait. After a long time, Emperor Forsaken said coldly, "There's no need. He has not reached the point of death yet. Wait. Wait until he opens the doors of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he can die." The Blue Dragon Palace. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God felt confused. Why was Emperor Forsaken still nurturing a tiger at this time? That's right. It is the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, "Back then, the Qing Emperor could rise up because of this Blue Dragon Palace. Although they are all human holy lands, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate do not have a similar holy palace. Have you thought about the reason? This was a matter from 10,000 years ago." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God did not understand. Furthermore, they did not pay much attention to this information. Emperor Forsaken was different. 10,000 years ago, the deity race was even stronger than it was now. However, it still fell to the hands of the Qing Emperor and his Dragon's Gate. For the past 10,000 years, the deity race had been investigating the Blue Dragon Palace's origins, spending a lot of manpower and resources. I never thought about it. Could there be some other mysteries? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at Emperor Forsaken with some urgency. The Blue Dragon Palace was an even more horrifying existence than the 8 Great Forbidden Lands. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Of course, there are other mysteries. 10,000 years ago, this Blue Dragon Palace did not exist. Do you understand what I mean? That is to say, the Blue Dragon Palace did not come from the Kunlun realm but from the great realm of the abandoned land. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God were greatly startled. They had never heard of such a secret before. This was their first time hearing about it. Is this true? The 3 holy masters have personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? Emperor Forsaken said in a deep voice, the reason why the Qing Emperor was able to rise back then was because of the Blue Dragon Palace, and this Blue Dragon Palace contains the inheritance of the Dragon Clan from the Outer Realm. The Qing Emperor inherited the legacy of the extraterritorial Dragon Clan. That's why he became so powerful and became the strongest person in the post-ancient era. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was still a little confused. Then, why didn't the legacy of the other 3 Holy Masters' lands appear? Only the legacy of the Dragon Sect has appeared. Emperor Forsaken replied, I don't know. Only by entering the Blue Dragon Temple will we know the real answer. Therefore, we can't touch Xiaoqin now. We can only kill him if he opens the door of the Blue Dragon Temple. The heaven-punishing corpse god suddenly said, why are you willing to tell us such important information today? Things are already beyond my control. Don't worry. If we really enter the Blue Dragon Temple, the 3 of us will definitely split the benefits equally. Clearly, the initial silence was because Emperor Forsaken was considering whether to tell the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god. Now, it looked like Emperor Forsaken had already made his decision. Xiaoqian's growth had exceeded expectations. Xiaoqian had forced the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to make a compromise, truly joining hands with the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. As for how to decide, it will depend on the 2 of you. If the 2 of you insist on killing Xiaoqian now, I will not force you. In that case, I won't force it. I'll definitely do my best to eliminate this threat. Emperor Forsaken tossed the ball to the 2 and did not say anything else. After a while, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god decided not to kill Xiaoqin for now. The result was within Emperor Forsaken's expectations. No one could resist the temptation of the Blue Dragon Temple. On Heavenly Star Island, on the Dragon's Gate's main peak, Xiaoqian treated his injuries in his courtyard. This place was one of the few places that had not been destroyed by the blood-clad sect. The other injuries on Xiaoqian's body were not particularly severe. The only problematic one was the wound on his chest. Before Ao Lang died, he had infused all his cultivation into that strike. If not for Xiaoqian's already strong physical body, his heart would have shattered. This strike would have shattered Xiaoqian's heart on the spot. At the foot of the cliff, the Dragon's Gate's doyens were gathering the remnant disciples on the island to deal with the Dragon's Gate's funeral matters. Aside from being mentally fatigued, these people recovered rather quickly after they were freed from their restraints. Suddenly, Xiaoqian felt a strong aura sweep through Heavenly Star Island. Then, that person quickly flew towards him. This person was very strong. Aside from Xiaoqian, no one else discovered it. Xiaoqian opened his eyes and happened to see the myriad law fiend master land in front of him. When Xiaoqian saw the other party, he felt somewhat shocked. In Xiaoqian's impression, this old man did not care about many things in the outside world. In the myriad fiend island, even his descendants found it extremely difficult to meet this old man. Back then, when Xiaoqian went to the Myriad Fiend Island to meet this old man, many of the Myriad Fiend Island's disciples envied him. "Senior, why are you here?" Xiaoqian asked as he stood up and stopped his cultivation, giving up on treating his injuries for now. "Seeking the Tao." The Myriad Law Fiend Master was very straightforward, not hiding anything. With just these 2 simple words, Xiaoqian already knew the Myriad Law Fiend Master's purpose. He probably already knew about the battle in the blood-clad sect. That's right. This junior has indeed grasped a complete Saber Tao. However, this is just the first step. I still have a long way to go. Xiaoqian answered honestly, not hiding anything. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's face lit up in joy. Then, he revealed an excited expression. "You really grasped Great Tao energy." Xiaoqian nodded. With a thought, Great Tao energy spread out, forming a faint Tao disk behind him that gave off a bright light. Then, the Tao disc condensed into a point and continuously elongated. The Tao might on Xiao Chen's body grew as well. Boom! The myriad law fiend master slowly felt some pressure. He had no choice but to drive his aura to block. Enough. You are already injured. There is no need to continue demonstrating. The ancients did not lie to me. A great Tao truly exists in the world. However, this old man is stupid. I'm afraid that I will not be able to comprehend it in this lifetime. The myriad law fiend master indicated for Xiao Qin to stop. Then, he said somewhat disappointedly. At his age, he had not comprehended a Tao yet. He basically had no fate with the Tao. His thoughts were already fixed. It would be very difficult to change. If it were 1,000 years ago, he would have gotten Xiao Qin to demonstrate and explain to the myriad law fiend master. Given his comprehension ability, he would have had a 50% chance of grasping great Tao energy. Following that, the myriad law fiend master asked Xiao Qin about the mysteries of the Tao and how it worked. Xiao Qin was not stingy, telling the myriad law fiend master everything he could. No matter what, the myriad law fiend master had helped him during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He owed him a great debt, so what he said was nothing. After a long time, the myriad law fiend master asked, "Do you blame me for not making a move when the Dragon's Gate was destroyed?" Xiao Qin shook his head. No. Senior, you are not obligated to defend the Dragon's Gate. You cannot stand on the moral high ground and criticize others. It's good that you can think that way. It's not that I don't want to help. Let me tell you the truth. The people who can help you are all delayed by all kinds of seemingly coincidental things. The myriad law fiend master smiled and said, however, after that, the blood-clad sex people did not dare to go overboard. When the Dragon's Gate's elders were captured, they did not suffer any abuse. Xiao Qin was startled. His thoughts moved like lightning. After thinking for a while, he said, "Someone wants to test me." That's right. I'm sure you've guessed who it is. However, right now, he should be regretting his underestimation of your strength. The myriad law fiend master continued, your appearance spoiled his plans. The heavenly starry ocean will probably descend into chaos in advance. Given that person's means, it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he does, the entire heavenly starry ocean will suffer a calamity. Of course, the answer to who that person was went without saying. Xiao Qin asked doubtfully, why don't the three of you primes work together to make a move? Could it be that the three primes are not sufficient to defeat him? Of course, the three primes can defeat him. However, because they cannot figure him out, they do not dare to make a move. No one can bear the consequences of falling out with him. They can only keep their guard up and make their own preparations. The myriad law fiend master sighed softly, the situation is even more complicated than you imagine. Attacking the Dragon's Gate is just a prelude. Cultivate properly and make use of this rare period of peace to raise your strength further. The Great Tribulation is approaching. A storm will arrive soon, a storm that will destroy the world. Chapter 1474. Senior, aren't you being too serious? Seeing the myriad law fiend master's stern appearance, Xiao Qin felt that he had gone overboard. The myriad law fiend master shook his head and said, I am absolutely not joking. I have lived for so many years. I have experienced and know much more than you do. A long time ago, it wasn't particularly difficult to leave this land of exile. Most of the vanished existences in history left. However, now, the Kunlun Road is becoming more and more like a dead end, practically a dead end. In the past, the Thunder King was still around. At the very least, he could handle everything. Now that the Thunder King is not around, no one is willing to submit to anyone else. The Kunlun realm is in a state of disunity, unable to withstand a great calamity. Right now, you are the only hope of replacing the Thunder King. You are a variable, the bearer of luck of the Kunlun realm. After saying that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master left behind a bottle of the Fiend race's holy medicine for treating injuries before leaving quietly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He felt a strange pressure. This Kunlun realm was no longer calm. However, it was still calm in the eyes of the Myriad Law Fiend Master. A true storm would be much more horrifying than this. Destroying the world. If I lose, will everyone in the Kunlun realm die? With this thought, Xiao Chen felt his hair stand on end. He really did not want to see this familiar world destroyed. Xiao Chen, don't overthink. Just do your best. It is not fair to place the pressure of the entire world on you. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, consoled Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said helplessly, if I were really the bearer of luck and inherited the heavenly Tao's luck, then it would not be as simple as doing my best. Right now, Xiao Chen grasped great Tao energy and the supreme magic skill, the divine lightning eye. His potential was limitless. Surpassing Prime was originally an unreachable goal. Now, he was not far from it. Luck could not be given to one for free. The heavenly Tao had always been fair. It was a form of self-protection. Although it did not have life or intelligence, it did not want the Kunlun realm to be destroyed. If he failed to do so, his luck would probably turn into misfortune, and many inauspicious things would happen. However, Ao Jiao said a lot. Regardless of whether she believed in fate or not, there were many things that she just had to do her best. If it still didn't work, then there was no other way. People didn't need to trouble themselves. After taking the recuperation medicine left behind by the Myriad Law Fiend Master, Xiao Chen started to recover quickly. The wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. It looked like the medicinal pill that the Myriad Law Fiend Master gave him was a trump card. Presumably, after listening to Xiao Chen talk about so many cultivation methods, the other party would feel embarrassed not to express his gratitude. After recovering from his injuries, just as Xiao Chen was about to go into seclusion, an unexpected guest arrived. The one who came was the Cyclic Astral Lord, one of the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean. He was also the person who had a 100-year agreement with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen wasn't surprised by this person's arrival, but he didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Little brother Xiao Chen, congratulations to little brother Xiao Chen for killing Ao Lang with one saber strike. No one under Prime can defeat you. After comprehending great Tao energy, it will be easy for you to surpass Prime in the future. The Cyclic Astral Lord's handsome face showed a spring breeze-like smile, making one feel very comfortable. However, Xiao Chen knew who the other party was. He replied indifferently, the Cyclic Astral Lord is too serious. I don't dare to say that I surpass Prime. I'm not here for anything else. I just want to tell you to hurry up and cultivate. You don't have much time left. Otherwise, if you can't fulfill the agreement, you will really die. The Cyclic Astral Lord still had a wide smile on his face. However, his words were not polite at all. The oath stone is no joke. If you fail to fulfill the oath you made, the consequences will definitely come true. Xiao Chen loathed this person from the bottom of his heart. He said coldly, thank you for your auspicious words. Don't worry. I will do it. It's good that you remember. Don't disappoint me. The Cyclic Astral Lord did as he said. After reminding Xiao Chen, he laughed and left. After the Cyclic Astral Lord left, the Bright Moon Empress and Jiang Tian, whom Xiao Chen had not seen for a long time, appeared together. Furthermore, they were all major characters. The 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean were all here. Like the Myriad Law Fiend Master, these 2 came for the same purpose, to ask about the Tao. Xiao Chen did not find this troublesome. He repeated what he had said to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. After the two heard it, they both gained a lot of comprehensions. This was especially so for the bright moon empress. Her pretty eyes seemed to flicker with starlight. Although he couldn't comprehend the Tao, it would more or less be beneficial to his cultivation. Xiao Chen, it looks like you were different from the Qing emperor back then. I had too deep a prejudice against you in the past. Please don't take it to heart. Xiao Chen wondered if he had heard wrong. The bright moon empress actually apologized to him. He smiled bitterly to himself. Indeed, in the end, strength reigns supreme in this world. Even a noble and cold existence like the bright moon empress would still show respect to him after he was strong enough. Palace master is too polite. I have never harbored any hatred for the lunar palace. This was the truth, not a lie. Xiao Chen did not feel any hatred for the lunar palace. Of course, he did not have a good impression of it either. After the two left, a large number of cultivators arrived. They were either the holy masters of holy lands or the clan heads of ancient noble clans. These were all major characters of the heavenly starry ocean, people who were rarely seen. However, today, they all rushed to the rubble of the Dragon's Gate. In the end, Xiao Chen had no choice but to close the doors and reject all guests, getting Imo Chen to spread the word. 3 months later, when the Dragon's Gate was rebuilt, he would invite everyone to a banquet. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not even need to cultivate after receiving so many people endlessly. The arrival of the 3 primes made Xiao Chen understand that time was of the essence. He needed to cultivate quickly and improve his strength. Then, he would make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. At this moment, the trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was naturally urgent. The trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was very important. Xiao Chen could not afford to make any mistakes. He needed to be strong enough to face a prime before he could go. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of others. Although the 3 primes said that Xiao Chen would soon surpass prime, Xiao Chen was not lost. However, Xiao Chen did not lose himself. Right now, the gap between him and a prime was still rather large. At the very most, he would only have some trump cards that could slightly threaten a supremacy. 5 years ago, Xiao Chen had seen a prime make a move during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He knew how horrifying a prime's strength was. Every single existence that could become a supreme being was definitely not an ordinary person. They were all incredibly powerful. Naturally, the first thing Xiao Chen needed to do was to recover his primordial energy. Then, he would continue to refine it until he could no longer cultivate. After searching through the universe ring, Xiao Chen took out all the primordial pills he had. There was a total of 2,000. This was a large number. If Xiao Chen absorbed and refined all of them, it would be sufficient to completely recover his primordial energy or even become even denser. While Xiao Chen cultivated, the entire heavenly starry ocean became much more peaceful, as the myriad law fiend master expected. It was like a sign before a storm. After the destruction of the blood-clad sect, the treasure master seemed to have stopped all his plans and chose to hide, vanishing from everyone's sight. The deity Dao Union side in the Kunlun realm also quieted down, not taking any action. It was like they were waiting for an opportunity. Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing corpse god rarely showed themselves. The deity Dao Union's actions surpassed many people's expectations. Originally, several people thought that the deity Dao Union would seek trouble for the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. Who could have imagined that the deity Dao Union would remain so calm, not reacting at all? However, these peaceful days would be broken one day. The great battle triggered by the Blue Dragon Palace far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Chapter 1475. 1 month later, Xiao Chen refined all 2,000 primordial pills, and his cultivation finally returned to its peak. Xiao Chen now had 1,000 strands of primordial energy. He already had such a cultivation in the first place. After he refined it again, Every strand of primordial energy was like a roaming dragon in the heart of an emperor, already possessing the form of a true dragon. It was no longer like before, when it only had an embryonic form and could not reach such a level. Xiaochen felt that he could no longer cultivate. He could no longer cultivate primordial energy, as if there was an invisible wall blocking it. No matter what, the primordial energy of the outer realm could not advance his primordial energy any further. Xiaochen had already reached the bottleneck of Emperor. Unless he broke through to Prime, he could not advance further. However, the path that Xiaochen took was too special. He could not even be considered Emperor Wu, so how could he break through to Prime? How should he cultivate in the later realms? This was truly frustrating. This was a very awkward realm. Xiaochen was only 35 years old. In the Kunlun realm, he could be considered an outstanding talent at this age. Despite being so young, Xiaochen could no longer cultivate. He clearly still had vast potential to dig out. Unfortunately, Xiaochen already stood at the peak of this abandoned land. There was no other path for him to take. The Purple Emperor's door hovered in the middle of the heart of an emperor. This piqued Xiaochen's interest. He remembered that the Emperor's door contained an incredibly vast energy. Back then, it only opened a small crack, and it allowed Xiaochen to defeat Di Wuk with one punch the instant he jumped off the Emperor's road. Perhaps the mysterious Emperor's door was a direction for Xiaochen to continue advancing his cultivation. Unfortunately, the strands of primordial energy turned into roaming dragons and circled the surroundings. No matter how the primordial energy attacked, it could not shake this Emperor's door at all and could only return empty-handed. Perhaps the only way forward was to seek the answer in that mysterious blue dragon palace. Let's try again. Xiaochen decided to attack that Purple Emperor's door again. Now that Xiaochen had returned to his peak, he might have a chance of pushing open the Emperor's door. With this thought, Xiaochen steeled himself. The strands of primordial energy that looked like true dragons intertwined and intertwined. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy intertwined and twisted together like hemp ropes. The primordial energy took the shape of a huge dragon. The purple dragon scales on its body were clearly visible, looking like a true lightning dragon. The Emperor's door floated in the air, its two purple doors tightly shut. In this heart of an emperor, there was silence and suppression. Charge! Xiaochen's heart was filled with heroism. He decisively controlled the primordial energy that was twisted together and charged toward the Emperor's door. With a loud bang, the primordial energy crashed into the Emperor's door and immediately scattered. The entire heart of an emperor turned chaotic and blurry. When the intimidating power rebounded, Xiaochen could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. When the primal chaos dissipated, Xiaochen looked at the tightly shut Emperor's door and smiled bitterly. It still didn't work. It was just that he did not notice that the originally tough primordial energy had become much softer after seeping into the traces of spiritual liquid. Hard mixed with soft. Hard and soft advanced together. The primordial chaos power invisibly advanced. However, Xiaochen, who was focused on the Emperor's door, did not notice this subtle change. Never mind. Although my cultivation has stagnated, there are still many areas where I can improve. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiaochen shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. Great Tao energy, the divine lightning eye, the perfection of the flawless saber technique, the comprehension of the Taiji Dao, and so on. There were still many areas where he could improve his strength. Xiaochen had his own priorities. As for which area he should improve, he already had a balance in his heart. The only trump card that he did not expose was the Divine Lightning Eye, a supreme magic skill. By relying on the universe origin Dao fruit, Xiaochen had not only comprehended great Dao energy, but his magic energy had also soared. After Yuanying, there were still nascent soul transformation, void refinement, and great realization. Now, Xiaochen had already broken through soul transformation and reached the void refinement realm. However, Xiaochen would not spend too much time on immortal cultivation. Even immortal venerates were only so-so. There was no need to spend too much time. As long as Xiaochen's magic energy increased, he could easily execute magic skills like the Divine Lightning Eye and Dermic World. After that, Xiaochen spent most of his time on comprehending the Divine Lightning Eye. He had to cultivate it to the third layer and layer on 3 lightning tribulations at the same time. He spent the remaining time on cultivating Great Tao energy, continuing to stabilize his current cultivation. He set aside the Flawless Saber technique, Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, the Taiji Dao, the Fish Dragon Art, and other movement techniques for now. He just needed to familiarize himself with them. Peaceful days passed just like that. Time passed bit by bit. At the foot of the mountain, the Dragon's Gate was being rebuilt. Back then, although the buildings in the city were destroyed, the foundations were still there. The formation lines buried underground were only damaged and not destroyed. The rebuilding proceeded very quickly. In less than 1 month, the outline of the city appeared. With the entire sect working together to rebuild a city, with the help of various factions, a new Heaven Dragon city would appear on Heavenly Star Island in less than 2 months. The sun rose and set. Clouds gathered and dispersed. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was astonishing. He had already cultivated the Divine Lightning Eye to the 2nd layer. With a thought, he could layer 2 lightning tribulations in his right eye and send them out. However, he failed to break through to the 3rd layer of the Divine Lightning Eye after several attempts. Magic energy surged in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness as he formed hand seals with both hands. Talisman seals flickering with light condensed in his sea of consciousness, filling the sky like snow as they entered the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. After Xiaochen formed the final hand seal, the originally dim and motionless 10,000 tribulation divine lightning spun quickly, shooting out thousands of electric lights. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Everything in the sea of consciousness lost its color before the light of this divine lightning, its own light covered. When the immortal epic's lightning tribulation ancestor released its light, everything lost its color. Xiaochen felt an intense swelling in his right eye. All the electric light condensed into a seed and entered it. The seed was buried in the depths of his right eye. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness became its nourishment, quickly draining. When it drained half of the magic energy, the lightning tribulation seed broke out of the ground and bloomed, producing 2 flowers. The black flower had 9 petals that spun quickly in his right eye. Xiaochen's aura soared infinitely. Thunderclouds descended in the sky, looking like one could touch them just by stretching out one's hand. Whoosh! The instant the 2 petals merged, a bolt of electric light appeared 1 kilometer away and exploded space. Horrifying thunder resounded everywhere. If not for Xiaochen suppressing its might, these 2-layered lightning tribulations would have been sufficient to instantly kill an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. Even the Holy Lord would have been severely injured by the explosion, losing his combat prowess. However, it would be hard to say for a prime. It would be hard to deal a fatal blow. Only 3-layered lightning tribulations can seriously injure a prime. Otherwise, a prime would be able to recover from regular injuries in an instant. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he analyzed. Unfortunately, Xiaochen did not comprehend the Thunder Great Tao back then but the Saber Tao. If he comprehended the Thunder Great Tao, with the support of Great Tao energy, the might of the Divine Lightning Eye's 2nd layer would be sufficient to threaten a prime. There was no perfect solution. If Xiaochen had not comprehended the complete Saber Tao, the might of the Flawless Saber technique would not have been as strong as it was now. Executing the Divine Lightning Eye's 2nd layer is already incredibly easy. Give me another month, and I should be able to execute the Divine Lightning Eye's 3rd layer. Xiaochen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to cultivate again. The cultivation of the Divine Lightning Eye was not particularly difficult. After all, this was a supreme magic skill that the Thunder Immortal ancestor directly imparted to Shao Qin. Furthermore, Shao Qin had the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, a powerful killing tool. All he needed to do was comprehend it properly and advance step by step. Time passed peacefully for 1 month. On this day, as Shao Qin prepared to make another breakthrough to the Divine Lightning Eye's third layer, at the foot of the mountain, a beautiful figure floated over to this place. Shao Qin revealed a smile on his face as he set aside his plans. Then, he leaped up and landed before the person. Mo Qin, you are here. The person who came was Mo Qin. Normally, she would not disturb Shao Qin. Since she was here, she definitely had something to tell Shao Qin. In 3 months, not only had Shao Qin completely recovered from his injuries, but his complexion was even better than before. Vaguely, Shao Qin already had an invisible aura that rivaled that of the Holy Lord. He was in high spirits and looked very handsome. Mo Qin was entranced by this sight. After she startled to her senses, her pretty face blushed slightly. She smiled and said, "The Dragon's Gate's reconstruction is more or less complete. 3 days from now, we will invite the various holy lands and noble clans of the heavenly starry ocean to a banquet. At that time, Big Brother Shao will have to appear. I came to inform you to make preparations." When Shao Qin heard this, he said softly, "So, it has already been 3 months. It's fine. I will be there on time 3 days from now. In that case, I will take my leave first. I will not disturb Big Brother Zhao's closed-door cultivation." Chapter 1476. Seeing that Mo Qin was about to leave, Shao Qin said, "There is no need to be so distant. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation, I also want to go somewhere. Accompany me." When Mo Qin heard that, she felt somewhat surprised. There are still 3 more days to the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment banquet. Where is Big Brother Shao going? Where to? Starfire City, Bloody Cemetery. There, how unexpected. Big Brother Shao actually wants to go there. That place is not very auspicious. What, you don't have time? Shao Qin asked upon seeing Mo Qin's hesitation. No, I have time. Are we leaving now? Mo Qin said with a smile, startled to her senses. Even if she did not have time, she had to squeeze some time out. Yes. With a wave of Shao Qin's hand, 2 mutated flood dragons pulled the cycle war chariot and descended from the sky. Shao Qin boarded the chariot first, then made an inviting gesture. Mo Qin smiled. She felt somewhat happy at Shao Qin's actions. After the 2 entered the chariot, it instantly soared into the clouds and arrived at the transportation formation on Heavenly Star Island. This trip to the Kunlun continent would take 3 days. Flying alone would not be enough. Shao Qin needed to be transported to the Tianwu Domain Central Province first. From there, he could rush to Meteor Trail City. That way, 3 days would be sufficient. Big Brother Shao, why do you want to go to the Bloody Cemetery? That place, Mo Qin asked timidly in the carriage. She had been to that place once. The sky was filled with the blood crows of Shao Qin's sins. There was also the graveyard, and all of the tombstones had Shao Qin's name written in blood. From the moment Shao Qin took off his mask and drew his lunar shadow saber, the knot in his heart was mostly resolved. At this moment, it was enough for him to face it calmly. He said softly, "It's all right. Running away isn't a solution. The past is the past. No matter how much I regret it, it's useless. I just want to take one last look and see if I can eliminate all the sins in the sky." Now that the knot in his heart had been resolved, he had to think of a way to get rid of the sin that filled the sky. Otherwise, if he kept it around, it would be hard to avoid trouble. The origins of his sins were very strange. He had killed countless people, so many that he could not even count them. However, when he thought about it, they were all people who deserved to be killed. They had never killed the innocent, so their sins shouldn't be so great. There was only one explanation, and that was that his sins were left to him by the Qing emperor. Furthermore, he had a vague feeling that his emperor's road 5 years ago was a trap. The appearance of the Scarlet Emperor's road was not a coincidence. Perhaps there were other mysteries. Of course, all of this was just a guess, and there was no substantial evidence. We're here. Half a day later, Meteor Trail City came into view. The scarlet clouds in the sky were already right before their eyes. Xiaoqin gently waved his sleeves, and the cycle war chariot turned into a throne and entered his white clothes. The two of them slowly descended from the sky and stood in the ruins of the city gate. Looking at the ruined Meteor Trail City under the dim light, the two of them felt emotional. The scenes from 5 years ago appeared in his mind. Even now, it felt like it was just yesterday. That great battle was truly world-shaking. It was fought until the heavens and earth darkened, and the memory of it was still fresh in his mind. He would probably never forget it in his life. The difficulty of every step on the Emperor's road was deeply engraved in Xiaoqian's heart. He would never be able to forget it. When Xiaoqian saw the smile on Mo Chen's pretty face vanish, he asked softly with a grave expression, "Are you thinking about the past?" Mo Chen forced a smile and replied, "I'm thinking about many things. I was thinking, if Big Brother Xiao had not jumped off his Emperor's road because of us, what would the situation be like now? Do you believe in karma?" "What do you mean?" "Karma means that there are no coincidences in the world. There is a reason for everything that happens, a purpose for its existence." Seeing that Mo Chen still did not fully understand, Xiaoqian smiled and did not explain further. He simply said, "Actually, in my opinion, the final test of the Emperor's road is not whether I can clear it or not. It is whether I have the courage to jump off. 5 years later, when I look back, I actually won the gamble." Mo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, looking like beautiful crescent moons. She smiled and said, "As long as Big Brother Xiao can walk out of the shadow, Mo Chen feels that it is good." Xiaoqian felt a warmth in his heart. He looked to the front and said, "Come in and take a walk with me." "All right." Xiaoqian was very familiar with the graveyard. For the past 5 years, he would come here every year. Every time he came, the pain in his heart intensified. In the end, he no longer had the courage to get off the cycle war chariot and remove his mask. Now that he was revisiting this place, Xiaoqian got off the war chariot, removed his mask, and brought his friends over. The pain was no longer there. It was more of a feeling. What death represented was not destruction but new life. Back then, these people died for him. They did not have any other hope. They only hoped that Xiaoqian could step forward and become the true bearer of luck. Xiaoqian would lead them to resist the deity Dao Union, to resist the demonic calamity that could descend at any moment. Their new lives rested on Xiaoqian. As long as Xiaoqian could walk out, these people would gain new lives. If one could not walk out, then death would be destruction, grief, despair, all pain, and all negative emotions. After comprehending the state of cycle, Xiaoqian's perspective on the problem was no longer the same as before. He could calmly look at all this. All he needed to do was be grateful and continue walking down this path. Remaining in seclusion and holding on to a knot in his heart was the greatest disrespect to these dead people. Strange. After walking around for a long time, Xiaoqian revealed a doubtful expression, feeling very confused. When Mo Chen saw this, she quickly asked, "Big Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" "In the past, when I came here, there would be a large number of blood crows coming after hearing the news. However, this time, aside from the blood clouds in the sky, I did not see any blood crows. The number of blood crows has decreased significantly." Mo Chen did not understand. "What's wrong with that?" "Something is very wrong." Someone is refining these blood crows, absorbing and digesting the sins in my body. Xiaochen frowned slightly as he thought of a bad answer. In the past, some deep abyss blood demon cultivators would come here to refine and absorb the blood crows. However, those people did not harm the source of sin. The more blood crows they killed, the more would recover. However, this time, Xiaochen clearly felt the pressure of sin in the sky weaken. The number of blood crows had decreased. What kind of person was doing this? Xiaochen closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense in the scarlet graveyard. Xiaochen searched slowly. In the end, aside from some scattered grave sweepers, there were also blood demons here on experiential training. Xiaochen did not discover anyone worthy of suspicion. Could my senses have been wrong? Xiaochen was not satisfied. He used his spiritual sense to search several more times but found nothing. Then, he personally walked through the entire graveyard. In the end, he still did not discover anything. However, he ran into a few blood demons and dealt with them in passing. When Xiaochen looked up, the thick scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to be dimmer than before. However, the difference was not great, making it hard to judge. Big Brother Xiao, perhaps that person is in the sky. Mo Chen's words startled him out of his reverie. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he said, "That's right. The blood clouds in the sky are filled with heavy sin. If one comes into contact with them, one will be plagued with sin. Most people would not go there, so I automatically ignored it. However, if there really is someone who can refine the sin's origin energy, they will not care about this." With a thought, Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground with his feet. Then, he shot out like a sharp arrow and instantly entered the blood clouds. However, there were other mysteries in the blood clouds. It was like there was a cotton-like barrier separating them. No matter how hard Xiaochen tried, he could not break it. Instead, he got plagued by sin, feeling extremely uncomfortable. After a few attempts, Xiaochen's eyes turned scarlet. Black lines appeared on the surface of his eyeballs. That was a sign that the sin had penetrated deep into his body, already infiltrating his mind. It was extremely dangerous. Xiaochen did not dare to linger. He quickly left the blood clouds and landed on the ground. Then, he quickly used his great Tao energy to cut off all the sin in his body. "What's wrong?" Mo Chen asked somewhat worriedly when she saw that something was wrong with Xiaochen. After purging the sin in his body, Xiaochen revealed a smile. "You are right. There is indeed another path above the blood clouds. To think that even I cannot break it easily." Not being able to break it easily did not mean that it could not be broken. It just required some effort. Xiaochen was not afraid of trouble. He only feared that he would not be able to find any clues. Now that he had a clue, he was naturally happy. "Move further away." Xiaochen gestured for Mo Chen to move further away. With a thought, the ring of light that represented great Tao energy appeared behind him. The ring of light condensed into a point and soared into the air. When it reached 10 meters, Xiaochen shouted, "Tao." Xiaochen pointed his finger to the sky, and a saber light, supported by great Tao energy, lit up the dark meteor trail city. The saber light turned into a resplendent beam of light, carrying a boundless saber intent. Whoosh! It shot out and instantly tore a hole in the blood clouds. Chapter 1477. Just listen to me. Will you? The lunar shadow saber appeared. Xiaochen grasped its hilt and faced the prime without any fear. Xiaochen did not draw the lunar shadow saber. If Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber, he would be able to block this palm strike. Then, Xiaochen soared into the air like a sharp arrow. With a whoosh, he tore through the scarlet clouds. Chase! The primordial energy that Xiaochen expended was not worth it. Why is this fellow still here? He is like a lingering ghost. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Zhuangxinghe turned his head and formed hand seals. A swastika Buddhist seal burst out from his palm and blocked Xiao Chen's saber strike. Dao! The saber strike tore through the air, and the light of destruction flickered as it suddenly appeared behind Zhuangxinghe. This was a martial technique for killing enemies. However, Zhuangxinghe had to use it to rush. It was somewhat of a waste. Xiao Chen's figure moved like a phantom of flowing light, moving far away amid the Bodhi flowers filling the sky. Interesting. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor knew that he could not detain the current Xiao Qin, so he was not willing to fight with Xiao Qin, wasting his efforts. The Kittigarbha Bodhisattva. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "That's impossible. If you hand over Zhuangxinghe, I'll leave. Otherwise, you can forget about stopping me." Just as Xiao Qin was thinking, Zhuangxinghe suddenly laughed maniacally, appearing incredibly savage. Zhuangxinghe should not have come in person. Otherwise, he would not have fled so quickly at the slightest sign of trouble. Ha ha ha. Little fool, Xiao Qin, you are really naive. Do you think that you can defeat me? Look at where you are now. I'll count to 3, and you are still not leaving. It will be hard for you to leave now. Ha ha ha. That's the count to 3. Xiao Qin, you can die now. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor laughed loudly, and the Yellow Springs mysterious phenomenon vanished. Then, he left. Xiao Qin revealed an expression of joy as he turned around. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind blew, and Xiao Qin retreated 5 kilometers. The Dao might behind him did not scatter as he stood firmly. Humph! What Zhuangxinghe? I have never seen him before, nor do I know him. I don't mind teaching you a lesson. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor laughed coldly. An eerie wind blew, and wisps of spirits floated out from his body. When the cultivators who came to sweep the graves in the graveyard saw the mysterious phenomenon before them, they could not understand what was happening. Looking up, the boundless starry sky was dotted with thousands of stars, like a chessboard, giving one the illusion that they were in the universe. Zhuangxinghe was clearly in the ghost domain. How could he be willing to leave just like that? Xiao Qin flew forward and caught the divine weapon that bounced back. He said indifferently, "Not bad. You changed your appearance and your strength improved significantly. It wouldn't be that easy to leave." The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. His interest grew. With a wave of his hand, the 7 deadly sins floated out. The moment the blood clouds parted, a wisp of golden Buddhist light fell from the entrance of the cave. It was bright and dazzling, and it was especially eye-catching in this dark space. When Xiao Qin looked again, Zhuangxinghe was long gone. Given his movement technique, he would definitely not be able to catch up. The newcomer retreated 1 kilometer and hovered in the air, merging with the sky. Soon, the spirits and malicious spirits materialized the vast mysterious phenomenon of hell. What is that? The bloody monk, Zhuangxinghe, wiped off the blood from his lips. He said with some hatred, "How can it compare to you, Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin? After 5 years of silence, 5 years of silence, you shocked the entire Kunlun realm with a single brilliant feat." This greatly startled Xiao Qin. The Buddha statue looked like the Kittigarbha Bodhisattva that he had seen before. The image of the Buddha statue sat within, slowly fading away. The flood-like source of sin slowly scattered from the body of the image. Whoosh! Ghost domain. Is that so? However, my saber has not truly been drawn yet. How can you be so proud and aloof? Under Prime, you are the first person capable of receiving 30% of my palm strike's force, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said indifferently. The East Mountain Ghost Monarch asked indifferently. As he looked at Xiao Qin, there was an unconcealable fluctuation hidden in his calm gaze. When the person in front turned his head to look, he was startled. Then, he fled in a fluster. Feeling nervous, he slowed down. This formed a boundless pressure of the great Tao, strong and tyrannical. This was the aura of a prime. Xiaoqin did not care about the mocking tone in the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's words. He asked coldly, "Where is the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Tell me what you are plotting, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." In the end, this fellow truly rose up. Now, Xiaoqin no longer had absolute confidence of keeping the other party here. He raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a black dot at the limits of his vision, quickly moving away. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and threw a palm strike at Xiaoqin. This palm strike was gentle and soft, but it contained startling might. The instant the palm wind landed, the entire sky seemed to descend along with the person. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. Big Brother Ing is here. Ing Zongtian, at least you know what's good for you. The saber light and palm wind clashed, and the world turned dark. Then, it shattered into pieces, the entire sky shattering. Big Brother. Dang! Furthermore, there was still the Dongyue Ghost Emperor blocking the way. There was no way to give chase. Xiaoqin retorted coldly, not bothering to hide his expression. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and executed the fish dragon art. Then, he moved around like a dragon. Then, he shook off all the sins that came over and gave chase. A light flashed, and the 7 divine weapons merged into one. Then, Xiaoqin stepped on the 7 deadly sins. Xiaoqin executed the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance. Wait here for me for a while. This fellow is so confident. What trump cards does he have? Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes as he looked at this person. This person was one of the deity Dao Union's 3 primes, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Xiaoqin could not help shouting, "Zhuangzhenghe, it turns out that you are not dead yet." At Ing Zongtian's request, Xiaoqin helplessly gave up and withdrew his great Dao might. In that instant, Xiaoqian's vision widened. The Buddhist light descended for a moment before vanishing. Clearly, it was the person refining this sin's origin energy. Knowing that he had been exposed and that something was wrong, he quickly withdrew his technique and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoqin executed the void-breaking stance again. However, this time, he did not use the saber but space. Bang! Just at this moment, a figure flew over from behind. He was like a Haotian sun, illuminating the surroundings and sending out a bright light. Back then, Xiaoqin had destroyed the other party's lair in the sea region adjacent to Heavenly Star Island, leaving only a head behind. Unexpectedly, this person came out again and stirred up trouble. However, Xiaoqin had no choice now. He used his body to control the saber, using the saber to control space, tearing through space. With Xiaoqian's wasteful consumption, his speed immediately increased explosively. Everywhere he passed, tears appeared in space. Strange, I clearly have no impression of this person's appearance. Why does the air he exudes seem so familiar? Light flickered in Xiaoqian's palm, and the images of many sabers spun around and merged into the saber. After 1 hour, not only did Zhuangzhenghe not close the distance, but it even widened. Zhuangzhenghe felt very confident, showing no fear as he showed a mocking expression. Dongyue Ghost Emperor. However, this person before Zhuangzhenghe seemed to be a surprise. Unexpectedly, he was incredibly fast. A Buddhist light flickered under Zhuangzhenghe's feet, and Bodhi light surrounded him. Flowers bloomed and withered. Upon hearing Xiaoqian's shout, the owner of that body clearly paused, significantly startled. That was right. This person was Ing Zongtian. He had sensed an intense fluctuation in the Haotian sect. When he discovered that it was Xiaoqin, he immediately gave chase. The instant the other party turned his head, Xiaoqin clearly saw his appearance, and he immediately felt suspicious. This startled Xiao Qin, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. At the critical moment, Xiao Qin shouted, and great Tao energy filled his entire body as he swung his saber. With Xiao Qian's speed, as long as a prime did not make a move, no one could escape from him. However, I have something very important that requires me to go to the ghost domain, whoosh. After giving chase for a while, inspiration flashed in Xiao Qian's mind. Suddenly, he recalled why this aura felt so familiar. Ha! How arrogant! Don't be unable to differentiate good from bad. Leave immediately, and I'll pretend that I did not see you. It looked like a startling battle was about to start. Xiao Qin looked around and realized that he had chased Zhuang Jinghe all the way from the Tianwu domain to the ghost domain. Chapter 1478. Big Brother Ing, why did you let him go? With our combined strength, we can definitely make him retreat. Xiao Qin said reluctantly. Since Zhuang Jinghe fled to the ghost domain, he definitely had something to do with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Xiao Qin was unwilling to give up such a good lead. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "It's not that simple. The strength of a prime is more powerful than you imagine. If you really fought, you would be the one at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he has the geographical advantage in the ghost domain, and the ghost race experts can help him at any time. Even with me, if we were to fight, it would only be a situation where both sides would suffer." After listening to Ing Zongtian's explanation, Xiao Qin slowly calmed down and analyzed the situation. That was indeed the case. Naturally, Xiao Qin understood this logic. However, he was too anxious and lost his rationality. There was still a huge gap between him and a prime. At best, he could retreat unscathed. However, this was already very impressive. For many years, no one had been able to challenge the authority of a prime. Before a prime, the Ninth Heaven Emperor Wu was just an ordinary existence. To be able to catch the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's palm strike calmly and confront him, Xiao Qian's improvement was already very obvious. Many thanks, Big Brother. I was indeed too anxious earlier, but... Xiao Qin had never been one to waste time on an insignificant problem. After thinking it through, he immediately thanked Xiao Qin. Ing Zongtian smiled amiably. Even if I didn't come, nothing would have happened to you. However, what's wrong? It must be something extraordinary for you to be so anxious. Xiao Qin nodded and explained his encounter in the bloody cemetery, as well as the ins and outs of the Kittigarbha Bodhisattva. That's true. In that case, I really took the risk earlier. After hearing that, Ing Zongtian regretted letting the Dongyue Ghost Emperor go for nothing. Now that he thought about it, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor clearly had other reasons for retreating so easily despite having the geographical advantage. Xiao Qin, on the other hand, was a little more open-minded. He smiled and said, "It's better to give this matter further thought. Since I'm here, Big Brother Ing, please invite me to the Haotian sect." Ing Zongtian was rather carefree. The smile on his face did not fade. He nodded and said, "Let's go and have a drink or two. You can explain to me about Tao. Don't hold back." "Of course, I'll tell you everything I know. But I have to go to the bloody cemetery first. I have a friend waiting for me there." "Alright, let's go." The two of them leapt into the air and swiftly left the ghost domain. On the other side, after the Dongyue Ghost Emperor left, he met up with Zhuang Jinghe with a gloomy expression. "I've told you many times not to contact me. It's not time to expose our relationship yet," scolded the Dongyue Ghost Emperor coldly. Zhuang Jinghe appeared somewhat startled, not daring to retort. He whispered, "I did not expect this brat to grow so fast. I thought that you would be able to deal with him easily with your means." "Nonsense. If I could deal with him easily, why would I allow him to live until now? Let me tell you, even Emperor Forsaken would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him now." The earlier palm strike had failed to truly push back Xiao Qin. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt somewhat frustrated, and he was not in a good mood. If not for the need to maintain some connection to the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor would not have been so magnanimous to Xiao Qin without this worry. How can he be so strong? In that case, why did you not kill him? Aren't you just nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity? Zhuang Zhenghe asked with lingering fear. It turned out that he had nearly died at the other party's hands. Fortunately, Zhuang Zhenghe had not been careless and fled when the situation turned bad. Otherwise, he might have ended up as a pile of bones. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor glanced at Zhuang Zhenghe and said indifferently, "You do not need to know about this. Bring me to see the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva." Before a prime, Zhuang Zhenghe did not show any temper. He was docile and knew how to adapt to circumstances. After listening to the prime's instructions, Zhuang Zhenghe quickly led the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to the Yellow Springs of Hell. Right now, Hell had already become a forbidden land, not open to the public. Furthermore, after the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head merged with his body, his control over Hell became very strong. If he was not willing, even a prime would find it hard to see him. With Zhuang Zhenghe leading the way, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor arrived at the gates of Hell without any obstructions. After the gates of Hell was the Yellow Springs. He recalled that the 6 paths of reincarnation were here as well. "Wait here," the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. After the East Mountain Ghost Monarch said that, he walked in alone. After crossing the gates of Hell, it was the Yellow Springs Road. Even a prime could only see black and white in this world. Aside from that saber light that someone left behind many years ago, no one else could bring color to this place. However, the situation now seemed somewhat different. At the end of the Yellow Springs Road, extremely far away, one could vaguely see a 7-colored Buddhist light. It was like the waves of the sea rising and falling, appearing indistinct. When one listened carefully, one could hear many Buddhist incantations echoing in one's ears. The incantation that was buzzing like a mosquito was not being chanted by one person, but by the overlapping voices of many people. The Buddhist incantations overlapped, and the Buddhist might was heavy, calming one's heart and making one sigh at the might of Buddhist might. On the Yellow Springs Road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor moved quickly. Soon, he arrived at the abyss-like underworld river. On the other side of the river was the boundless sea of bitterness. The sea of bitterness was filled with endless aggrieved spirits. A large Buddha floated on the sea. The aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were like ants struggling in the sea of bitterness. There were 800 arhats around the large Buddha, chanting with their eyes closed. The overlapping Buddhist incantations came from these people. Occasionally, a large number of aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were purified. They flew into the large Buddha's body like thousands of fireflies. Naturally, the large Buddha was the mysterious and unfathomable Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. He opened his eyes and withdrew his dharmic incarnation. Then, he leaped over the underworld river and arrived before the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. "That disciple of yours seems to be rather unlucky. Not long after he helped you refine the sin, Shaoqin discovered him," the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said with some dissatisfaction. "He even exposed my relationship with you." The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's mortal body was that of an old man wearing a kasaya and holding a staff. He had a long beard and eyebrows, looking like an esteemed Buddhist monk from head to toe. "It has not reached that stage yet. He does not know my background, much less my current strength. Even if he discovered some clues, he could not do anything about it. You are not here to seek me out over such a small matter, right?" The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's deep eyes revealed boundless wisdom and an unfathomable Buddhist light. "That's right. Emperor Forsaken predicted that Shaoqin would go to the Blue Dragon Palace soon. How much do you know about the Blue Dragon Palace? Tell me." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not believe in Buddhism. Buddhism did not exist in the Kunlun realm either. Hence, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was not interested in the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's identity and did not show much respect for him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor only treated the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva as an expert, a peak expert who was strong enough to work with him. In the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes, strength reigned supreme. All faith, including the deity race, was meaningless. I have never heard of the Blue Dragon Palace. However, in my era, the Blue Dragon already existed. It was one of the 7-colored divine dragons. It had a noble bloodline and was second only to the 3 ancestor dragons in the dragon race. Upon hearing this, greed flashed in the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes. He looked at the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and said, "I need you to help me. In the end, Emperor Forsaken is too selfish. I don't believe that he will give up a lot of benefits. I still have to rely on myself." The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva thought for a long time before saying, "Sure. However, you have to think of a way to help me refine the sins in the bloody graveyard. That is difficult. Xiao Chen is on guard. Furthermore, that place is Ingzongtian's territory." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor muttered to himself with a frown, weighing the pros and cons. "Think about it yourself. This Bodhisattva still needs to purify the thousands of aggrieved souls in this hell. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty." The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva chanted his Buddhist name, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he reverted to his Dharmic incarnation and continued purifying the aggrieved souls and malicious spirits in the boundless sea of bitterness. When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor saw this scene, he thought to himself, "This old bald donkey is no easier to deal with than Emperor Forsaken." None of them were easy to deal with. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor flung his sleeves and pondered how to satisfy the other party's conditions. Then, he left this place. The boundless sea of bitterness in the Yellow Springs hell still existed. Only the saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind no longer existed. Chapter 1479. Tianwu Domain, Haotian Sect, Xiao Qin, Mo Qin, and Ingzongtian casually sat down in a pavilion on a mountain peak and analyzed the matter of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. "I know about this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Long ago, there was a legend that there was a great Buddha hidden in the depths of hell with extremely horrifying strength. However, he never left hell and never interfered with the matters of the outside world. Hence, few people know about him." Ingzongtian put down his teacup and continued, "Furthermore, the Qing Emperor already killed him 10,000 years ago. Hence, no one paid any attention to the matter of this great Buddha. Mo Chen read many ancient texts on Buddhism. Then, she continued, during the Immortal epoch, Buddhism flourished, not much weaker than the Immortal court. In the cultivation of Buddhism, Bodhisattva was in existence only inferior to Buddha. They were only one step away from becoming a Buddha." Feeling interested, Xiaochen asked, "Which step?" "Grand vows. For a Bodhisattva to become a Buddha, one has to cultivate the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures and make a grand vows. After completing them, one can prove one's Tao and become a Buddha." When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt stunned. He asked in confusion, "That's simple? In that case, if a Bodhisattva purposely made the grand vows very simple, wouldn't one be able to become a Buddha easily?" Mo Chen smiled faintly and said, "You could say that. However, no one would do that. The difficulty and simplicity of the grand vows directly determined how strong one would be after becoming a Buddha. Ordinary grand vows are called minor grand vows. The more difficult ones are called major grand vows. The Bodhisattva would choose the difficulty of the grand vows and the number of grand vows based on their own wisdom. Most Bodhisattvas would choose minor grand vows. Those with some wisdom would challenge major grand vows. The most famous would be the 48 major grand vows that Amitabha Buddha made. He was undoubtedly the strongest person in ancient Buddhism. Clearly, this was Ingzongtian's first time hearing such an explanation. He asked interestedly, "What does this have to do with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva?" Chen smiled and replied seriously, "It has a lot to do with it." The Buddhists explain the grand vows as grand vows as grand vows. After understanding one's nature, they show compassion for all living beings. Then, they use a sincere and unwavering heart to make a wish to save all living beings. However, this is a Buddhist explanation. From an outsider's point of view, how could it be so mystical? The so-called grand wish should be some kind of wish power cultivation. The greater the wish, the greater the gift from the heaven and earth, and the stronger one's strength will be. If one's root of wisdom isn't strong enough, they won't be able to fulfill their great ambitions. They will be stuck at a bottleneck in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zongtian laughed and said, "If your explanation was in a place where Buddhism thrives, they would definitely treat you as a heretic. However, I feel that it makes sense. It's just like the power of faith of the gods, except that the power of faith of the Buddhists is more mysterious." Chen smiled and nodded. According to the ancient records, this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had a root of wisdom. As a Bodhisattva, he could surpass many Buddhas. Originally, when he was preparing to become a Buddha, a great tribulation of the world happened. The immortal epoch was destroyed, and the Buddhist world was implicated. Countless Buddhas fell as a result. When he saw the ancient order of Buddhism, he immediately changed his great ambition. He swore that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. "If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha." As Xiaochen mulled over these words, he entered deep thought. He seemed to have figured something out. The greatness of this great ambition is comparable to the 48 great ambitions of the Amitabha Buddha back then. Once he succeeds, his strength will be immeasurable. He might even become the Lord Buddha of the New World. Chen continued her analysis, voicing her opinion. Given this, it looked like the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was very ambitious. What he wanted was to become the Lord of the Buddha world, a true great world, outside of the abandoned world. When the ancient Buddhist world was destroyed, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva entered hell and made such a great ambition. He was really decisive. Chen continued, "Now that I understand all this, it is not hard to understand why the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva is after the sins of Big Brother Shao. It might be because of the words hell is not empty." Inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind. He revealed an expression of understanding. Chen's rigorous speculation cleared up some of his original doubts. He was suddenly enlightened and had figured everything out. Xiaochen said sullenly, "I've figured it out. The sins on me were left by the Qing Emperor." Back then, the Qing Emperor also had a cultivation technique for absorbing sins. He must have gone to hell to collect the sins that originally existed. Naturally, the place with the most sins was hell. For the sake of cultivating the good and evil beneficence art, the Qing Emperor must have gone to hell. Given this, it looked like the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and the Qing Emperor had a grudge long ago. The Qing Emperor was also very familiar with hell. Back then, the Qing Emperor took away a large number of sins from hell. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's great ambition was to not become a Buddha until hell was empty. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had to purify all the sins in hell before he could become a Buddha. However, a large portion of the sins in hell were on the Qing Emperor. Even if he was done, he would not be able to become a Buddha. He would have to cleanse the sins of the Qing Emperor as well. Back then, the Bloody Emperor's road might have been Xiaochen's doing, wanting to force out all of Xiaochen's sins. After hearing Xiaochen's words, Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Zongtian's horizons were greatly broadened and he gasped in amazement. He looked at Chen and couldn't help but praise, "I've long heard that Miss Mo is extraordinarily intelligent. You're proficient in the four arts, medicine, divination, astrology, and so on. Today, I've finally seen it for myself." Without a vast amount of knowledge, no one else would be able to understand the cause and effect of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's matter so clearly. Ing Zongtian's words were sincere admiration, and he did not mean to be polite. Thank you for your praise, senior. Mo Chen was very happy to receive the praise of a prime. She smiled faintly to express her thanks. However, what made her even happier was solving this mystery for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin said sullenly, "We absolutely cannot let him become a Buddha. Otherwise, given his character, neither of us will have a good ending." Xiaoqin did not want to care about the matters of the Buddhist realm. However, the existence of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva already threatened his existence, so he had to do something about it. Ing Zongtian sighed softly. Right now, the Kunlun realm is in a precarious situation. There is a demonic calamity ahead, which could descend at any moment. Then, there is an ambitious and ruthless person like Emperor Forsaken. Now, there is the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who is eyeing us covetously. After the old Thunder King left, the world will truly fall into chaos. The Kunlun realm's calamity is truly unavoidable. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Big Brother Ing, is the demonic calamity really that severe? Ing Zongtian's expression turned grave. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. It is very severe. Just the 18 demon monarchs are already too much to bear. The even stronger Dark Church has yet to appear. It is hard to be optimistic even if we want to. Even if we gather all the power of the Kunlun realm, our chances of victory are very slim. Furthermore, we are like a pile of loose sand now. The situation was very pessimistic. No wonder the myriad law fiend master was so grave 3 months ago. Is there no way to resolve this? She asked worriedly. The teacup fell heavily to the ground. Ing Zongtian glanced at Xiaoqin and said, "Of course, there is. As long as someone is as strong as the Thunder King or surpasses the Thunder King, they can rule the Kunlun realm. Then, they can be like the Qing Emperor back then, turning the tide and fighting against the 18 demon monarchs alone. Little brother Xiao, I have confidence in you. You have never disappointed me before. This is the last time, and you will definitely not disappoint me." Xiaoqin revealed a rare seriousness on his face. He put down the teacup by his lips and said, "Without Big Brothering taking care of me in secret, I would have died many times already. Although I am not as sentimental as Big Brothering, I am someone who knows how to be grateful. I will definitely do my best to protect the Kunlun realm." A heroic spirit appeared in Ing Zongtian's heart. He smiled and said, "You are still the same as before, not exaggerating." "That's right. We cultivators only seek peace of mind. Even if we fight to the death, we will do our best. 2 days from now, I will give you a generous gift at the Dragon's Gates banquet. You are most welcome." Xiaoqin did not overthink. Naturally, it would be for the best if Big Brothering could come. Following that, Ing Zongtian started asking questions of Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin spoke without holding back, giving Ing Zongtian some inspiration. Before leaving, Xiaoqin instructed Ing Zongtian to help guard the Sin and the Scarlet Graveyard. When he was strong enough, he would come and destroy it. Ing Zongtian knew that this matter was very important. He knew that he was duty-bound, so he did not hesitate to agree.